Chapter 201. Bad Odds. What is happening out there? Taki Kazo exclaims as he peeks through the blind of the window at the highest room. He turns around and focuses on the other people present, his bodyguard Norio Akuhara, his girlfriend Chiesa, and the two Arasaka ninjas he'd been lent. We're getting attacked, what else? Chiesa drawls, seemingly uncaring of the situation. I know that. I'm asking why the fuck we're losing. He jabs a finger at the window. Almost all our guys are dead. A ninja kicks open the door of the room and uncloaks. It's Wakako-sama. She brought the mocks, mercenaries, and the one called Zombie. And I? Where's your blade? Another ninja questions. Still in the chest of Zombie. I stab at his heart, yet he still stands. I fear he is like Smasher-sama. That ninja exclaims, sounding almost fearful. What's that mean for us? We're stuck up at their mercy. Taki yells. We have called for an evac, but it will arrive in 10 minutes. We will not last that long. Wait, so we're actually in trouble? Taki's clueless girlfriend quibbles. He scowls at her. Did you think I was losing my shit over nothing? We're fucked. That bitch Wakako sent a fucking army at us, along with her immortal fucking lapdog. And all we got are some useless assholes and expensive armor. He gesticulates wildly at the ninjas. If you wish for us to leave, we are amenable to it. One quietly retorts, fed up with their client's disrespect. Yeah? And what would you boss think if you left us to die? Taki shakes his head. What are we going to do until the evac gets here? Norio stands from where he'd been irritably sitting, a gauge in his cheek from where he'd been incessantly scratching. We will blockade the room, he states before shoving furniture against the door. Taki nods. Why yeah, good. The rest of you do that. He orders and turns to watch the ants below slowly tear apart the building. It wasn't a lie to say that most of the tiger claws under his command had already died. Aside from the ones out maintaining order in his territory, the rest seemed to have been slaughtered, or simply run away. He pauses when he realizes he served almost no purpose to Arasaka now that he'd lost his foothold in Japantown. His position wasn't hereditary or anything like that. Power was the only thing that mattered, and now that he'd lost it, he was surprised they hadn't simply thrown him to the dogs. Chiesa slides up next to him, but he brushes her off, growling at her. Why the fuck aren't you helping barricade the door? Why you what? I'm your woman, not your henchman, Dash. He draws his gun and presses it against her forehead. Do as you're told, whore, or I'll have the ninjas use you as a meat shield. We're done. Piece of shit. She storms off and reluctantly gets to work. Ori flexes his blood-covered fists as he approaches the final floor. The remaining tiger claws had attempted to surrender to him, but he wasn't about to let those douchebags get off so easily. Wakako's forces had already moved up to the 4th floor, but he wasn't willing to wait and risk letting Taki get away. He reaches the 7th floor door and gives it a firm shove, only to find it barricaded on the other side. Open up and I might be gentle. He smashes out the small window and shouts, only to back up as a blade stabs through the door in an attempt to skewer his brain. All right, you want it rough then. He tears off a piece of composite ceramic from his arm and wraps his monowire tightly around it to act a weight. Then, he throws it through the window. Once through, he starts whipping the wire around like a madman, cutting through the door and the barricade, along with anyone unfortunate enough to be nearby. A couple slashes and a tug later, the entire barricade falls to pieces in a big pile. After retracting the wire and putting the ceramic back on his arm, he peeks into the room and looks around. The ninja heat signatures were around the room, one in each corner with 2 hanging off of the roof. He could also see 3 people hiding in the ensuite bathroom, though one was clearly a bodyguard of some sort. He flashes a grin and cracks his neck. 7 against 1? You sure you like those odds? He queries as he hefts the LMG, pointing it at them. Chic. For monomolecular Kanai was by him as crashes he back into the wall and opens fire. The ninjas all begin leaping around like some kind of circus act. One throws a smoke bomb, but it proves ineffective against him due to all of his enhancements. He tags one ninja in the leg, causing the guy to roll away as the other cover for him, jumping ahead with their blades ready. Why even fucking bother with guns? He angrily shouts, seeing the ninjas dodging almost all of his bullets. Perfect aim or not, since they could see the trajectory of his bullets due to the barrel's placement. Unless he had a smart gun, he was unlikely to do any real damage soon. Gripping his LMG in one hand, he whips his monowire at one, blocking his path of retreat. The ninja elects to take some bullets instead of getting dismembered. Finally having enough, the other 3 launch themselves at him, 2 with blades and 1 wielding 2 kunai. He steps backwards back into the hallway to funnel them towards him and give them less space to dodge. The leading one bounces off of the doorframe and jumps straight at him, taking 3 or 4 shots to the chest in an instant. He still tries to cut Ori's head off, however, but he just ducks his head and smashes a fierce, straight kick into the guy's side, sending him flying into one of the other ninjas. Chapter 202. With Flying Colors. Ori blocks a flying slash with his arm, the blade digging dangerously into his armor. A headbutt plants the ninja's face into the ground, however, and a follow-up punt ends up throwing him straight out of the nearby window. He spins through the head and lands heavily on the ground below, Wakako's tiger claws and the Moxes opening fire on him for good measure. Kazu, why you dogfucker? Cosplayer. Ori shouts back, drawing his revolvers and catching the offending sword with one as the metal comprising it struggles against the edge. The ninja tries to back up as Ori raises the other gun, but he's too late to react as his head jolts back with a new orifice adorning it. The body drops to the ground, but the attacks Ori anticipated after don't come. The two remaining ninjas backed away from the door, glancing at each other unsurely. Cold feet now, he audibly mumbles as he aims at them. Filthy dog. You may kill us, but dash, bang, thud. Ori focuses on the next ninja, the one without a sword. You were saying? Boom. An explosion rocks the room and forces Ori to the floor as flames wash over him. Once the smoke clears, he sees a large AV hovering outside the window, the Arasaka ninja already in the cabin. His target, Taki Kazo, sprints out of the bathroom to flee onto it too. Ori tries to blow his head off, but a sword cuts the bullet out of the air. Run, Taki-sama! The heavily tatted-up Tiger Claw shouts as he ushers his boss onto the AV. Ori fires a couple more times, but the guy puts his own body in the way, taking bullets to his chest and abdomen, tearing through his lungs and other organs. The bodyguard seemingly feels no pain, however, dropping 2 grenades onto the floor as he, Taki, and some girl in high heels run for the AV. Get back here! Ori angrily shouts as he fires, but almost all of his bullets get absorbed by the bodyguard, or the girlfriend. Arf! Help! She shrieks and falls to her knees just as she reaches the AV. She grabs a hold of it, but the bullet in her arm prevents her from pulling herself up. Just drive! Taki roars, eyes fixed on the grenades that were about to go off. Wait! Chisa cries out. The bodyguard tries to grab her, but the AV lifts up too quickly, causing her to fall down, directly next to the grenades. Ori makes one last attempt to catch them by leaping out of the window. The grenades go off as he does so, launching him even higher than anticipated. He's thrown over the AV and barely lands atop the glass over the cockpit, finding himself in a staring contest with the pilot. Air, you mind landing for a minute? The pilot's disbelieving expression morphs into a cocky sneer. He wrenches the AV to the side, causing Ori to skid over while trying in vain to find a handhold. The sleek design of the AV was working in their favor, and its armored exterior prevented him from even creating a handhold. He slips down and barely catches the footrail under the cabin. Before he's able to pull himself up, though, he looks across and gapes at the Arasaka ninja standing upside down. Did they have magnetized boots or something? Crack. His nose breaks as the guy punches him hard in the face. Ori blinks and moves his head to avoid the next punch, but the movement of the AV was making any deliberate movement difficult. Right now he was just the fucking ninja's punching bag. Screw OFF, he shouts, sending a flailed kick at him, but his opponent just grabs it and sends a ball-busting punch into his dash. Well, balls? Hiya. Ori yelps and unconsciously cups his groin, leaving him hanging there with one arm. Hey! A voice shouts above him, and Ori sees Taki Kazo gripping the cabin door with his pistol pointed at his head. Don't mind the drop. Bang. The bullet bounces off of Ori's forehead and temporarily dazes him, allowing the ninja to finally kick him free of the AV. Ori spins through the air and eventually collides with a tall building in Japantown, his head going through the wall and into someone's bathroom, as they were using it. Fucking shit. He curses at his failure to kill Taki, only to pause when the smoke clears and reveals a mother and her young daughter who had been in the process of bathing. This ain't what it looks like, he says with a tentative grin that doesn't look all that great with the blood covering him. Pedophile. Kick. Shi-I-I-I. I-T-T-T-T-T. Taki Kazo cackles as the infamous zombie flies off who knows where. The fact the guy had almost killed him was already forgotten in lieu of the embarrassing defeat he'd suffered. Haha, did you see that? Taki slaps Norio's shoulder, not noticing his bodyguard's slight tremoring. Why you? You killed Sikiasa? He mutters in a low tone. Huh? What was that? Why you killed Sikiasa? You killed J. Julia? Why you killed Soda-sama? All those PP people. Norio raises his head and bares his teeth. And no more. You will hurt no one else, he suddenly roars, and in a fit of violence throws the former Tiger Claw leader right out of the AV as the Arasaka ninja watches in shocked silence. And, this is Sparta? Both observe as the man's body splatters against one of the many skyscrapers, barely leaving a red smear as evidence, the only evidence he'd existed at all. Norio turns towards the ninja, his head twitching erratically. All of you are guilty. What the dash? The pilot starts, but isn't able to react as his head splatters against the windshield, the AV quickly spinning in the air and crash landing in the river. And the The surviving ninja tries to climb out of the river, but squeaks as his leg is gripped by a manic-looking Norio. You are guilty. All guilty. Chapter 203, Bar Crawl. News of Taki Kazo's death reached Ori's ears hours after the raid had ended. He'd scraped himself off of the floor after falling and made a walk of shame back to his crew, reporting what had happened. No one blamed him aside from a few since he'd ran ahead and still let Taki escape, but the derisive looks lessened into the mocking ones of people finding his tale hilarious. Wakako had her people drag out the bodies of the dead and throw them onto a huge pyre in the middle of the street, all but declaring her faction victorious. Then, much to many people's shock, she had the gang renamed to Dragon Claws. A few people protested, but they were quickly silenced, either by their fellows or Wakako personally if they got loud enough. Ori's original plans for the evening hadn't changed after Taki's death was discovered. He planned to get shit-faced and forget about it, but now he was just getting shit-faced to celebrate. It wasn't only him either. The entire city quickly learned of the Tiger Claws eradication and the introduction of the Dragon Claws. He was pretty sure Wakako had a hand in it, but the fact that Zombie had a large part in it had also made the rounds, much to his chagrin. Being a known name was good, but being too well known wasn't exactly beneficial. Regardless, he was soon swamped with congratulations from friends and colleagues. Bats, Quentin, Rogue, Judy, Susie, hell, even the guys from the combat zone hit him up. Maine and his crew also got in contact, which ended up with everyone getting together to party. Now that the Dragon Claws had taken over, Ori could actually spend time in Japantown without getting shot at. So, that's it then? No more Tiger Claws? David questions as he, Ori, Pilar, and Maine stroll down the street to get to the nightclub. Ori shrugs, hopefully. I've had enough of those assholes pissing around kidnapping people. They'd be human cockroaches if they could pull themselves together now. Whatever. All you guys did was let those Dragon Claws replace them as top dog fuckers. They'll be riding around the city on those douchey cockrockets by the end of the week. Pilar scoffs. Dunno about that. They might not want to get on the zombies' bad side. Maine chuckles. You're just mad I've been in the game half the time you have and done twice as much. Ori retorts, avoiding his attempt to smack him on the back. To be honest, I wouldn't want everyone to call me Mega Man either. Will you lay off that already? That shit's dead in the water. The large Merc grouses. Practice what you preach. Ori throws a glance at David. The kid was visibly taller than last he'd seen him, his legs larger and with obvious cyberware judging by the humming sound his body made with every step. It was not audible to anyone else, of course, but Ori's senses were stupidly acute at this point. Taken up a sword then? Ori questions, looking at the katana at the boy's hip. Yeah, thought on what you told me and it made sense. Works like a charm anyway. He grins, resting a hand on the scabbard. He ain't lying. Cut some Russian gonk into mincemeat before the guy realized he'd been hit. Maine adds, you sure you should be bringing it? Guns are a no-brainer, but I doubt they'd let you in with someone so obvious. Ori queries. David shrugs non-committally. I'll sneak. The group step around a street corner, but Ori pauses in front of an alley, the group looking back at him in confusion. Something wrong? Hey dash, we're being watched. A voice from the alley draws everyone closer, allowing them to see two teenagers spray painting something on the wall in luminescent paint. Pilar almost busts a gut with laughter when he realizes what it is. A big-ass mural with an old-school green-skinned zombie firing submachine guns akimbo, killing cartoonishly evil men who wore Arasaka-issue suits. Not only that, but they also had Japanese-style straw hats with Tiger Claw written on them. Ha 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 ha, that's the funniest shit I've ever seen. Nice one, kids. Ha 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 ha. Pilar cackles, much to the teenager's annoyance. What's so funny, you Grinch doppelganger motherfucker? One angrily says while jabbing a finger at him. You one of those corpo cocksuckers? Don't like zombies shoveling out the shit? Ha 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 ha. Ori palms his face and looks away. You sure Zombie would want you doing this? This building is corpo-owned, so fuck 'em. You know, I like you kids. David gives them a thumbs up. Keep on keeping on, and don't mind what the schizos on TV tell ya. The teens huff. Least one of you gonks ain't full of shit. They say before running away, presumably to tag more corpo property. Heh, nice fans you got. Maine quirks a huge grin. I'd rather be nameless than be a hero to edgy teenagers. He sighs before moving on. If he was lucky, he'd get them drunk enough to forget about this. Huh, so you guys were joking about putting your face on? Ori remarks as he and the others approach the girls of the two crews. Rebecca, Lucy, Dorio, and Sasha just glance at the unimpressed-looking Kiwi and laugh to themselves. At Ori's furrowed brow, Pilar decides to pitch in. Don't worry about it. They were probably just syncing up their periods or some HK. Do you ever shut up? Dorio mutters as both she and Rebecca give him a punch and a kick respectively. See? I told you. Pilar responds despite his best interest. I ain't seen you in weeks, but don't think I won't beat your ass, bro. Pilar shoves Ori in front of him and takes cover, Look what you've done to my sis. She wasn't this abusive before. I don't have to listen to you bitch and moan after I got done beating you anymore. Rebecca cracks her knuckles. Say sorry, or you'll be drinking beer through a tube. Fuck you. Yahahaha. Pilar shouts and runs past them towards the nightclub, showing his ID and hurriedly entering before anyone can react. He's one sad puppy. Dorio sighs. Chapter 204, Romantics. David isn't allowed in the club with his sword, but he easily sneaks in with his Sandevistan, allowing the group to grab a booth and a bunch of drinks. Ori had never actually been to a place like this, not unless you included the afterlife, but he didn't count that as a club. The drinks were expensive, someone was singing on a stage, and the dance floor was filled to the brim with people and on the brink of straight turning into an orgy judging by how they were grinding up against one another. This a new thing? Ori queries as Lucy and David sit next to one another, the latter dropping his arm on the seat behind her and allowing her to rest her head against him. New? These lovebirds have been sucking on each other's faces for weeks now. Maine snickers. You should have seen him when they first did the dirty. Kid was skipping like some ugly ballerina. David flushes at that. Can we go back to making fun of you too? He sighs helplessly. Oh no. We're not gonna skip past you netting the ice queen. Maine presses. Yeah. Come on, Luce. Tell us how it happened. Did you take him to space again? Rock his world? Rebecca leans forwards and asks. How'd you know about that? Lucy blinks. The only one who knew about that was David. David coughs lightly. I told Maine about it. Don't trip though. He was crushing on you hard and needed advice. Looked like a dog who'd lost his tail. The large man reassures, following the tenets of the bro code. And Maine told everyone else? Lucy deadpants. Rebecca shrugs. Hey, people like us don't get to experience romance like that. She sends a short glare at Ori. Taking your BF to the moon is like the step above Paris. Or old Paris, I guess. We weren't dating back then, she huffs. But look at you now, whittled down by his boyish charms. That or you seriously dropped your standards. Rebecca pauses and adds the last part. David straightens in his seat. Hey. She raises her hands placatingly. It's one or the other. I was technically complimenting you, you know? Lucy sips her drink. Let's not start comparing lovers. She tilts her head at them. You know who'd win. Huh. You really think so? Look at my hunk and say that with a straight face. Rebecca grabs a hold of Ori's metal arm. I prefer my guy less gorilla-like. No offense, Maine. Smiles demurely. Who are you calling gorilla? That's supposed to be racist or something, he jokingly exclaims. Before Lucy can respond, Pilar arrives at the table, and with a companion, hey, have you me TP peeler? The clearly drunk girl slurs as he sits her in his lap, grabbing a hold of any part of her body he finds interesting. Really, bro? You can't net a girl that's not completely fucked up? Rebecca grouses. He chortles. I pick up drunk girls, and your boyfriend picks up girls who look like children. I know who I'd rather be. What did you say? Rebecca shrieks, throwing her glass at him, but it ends up smashing against his date's head, knocking her clean out. Someone take the girl to a doc before she bleeds out. Kiwi mutters as blood starts to pool from the drunk girl's forehead. I'll do it. Sasha sighs and carries the girl out. Pilar faces Rebecca with an exaggerated karate stance. You may have defeated my date, but you are out of ammo OHH. He falls onto his back as Ori's glass hits him. My drink. Ori bemoans. I'll buy you another. Besides, does anyone here disapprove of that? She jabs a finger at the groaning Pilar. Nah, at the least it'll teach him to not mess with drunk chicks. Dorio shrugs. Can we get back to Davy and Luce hooking up? Rebecca demands. What's there to say? They hooked up, that's the end of it. Kiwi drawls. David scratches the back of his head. It was more than that, but alright, I guess. Sounds like a scoop. So, what now? Any more big gigs planned? Maine asks Ori. We got swamped by Faraday, so maybe you'd want to help out? Took too much on your plate, huh? I guess I can chip in if you need it. I'll be wanting an even split, though. You fucked on the roof after watching rockets launch? Rebecca slams her hands onto the table. That's so romantic. You're in the doghouse now, kid. Maine snickers at Ori. You gotta match what Lucy got, or you'll never hear the end of it. Trust me, I know. Do you now? Elaborate. Dorio states and leans closer, reaching under the table and grabbing something that has the large man stiffen, in both senses of the word. Ori leans back in his seat. Everyone's too loud. Or maybe that's the drink talking, he mutters to himself. No, they're really too loud. Kiwi quietly responds, sipping her drink through a straw. The night continues with the group getting increasingly tipsy. He couldn't deny that it was fun though. He'd done a couple rounds of dancing with almost everyone, barring Pilar who was prowling for his next victim. He finishes his sixth song with Rebecca when some gonkfucker vomits on his shoes. He would have got Rebecca too if he hadn't lifted her up like a limp cat. Alright, you got 5 seconds to clean that shit, or we're going at it. he growls. Sorry, Blarg. The guy turns and pukes his guts up into a trash can. He couldn't justify beating the shit out of some poor cunt who didn't know his limit, so he just sighs and stumbles his way to the toilets. He wasn't spending the rest of the night smelling like last night's kibble. Unbeknownst to him, someone had followed him in, someone he hadn't seen for a while. Excuse me. See, can we talk in private? Chapter 205, Accosted. Excuse me. See, can we talk in private? Ori, who'd had his foot under running water in the sink, turns and crooks a brow at the woman. Rough black hair, brown eyes, and dull, almost boring features. Unless you're hiding a cock under that skirt, this is the gents. He states and continues his task. No. Ori, I think we need to talk, she affirms, catching him off guard by her use of his name. Did one of my friends call me that? You need to learn that they're liars when they're drunk. He retorts, more on edge. She sighs. Of course you don't recognize me. It's me, Christy. Okay, even if it was, why would I care? He quietly asks. Because you're the reason I'm here, doing side gigs in shitholes like this with a new face. The whole fucking city is on my ass, 'cause they think I killed my bandmates, she angrily exclaims. He drops his other foot under the tap. I actually like this bar, so? They locked down my accounts. Millions of eddies. Poof. Gone. I had to sell my guitar. And that's my problem, how? Let me guess, to get paid to blow me? He sneers. I want you to help sort out the mess you made. I paid you to see it done, and look where I am now, she angrily rants. Finally finished cleaning his shoes, he washes his hands and turns to her. You paid to kill your bandmates. We did that. I don't know how people found out about it. Maybe you let something slip, who knows? All that matters is that we did what we were asked to do. He shakes his head. I don't recall seeing a trial, so I bet you didn't even try defending yourself. The fact your face isn't plastered all over the news means they don't want it publicized either. Sounds to me like this mess is your fault, he says and tries to push past her. She steps in his way and braces a hand against his chest, however. No, you have to fix this. I can't live like this anymore. Do you know what it's like going from 5-star hotels and food to sex motels and rotten street food? Yeah, the difference is, I pulled myself out of it. You dropped in it yourself. I'd recommend you get back to singing. Don't want to lose this gig, he states and walks past, leaving the seething woman in the male bathroom. Something up? You look like someone threw up on your shoes again, Rebecca asks as he gets back to the table. Nothing. Shit was harder to get rid of than I thought. Good, damn. Ori curses as he wakes up, still somehow finding himself in the bar. He'd apparently slept on a booth seat with Rebecca passed out on his chest, but it wasn't just him present. Many other people were still sleeping around the place. Everyone else was there too. All but Kiwi Sasha, who'd presumably gone home, the latter after dropping that chick at a dock. David and Lucy had woken up, the netrunner holding her boyfriend's hair as he vomits in a nearby trash can. What the fuck happened last night? He utters, sitting up and gripping his head. Don't move. Rebecca groans, burying her face into his shirt. He glances over and spots Pilar stepping out of the toilets and zipping up his pants with a grin on his face. Do you know what happened? 'Cause I don't remember shit. Heh, some corpo asshat decided to celebrate something. Had his guys bring in a shitload of stims and started slinging him. Huh, you should have seen it. Never seen such amateurs before in my life. Ori furrows his brow. We didn't, right? Not all of us would be stupid enough to do some stranger's drugs. Pilar shrugs. We were all pretty fucked up by the time that happened. I don't think those two slept either. He points at Lucy and David. Last I saw they'd been plugged in for hours. Shit must have finally hit him. Bro, go away. Your voice is annoying. Rebecca tiredly waves him off. Ori tunes out the siblings bickering and glances at his interface, where a bunch of missed calls and texts were. Missed call. Missed call. Missed call. Zombie. It is imperative that you move to a safe location immediately. You are in danger. Arasaka are enacting military protocols. I repeat, move now. 3 hours ago. He blinks the sleep out of his eyes as he stares at the message, taking a few seconds to realize what it was. He wanted to believe someone was pranking him, but he was pretty sure they weren't lying. Shit. He shoves Rebecca off of him and stands, making sure his revolvers were still there as he makes his way to the door. If he was going to be hunted, he needed to get away from everyone before they became targets too. Hey, where the fuck were you going? Pilar exclaims at his sudden departure. No time, I just need to go, he says, marching out the door. Once he steps onto the sidewalk, however, he quickly realizes a problem. The bar had already been surrounded. Not obviously, but he could see the snipers on nearby rooftops, all of them shifting to face him. They were all unmarked, presumably to give Arasaka an out should they be discovered, but something told him they weren't going easy anymore. Moku gets sighted. He could barely hear from the building opposite the bar, his software translating the Japanese. One of the 3 capture targets. Employ non-lethal rounds. One of the 3, he mutters, confused. Who else but him would Arasaka want to capture? David, maybe? For his Sandevistan and ridiculous tolerance for implants? Maybe Maine? His thoughts are cut short as he moves to the left to avoid a bullet, only for it to explode in a shockwave of energy, an EMP round. His body seizes, his flesh unaffected by the nanites in his blood, brain, and almost every other organ certainly were. Even with their preventative measures, the damage would cripple them if allowed to continue. Chapter 206, Arasaka. YYYYOUUUU and mother F **KRS. Ori roars as he forces himself backwards, avoiding more EMP shots as he falls back into the bar, twitching and spasming all the while. Holy shit. You okay, kid? Pilar runs over and kicks the door closed, shoving a fat unconscious in front of it as a makeshift barrier. DDO, I look okay. He forces himself to his feet as the denizens of the bar cautiously look at him. Arasaka are out there hunting our asses. They got snipers everywhere. You're joking. Dorio frowns as she and Maine make their way over. Do you think I have epilepsy or something? I just got shocked by those bastards. Wait, so Arasaka is here? Lucy aggressively asks. Ori peeks through the tinted window, noting that a bunch of civilian vehicles had been set up nearby the ends of the streets, most likely ready to block off any escape attempt should they try it. If I have to keep repeating myself, we might as well hand ourselves to them. Yes, they're fucking here. David wipes his mouth and spits at the floor. What are we doing then? Let's bail before they can storm us. Bang, bang, bang. The group look over to see some strangers who tried to surrender themselves, hands to the sky with their knees on the sidewalk. That is, until Arasaka put a volley of bullets into them, spraying the pavement with crimson. Clearly they were in a no witnesses sort of mood. This causes the other people in the bar to start panicking, but Ori was more focused on getting his own friend out alive right now. Anyone got a plan? Because right now we're pretty fucked. They've jammed the entire street. We'd only be able to call the NCPD through this place's fiber optics. Lucy reports. Any chance we can fight our way out? David questions. Fat chance. Corpo fucks VE planning for this. They know what we got and what not. They'll be ready for us. Maine grouses, prepping his arm cannon for combat. Great. UF **K up my life yet again. Good job, Ori. The disguised Christy Klert spits from the side of the room, a beer in her hand. Fuck off, bitch number 5. You want to complain, go give it to the asshole shooting at us. Rebecca angrily replies. Ori shakes his head. Don't mind her, just a washed-up criminal. He glances back at the door. Seriously, any ideas? The silence was telling. 2 teams of veteran mercs and no one had a clue how to approach the situation. The fact that Arasaka had somehow blocked off the entire street stopped anyone from noticing the wide-range jamming, and were now executing civilians on sight only emphasized how severe things were. Maybe the corpo that had given everyone stims last night had been in on it, keeping them all in one place so they could set up a perimeter. Plus the fact they knew EMP would K him up worse than getting his brain blown out meant Maine was right in his assumption. I think. Lucy speaks up while running a hand through her pastel-colored hair. I've got a plan. Operative 024F lets out a cool breath as she stares through the scope of her rifle. Things were going according to plan, and soon they'd have permission to assault the building. 7 targets, 3 capture, and 4 COS. It was just unfortunate they had to kill 5 innocents before the rest got the right idea. Though, it might not matter depending on how the higher-ups feel. Having this all revealed to the public would probably see everyone involved purged for posterity's sake. Wait, did someone order the transports early? She queries over the comms as a dozen trucks barrel down the road. She quickly realizes her mistake, however, as sirens start blaring. Someone called the NCPD. Captain, please advise. Captain, she repeats, heart beating faster as the police get closer and closer. Allow them into our MSB, then execute. Her captain commands. Affirmative, she sighs, turning her rifle to the cars and aiming for the drivers. Their armored windscreens wouldn't protect against the caliber of her rifle. It'd be a clean kill. Bang. The driver's head explodes as he swerves his car into a wall, causing the others to speed up and drive around him. They don't get far, however, as the other snipers take their shots, quickly whittling down the NCPD force. Those that remain all leap out of their cars and behind cover, quickly locating the snipers and opening fire. Poise spotted. They're running for the NCPD. Someone shouts over the comms and she looks over, finding the targets running towards the NCPD in a crowd of civilians that had also come from the bar. Non-lethal rounds on the targets. Do not kill Poise at any cost. Units 2 and 3 finish the NCPD. Click. She growls under her breath and quickly reloads her weapon, but when she tries to lock onto her target again, trying to aim around the other fleeing civilians and his own weird movements. BLAM. Zombie fires his revolver all the way from the ground level and manages to shoot straight through her scope, sending glass and metal fragments into the mask covering her face. She tries to take a blind shot, but feels another impact which sends her falling to the ground. She gasps and stares through the hole in her visor at the crimson quickly gathering below her head. So much blood. She tries to blink, but notices the absence of feeling in her left eye. It was gone, along with most of her skull on that side. She couldn't move or talk. She could only stare as her lifeblood leaked out and listen to her comrades over the comms. But even they crackle out and die, an obvious sign of a Netrunner attack. Only one thought materialized through all of this, however. Good shot. Chapter 207, Grand Theft Auto. Bang. Ori ducks lightly as a civilian falls down dead next to him. He'd managed to kill 2 of the snipers, but after that they'd started aiming solely for him with those annoying fucking MP shots. He was just lucky there were so many civilians to act as meat shields, otherwise he and the rest of his group would be faring far worse. The NCPD had been momentarily distracted by the large group running at them, but the cries and pleading for help had them continuing to return fire at the Arasaka agents. A few had attempted to call backup by the jammers were still up, causing one police unit to get back in their car and flee, presumably to call for backup. "One of you with me. I'll take the crashed car, the rest of you take another," Ori exclaims as he runs to the NCPD vehicle that had had its driver headshot before the firefight began. It had been plowed into the wall, leaving the hood and bumper severely dented and locked in place between a lamppost and a wall. "Pilar, go with him." Main orders with his arm opening up and firing an explosive over the street at the rooftop, forcing a small group of snipers to change positions and granting the NCPD temporary reprieve. "All of you take cover," the sergeant of the police unit shouts at the group, while widely gesturing at the small vehicular blockade. Ori allows a smirk and changes directions. "No thanks." He replies and gives a hard kick to the side of the crashed car, pushing and righting it at the center of the road. He then tears the door off and throws the corpses onto the pavement, allowing him, Rebecca, and Pilar to pile in. "What the F*** K do you think you're doing?" the wide-eyed officer roars, but doesn't dare turn his gun on them for fear of retaliation. He was already pinned down. Adding another enemy on their weak side would be like painting "shoot me" on his back. Maine and the others grabbed a car too. "Drive," Rebecca exclaims, and he hits the accelerator, only for the engine to falter as a dozen EMP rounds hit the car. "Fuck. Someone shoot those assholes. It ain't like I brought the right gear for this shit." Pilar returns, leaning out of the car and firing at the distant snipers with a dinky little pea shooter. "I think Lucy's already on it," Pilar exclaims, pointing in the distance at a sniper who stands and grips his head. A moment later his head slumps, and he turns his gun at his comrade, blowing their head off in a show of spectacular gore. "That girl's a menace," Rebecca exclaims at the display. They were all aware of how strong Arasaka agents' ice walls would be, yet the girl had broken through them even without the proper equipment. Bang bang bang. "ARGFUCK. Pilar shouts as he receives bullets in the back. "Go already," he all but shrieks as he stabs a stim into his chest. Ori starts the car again and finally, there's a lull in the EMP rounds. Without a second's wait he hits it, launching the car down the road as Dorio drives after them in the other car. "Haha, we did it." "David, shut the hell up." "Rebecca, you did it now, kid." "Maine, why did you say that?" "Pilar, what?" "David, well watch." Ori leans forwards and looks up through the front windscreen as AVs begin flying overhead, 304, all equipped with heavy guns which immediately annihilate the NCPD men who'd been trying to protect the civilians. After that, though, they started following the group. "You jinxed it, you baby-face bastard." "Rebecca, how's that my fault?" "David, it just is." "Rebecca, all of you shut the hell up. We'll blitz it through the city center. Even Arasaka wouldn't fly their AVs there." "Ori, and if they do?" "Lucy, no idea. Now shoot those corpo clowns before they zero us." Ori shouts over the comms as he sees them turn slightly in his wing mirror, obviously lining up their door guns. He drifts around a corner and onto the pavement under a large building, barely bringing them out of sight of the AV. Dorio's car wasn't so lucky, however. She tries to follow him on a tight line, but she wasn't nearly as competent of a driver as he was, causing her to go wide. A spray of the door gunner clips the rear lights and tears the muffler off, barely missing her wheels. She hurriedly brings it in, but the damage caused made it obvious just how perilous the situation was. That thing was firing 20mm rounds, and the new potholes in the road were to show for it. They were seriously lucky to be Japantown, a place the AVs were struggling to follow due to all of the infrastructure and underground locals. Even then, the AVs knew precisely where they'd be, and Ori was pretty sure they'd be trapped like rats if they tried to enter any tunnels. After all, Arasaka had probably already mapped out all of them. They approach the river but avoid the bridge that goes straight into the Corpo Plaza due to the lack of cover, instead heading further south to the next one. The metro station hung over the entire area, giving them some amount of reprieve. At least, until someone hacked the fucking crime prevention system, causing auto turrets to start springing up and opening fire on them. Lucy immediately starts countering their efforts, but by then the wheel of Ori's car had been punctured 3 times over, causing the car to start limping down the road. Fuck it. I'm calling my truck. This car won't take any more damage. Ori, don't bother. I got Falco coming in hot. He'll pick us up on the highway under the park. Should be enough cover to keep the AVs off our backs. Maine, do you have any idea how much security is down there? Lucy, you will have to keep the turrets down for the time being then. The rest of us will work on knocking them down with ya. Maine. Chapter 208, Broke News. Judes, you've got like 6 BDs to edit. Get your ass up, you lazy bum. Susie remarks with folded arms as she stands at the door of the workshop. Judy rolls around on her couch, almost tipping her tub of ice cream over as she addresses her boss. I've waited more than a year to have a day off. The tigers are gone and the porn addicts can wait, she states as the TV blares behind her. Everyone's working their asses off fixing shit though. Tell them to their faces you'd rather have a vacation. Everything's basically already done. All that's left is building the stuff they burned, and we hired people for that. Judy tilts her head. Why don't you tell me what you've been doing for the past 3 hours? Playing Pappy Bird and backseat managing the bar? Seeing Susie not responding, Judy shuffles over and pats the couch and takes out a fresh tub of ice cream from the fridge. Come to think of it, when's the last time you chilled out? Screw it. Susie smirks, shrugging off her coat and kicking up her legs as she drops onto the couch. Got any movies going? Yeah. On TTHD they're a rerun of the Titanic, Revenge of the Sink. Just gotta wait till the adverts are done and dash. The TV flashes as an emergency broadcast starts up. A news anchor in the corner of the screen as a helicopter follows 2 NCPD cars which were being chased by some unmarked AVs. Breaking news. Multiple assailants have been spotted going through the city in a trail of destruction. Both Night City Police Department vehicles have been stolen, and we have seen no updates on who the aerial pursuers are. 6 people have already been reported dead, killed on the road in their vehicles after one of the unknown AVs opened fire on one of the stolen cars. We ask you to stay indoors or any establishment you can immediately to avoid any more casualties. The news helicopter zooms in on the cars, and Judy was taken aback by the sight of some very familiar people leaning out the windows and firing at the AVs. While their faces were obscured, the pale skin and colorful clothes of Rebecca, the punk style and long limbs of her brother, and even the dark skin, cybernetic cannon arm, and dark skin of Maine made it fairly apparent who they are. Her spoon falls out of his hand as she leans forwards, watching intently as the 2 cars continue to barely avoid the AV's attacks. Judging by how one of the cars was hopping as if a wheel was square, that wouldn't last. What the hell are they doing? You know him? Susie questions with a mouth full of ice cream. It's Rebecca and her friends. Susie spit takes. Are they crazy? If not crazy, then fucking stupid. She jabs a finger at the 6 NCPD heavy SWAT cars barreling down a side road, ready to sideswipe the fleeing stolen vehicles. Rebecca, you got 6 cars trying to ram you on the right side of the main street. Judy. Thankfully, they seem to have got their warning, the 2 cars swerving to the side and slowing slightly, allowing the NCPD cars to overshoot and forcing them to form a makeshift blockade on the left side of the street. This is easily bypassed by simply going in the opposite direction, however. The stolen cars make a hard right and then slip onto the opposite bypass, driving on the opposite side of the road and barely avoiding oncoming traffic. Judy grips the couch's armrest tightly as they somehow manage to get through it without a head-on collision, and the news helicopter loses sight of them as they drive under Memorial Park in the Corpo Plaza. We have lost sight of the wait. Turn the screen. The news anchor panics as the AVs twist around with its door gunners looking straight at the helicopter. They open fire, and the broadcast shows the aircraft spinning out of control before crashing into the side of the Arasaka Tower, exploding on impact. Oh my god. The news anchor mutters as the broadcast switches focus solely on her. I think I need a minute, she says and quickly walks off, allowing regular programming to continue. Shit. Who are those guys? Susie mutters with an intense look on her face. No idea, but they have it out for Rebecca and anyone who messes with that. Judy stands and makes her way to her computer, deciding to see if she could help out, unlikely as it was. Ori stops the car in the middle of the highway and gets out, ignoring the beeping cars that had stopped in response to them on either side of the road. Where's Falco? Get in already, you dumb sacks, oh shit, the man himself shouts from a nearby truck. Haha, nice timing. Maine grins as he slides open the door and allows everyone else in. Wait, a familiar yet out-of-place voice shouts, prompting everyone to look over as Christy Clerk clambers out of the car Dorio had been driving, her arms and torso covered in bleeding bullet marks. Help. Who the F*** carry you, bitch? Maine growls, pointing his gun at her. Who cares? Get in the goddamn car, he shouts, and everyone does so. including Christy, who all but forces her way in with the determination of a zombie. Falco starts the car and starts driving like a normal citizen, hoping the switch in vehicles would buy them some time. So, ignoring the coyote in the hen house, where you plan on us going? 'Cause I don't think I can outdrive the whole city. Not in a truck this size anyhow. Boom. The sound of the helicopter exploding against Arasaka Tower rings out and reverberates through the truck. Falco just quirks a brow at them over his shoulder. See what I mean? We're up shit creek without a paddle. On driftwood. Chapter 209. Terrorists. Falco drives the group down the highway and straight towards Alexander Street, where the bridge into Watson sits. Thankfully, almost everyone's attention was drawn towards the explosion hitting Arasaka Tower, allowing them to get some distance. Even though, however, the Arasaka AVs were somehow tracking them, flying circles around their general vicinity. They didn't seem to be able to accurately pick out which vehicle they were in, so they started doing the next best thing, destroying everything on the road. The door gunners opened fire straight down the street, killing hundreds of people both in their cars and those on the pavement that hadn't heard the emergency broadcast. It was a horrific spectacle of epic proportions, and if it continued any longer, they might even start to approach the casualties of the NC Holocaust. Shit, I think they're onto us. Falco exclaims as the cars on either side of the truck got lit up. He'd rapidly slowed down to avoid it, but that action alone drew attention to them. Ori looks around the back of the truck. You got anything that could take them out? My guns won't get through their armor. Under the seat behind me. Maine moves over and Ori cracks it open, revealing a large sniper rifle that had been painted with camo but scratched and worn down. Hey, that's a Militech Catalyst MK 3.2. Special Ops used it in the last Corpo War. Rebecca states, leaning forwards to examine it as if they weren't currently under fire. Less of a history lesson. Will it work? David asks the question everyone was thinking. Ori shrugs and hefts it up. It weighed enough that a baseline human would need a stabilizer to shoot it. It'll have to, he says, stuffing the direly few magazines of ammo into his pocket before kicking the back door open. It's only got 4 shots a clip. Rebecca intones behind him. Can someone just do something already? Christy shrieks from the wind, whipping her hair, pushing herself against the back of Falco's seat. The AVs, seeing Ori, all reorient and begin readying themselves, uncaring of the large gun in his hands. He takes aim at the cockpits, knowing whatever caliber bullet this gun had would only break the glass. The shot was stupidly difficult. The bumping of the truck was enough to throw him off, even without Falco swerving to drive past traffic and the wreckages of destroyed vehicles. Thankfully, the nanites came in clutch, activating a number of systems they'd stolen from the animal kingdom. The gyrostatic systems of birds were stupidly effective in this scenario, especially when applied to everything above the knee. Cracko. He fires, and the bullet strikes the windshield in front of the pilot. The guy behind the glass gapes at the huge cracks running through it and begins evasive maneuvers, but Ori's next shot stops that. Shatter. First, the shrapnel of the glass hits the pilot, shredding his face and neck. Then the bullet finally puts an end to him. He slumps on the controls, which span the AV out of control, at least until the automated systems kick in, forcing it to fly off to a designated area. This left the group with 3 more AVs to deal with, all of which had already taken aim. Ori takes aim at another AV, but before he or the enemy could fire, a large shadow approaches with sirens blaring. You are under arrest. You are ordered to surrender now, or lethal force will be employed. A voice commands from one of the 5 NCPD AVs as it flies next to the terrorists, an automated gun aiming at the door gunner. Haha, looks like the cops are finally good for something. Pilar laughs. Get down, you idiot. Rebecca shouts, pushing him over, and Ori braces himself. NCPD or not, the Arasaka men hadn't killed hundreds of people just to stop now, which was obvious when they ignored the officer's order and opened fire on Falco's truck. God damn it. Ori shouts as he tries to absorb as much of the fire as possible with his arms. The sheer size of the bullets was punching huge dents into his armored arms, and those that slipped past went straight through him and into the cabin at his back. The NCPD also opened fire, instantly killing the nearest Arasaka door gunner and blowing the jet from another, causing it to slow and eventually crash into the road behind the group. Ori slams the truck's door closed and stumbles back inside with blood gushing from his wounds. His arms had been turned to sieves, his torso in a similar situation. Half of his neck had simply been blown off, destroying the whole external carotid artery, and that's not even mentioning the dozen or so holes where his heart should have been. He chokes slightly as everyone stares at him with morbid fascination, but he ignores it and spits a globule of organ/blood, who knows what else onto the floor. Everyone good? He rasps out, applying pressure to his neck so the nanites would have an easier time healing him. What the hell is going on? Christy screams, pulling her foot away from the increasingly growing pool of blood on the floor. Wait, that didn't belong to Ori. Her eyes dart to the sides where Dorio sat, clutching her chest with an intense look. Funny. Hadn't noticed that. She mutters, staring down at her blood-covered hand. Dorio? Main exclaims, rushing over to her side and almost dropping the stim he'd grabbed. Shit, you're hit bad. He mutters as he injects her with it. Apply pressure to the wound. Lucy shouts, rushing over and porting into Dorio's interface to get a scan from her own systems. Unfortunately, it didn't look good. The bullet had nicked the thoracic aorta and collapsed one lung. Shit. Someone do something? Main shouts, but everyone present was silent. No one could do anything for an injury like that. Why are you all staying quiet? Do you not want to help? Main whirls on Ori, who was still in the process of recovering. What about you? You got your head blown off? Surely you can help her now? Chapter 210. Sucker. What about you? You got your head blown off? Surely you can help her now? Main desperately demands, still applying pressure to the rapidly paling Dorio. And my shit doesn't work like that. It's a personal implant. Ori breathily utters. He'd questioned the nanites, but they were useless here. To work outside his body, they had to be in contact or in the immediate vicinity of the injector. Even if he did inject them into Dorio, they'd need to do a full body scan in order to not immediately kill her. Despite acting as a single consciousness, the nanites were singular existences. From their point of view, he'd essentially be throwing them into a minefield and told to fix a single defective mine within a 10-mile radius. They'd be more likely to liquefy her organs than heal her. You lying SSK shit. You just don't want none of us in on that chrome you got. Ain't that it? He angrily accuses in response to Ori's refusal. Don't think I forgot whose fucking fault it is that got us in this mess. Those Corpo F **KRS are after you. Ori scowls. They're not just after me. They said they were after 7 people, and you'd be stupid to think any of us weren't included in that. I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do. We should get her to a dock quick, and maybe she can be saved dash. We can't stop nowhere right now. Those goddamned AVs are still on our asses. 3 of the NCPD ship already got shot down. Falco shouts from the front. Main just grits his teeth and puts his full attention on Dorio, applying enough pressure to her chest to break a couple ribs. Lose him and find somewhere then. We're not letting her die like this. See, chill out, Main. Dorio says despite the blood dribbling from her lips. Shit. Dorio. In the background, David catches Lucy's eyes, but she shakes her head. He wanted to reassure Main, but he was more likely to get punched in the face right now, ignoring the fact they were still in a police chase. Falco skids off of the bridge into Watson and speeds down the southernmost road of Little China. He'd barely avoided one police blockade already, but with how close they were to the NCPD HQ, he doubted they'd make it through the next, even with their focus still mostly on the AVs following hot on their trail. He tried to make a getaway through some lesser-known alleys and tunnels, but they'd already been cordoned off by both automated turrets and NCPD patrol cars. Even now, 3 cars were following from around 3 blocks away, ready to kick the shit out of them if they dared stop. Despite Main's assistance, there wasn't any possibility of stopping. The best chance for her making it through this right now is giving her to the cops. We can break her out of prison afterwards. Fuck that. You heard the kid. Arasaka is hunting us too. What do you think will happen if they capture her? So you're just gonna let her bleed out? She don't have time, and we ain't stopping soon. And maybe we should surrender too? David speaks up, and everyone turns a glare at him for even suggesting it. I mean, we'll have a better chance of helping her from the inside, right? 'Cause it looks to me like we're being run straight out of the city. Don't be fucking stupid. You know what they do to people like us. They'll tear that fancy spine out of your body and dump you in a cell with Tyrone the Sphincter Inspector. I'll put it in a way you'll understand. We'll all be fucked. Pilar shouts. But she's gonna die at this rate. David waves a hand at Dorio. David, that isn't an option. Lucy states in a cold tone. There are fates worse than death. Pilar quickly nods, like getting to know Tyrone. Shut up about that already. We get it. Rebecca growls. Boom. A nearby car explodes, almost upturning the truck, forcing Falco to drive on 2 wheels. Some of the group are thrown to the side, but Main forces himself and Dorio to stay put. I don't want to go out like that. This suits me fine. Dorio quietly rasps out. You dying at all don't suit me. Main shouts, stay with us, we'll fix this. Hell, there's a blockade out front, and there's no way we're getting through it. Falco shouts from the front. Leave it, Main. We both know I'm done. She reaches up and palms his face, smearing blood over his cheek. Was fun while it lasted. Her hand drops and her eyes stray, and Main could feel her heart stop beating. Fuck. Stay with me. Dorio. Dorio. We're gonna ram him. Brace yourselves. Falco repeats. Main stares at Dorio's body and grits his teeth hard enough to draw blood. Phuck. He suddenly roars, standing and opening his arm cannon towards the front windscreen. OFFF. With that he fires, blowing out the window and launches a huge explosive at the blockade, blowing up 3 patrol cars in an instant. Falco drives straight into the fireball, crashing into one of the wreckages, but the truck's weight allows them to push through it, albeit with everyone getting thrown around again. When they exit the smoke, the group found themselves headed down the bridge back into Japantown, much to everyone's confusion. "Why re we heading back in?" Christy shouts as she pulls herself off of the floor covered in Ori and Dorio's blood. "The kid was right. The city's a no-go. We gotta get out and lose the heat," Falco states with squinted eyes due to the shot-out window. "It isn't like we can do anything else." Rebecca adds, "Just do it," Maine says, dropping next to Dorio's boy and laying a hand on her shoulder. Chapter 211. I hate sand. CHK. 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 Ori grunts as he tears out the last of the abandoned building's wiring, tearing a dozen or so feet straight from the infrastructure. He bundled it up and shoves it into the duffel bag at his hip with a sigh. Should be enough? It had been a week since they'd been run out of the city. Arasaka was as relentless as their reputation suggested, enough that they were still being chased even after they passed the state line. They were lucky AVs had a limited range due to how much fuel they used, forcing Arasaka to employ good old cars, trucks, and other vehicles. Thankfully, Arasaka's grip didn't extend over the entire desert. Even their satellites weren't all that useful due to the almost constant sandstorms. While these did obscure the from sight, it was also heavily wearing on Falco's truck, which led to why Ori was scavenging materials now. They had started to run out of fuel a couple days in, but Ori revealed his strange talent of pissing CHOH2. He probably should have explained himself instead of straight up pissing into the fuel inlet. The Falco punch he'd received was almost on the level of Maine. The only real problem with that method was their other lack of supplies, food. As you could probably expect, food in the desert was stupidly hard to find, especially so after all the Corpo Wars tore previously inhabitable land apart. There was only so much nuclear radiation the environment could take before it simply gave up. He required enough food for several men to keep refueling the truck as he had, and the only reason they hadn't all died yet was that they'd stumbled upon a small nomad caravan that had donated their materials. All in all, though, no one was happy with the situation. Sleeping under the stars in the desert was only fun once every few years. It certainly didn't stand up multiple days in a row. Add the almost daily sandstorms which forced everyone to huddle inside Falco's truck, and the discontent was serious. Glaring up at the hostile sun, he hefts his duffel bag and makes his way over to the temporary camp the group had made. David was sat with Lucy as she tried to pick up stray signals. The lack of any nearby transmitters had essentially deafened them to anything happening on the net. As a netrunner, Lucy was like an amputee, and only David's close company had helped her reconcile the loss of an important sense. Rebecca and Pilar were out also scavenging for shit Falco had put on the list. They'd driven over a piece of scrap metal a day ago, which punched a hole into the gas tank, dwindling their also small reserves. He spotted Maine sitting by himself on a rock under the sun, habitually clasping and unclenching his fist as he stared at it. The guy hadn't been the same since Dorio's death. While everyone had been affected to some extent, she was Maine's lover first and foremost. They'd managed to bury her on an unnamed hill 3 days in, but the funeral had been cut short by a small fleet of Arasaka vehicles, which they'd barely evaded thanks to a dust storm. Maine had said he was fine when asked, but Ori was seriously worried about him. Something vital they lacked was immunosuppressants, which were a requirement for anyone with extensive cyberware. David only needed small doses every now and then, same with Lucy, but Pilar, Rebecca, and most of all, Maine, required regular doses to keep themselves running. That wasn't to say they'd die without it, but over time the effects would start to add up. The Nomad caravan had a small amount in stock, but the amount Maine used was quickly biting into their supply. Letting out a sigh, he walks past Maine and to Falco, who had his upper body buried under the hood of his truck. "I found some cables." "HM? Ah, good. Strip the insulation from him and hand it to me." The man replies, not even looking at him. Ori nods, dexterously stripping the materials with his monowire, the monomolecular string easily completing the job. "How's it looking?" "MMPH, patched up the hole in the tank, but it's a half measure. Battery's almost dead, there's no coolant, and I'm pretty sure the damn engine started to melt. So, better than I thought we'd be doing," he summarizes. "To be fair, I didn't think we'd make it out of the city. The thing'd probably be a ton lighter if we removed all the lead they shot at us from it." "Heh, you're probably right, but I'm unsure if those bullets are helping hold it together." He jokes and pulls back, slamming the hood back down. He wipes some oil from his face with his now filthy shirt and surreptitiously glances around the campsite. "How's the crew doing?" "Been too busy to ask. Even if I wasn't, I don't think going anywhere near Maine is a good idea right now." He and Dorio weren't sweethearts, but a loss is a loss. Ori shrugs, leaning against the searingly hot truck. "We need immunoblockers. I trust them, but I'd rather not have potential cyberpsychos at my back. I remember Regina saying trauma could kickstart it, something like losing a loved one. That's ignoring the risk of their bodies rejecting their implants. David and Lucy are probably okay, but Rebecca and Pilar are chromed up to the gills. What about you? You're not exactly Gannic?" "Least, Never seen a regular guy piss fuel. He queries lightly. Ori rolls his black-plated wrist. I'm highly compatible with all my chrome. I'd probably die of old age before my body started rejecting it. If there's anything left of your body, we all saw you get blasted. No way anyone but a full-board could survive that. A voice from the back of the truck makes itself known. Not dead yet, huh, Christy? Chapter 212, Camping Mood. Not dead yet, huh, Christy? He turns as the woman pokes her head over the driver's seat to look at them. No thanks to you. I've only been in 3 deadly situations, and all of them were around you. She grouses, eyes red with black bags under them. No one said anything, but her nighttime sobbing had started getting annoying. It wasn't like she had any other options apart from sticking with the group. She had no eddies left, and due to her lack of software, her face had been plastered across the news last they had access to the net. Apparently, people thought she was part of Zombie's crew, which basically doomed her with Arasaka's attention on them. Thankfully, before they'd lost contact with everyone, he'd sent Sasha and Bats enough eddies to tide them both over until some kind of resolution. He also had Sasha house-sitting and watching his cars. No way was he going to let anyone clep his place before he got back. He regretted a lot of shit, but not being there for his nephew's birth was going to be one of them, alongside essentially abandoning Charlie. Kiwi had also been left behind, which ended up being a good thing as she and Sasha would act as their eyes and ears in the city. They only needed to locate transmitters to get updates, not that such a thing was easy. Bandits love these areas because of the lack of communications, making travelers, nomads, and merchants easy targets. Why don't you try being useful for once, and maybe you'd eat more than the bare minimum. You won't survive with us long if you don't pull your weight, he states, causing the former star's expression to fall. He ain't wrong. Falco adds, right now you're just another mouth to feed. So unless you want to give in to the techies' invitations, we don't got any reason to keep you alive. Ori shrugs his shoulders. Even if you did get with Pilar, you'd be worth F***K all to the rest of us. Sure, you can sing, but unless you can Snow White this shit, I have half a mind to just eat you. She pales. Why you wouldn't? He grins toothily at her. There's a reason they call me Zombie, you know? She eeps and ducks back into the truck, drawing a laugh from Falco. Haha, don't be scaring the lass. Ain't her fault she's completely out of her depth. Ori pushes himself off of the truck. I wasn't joking. I'm not a cannibal, but I've got tech to digest most things, including corpses. Falco lights up a half-smoked cig he'd been whittling down since yesterday. I don't want to hear about that. You gonna do it, keep it away from me. Otherwise do what you gotta. Keep in mind that most folk won't look too kindly on it. In the evening, everyone was gathered around a small campfire, discussing what they were actually going to do. It was apparent that Arasaka had it out for them, especially so when Lucy revealed why they might have been hunting her. Hearing that she'd essentially been enslaved as a child by the corporation had lit a fire under most of them. David was almost frothing in rage at the very thought of it, but that died as she continued. You said they had 3 capture targets? She questions. Ori wets his lips. Yeah, I can say for sure they're probably hunting you and me. You've all probably guessed, but my tech isn't ordinary. Pilar snorts and tosses some more cardboard into the fire. Nah, regrowing a head is small time. Ignoring him, he continued. I found an Arasaka safe in the junkyard and managed to crack it open. Real high-end prototype shit. I looked into it, and apparently Arasaka had lost the tech during the Holocaust. A scientist had grabbed it and fled during the chaos, probably to sell to the highest bidder. What is it? Maine speaks up in a low tone. The tech, I mean, doesn't matter. He shakes his head and redirects the subjects. We should all be able to guess who the 3rd capture target is. All eyes fall on David, who frowns. Really, me? Kid, you beat the shit out of Tanaka's son in front of everyone with the Sandevistan. Knowing you, you probably went shirtless to brag about it too. Pilar states. I had my jacket with me, he retorts. Oh yeah. I might have taken it off, but I had fresh chrome. I didn't want to bleed all over my mom's jacket. He admits. Nice. Showing off some prototype Sandevistan to all the cameras in that classroom. Got balls, kid. Falco remarks. I'm honestly surprised you lasted as long as you did. The Sandy came from a cyberpsycho, and I have it on good authority that most core test their new tech on people before sending him out to go crazy. Your mom must have been good at her job to get it without them noticing, and then you blow it by revealing you had it. Ori explains. Main size, she was one of the best. Lucy links her fingers with the solemn-looking David's. It's no use regretting it now. All it means is that we're in the same boat. He smiles slightly, and they lock lips, despite everyone in the campsite watching with mixed expressions. Man, if I get blue-balled any longer, I might just F***K a cactus. Pilar shouts and drops into the sand. Lucy's taken, and I'm not horny enough to try screwing my own sister. The F***K? I'm also taken if you didn't notice. The pale chibi growls. Yeah, we all fucking notice. The desert doesn't exactly dampen it when you scream like a banshee, he morosely comments. The only other bitch here wants to get on the zombie train too. This is hell. Excuse me? I want nothing to do with this asshole. Christy angrily shouts. Falco just sighs and blows out a ring of smoke before handing the cig to Maine. Can we get back to how we're returning to civilization? I for one don't get paid enough to live like some goddamn mountain man. I like my drink. I like my smoke. I like my women too much to become sand hermit. Chapter 213. State of Mind. The group all sit around with eyes glowing from the data they were processing. A virtual map of the surroundings open in their interface. They were a pretty substantial distance from any cities, with the only actual boon being the fact they were within spitting distance of the main road between the North and South California. More importantly, the road people used to get from Las Vegas to Night City. So what? We either head to Fresno or that shining shithole Vegas? Pilar grudgingly asks. We're not going to any city. Lucy states, Arasaka has a foothold in almost every place we could reach. Only the Noosa would be safe since Militech is king. Closest safe place is Texas, and we'd be lucky to reach New Mexico like this. Falco remarks. You want us to just leave, after what they did to Dorio? Maine growls. What else do you want us to do? We can't even keep ourselves alive right now. How are we going to fight Arasaka? I'd rather die on my feet than live on my back. Those fuckers flatlined Dorio, and you guys want to run? Flee to Texas and hope whoever's in power there doesn't sell us to those goddamn chonos? Maine, all we're talking about is reaching safety. After that we can plan to get back at them. Right now we barely have a car. Let us get back to a city that doesn't want us dead and we'll have some shit to work with. Ori assures. TSCH, I see your jaw moving but you're not saying anything. All of you sit around playing happy fucking daycare. Not one of you bastards said shit about revenge since we got ran out. He palms his face, shaking his head with a frustrated sigh. We head to Vegas and go from there, and I'm not a skin. David turns to Lucy. That doable, or are we gonna get wrecked as soon as we come close? She wets her lips, eyes flashing. Arasaka has property there, but they don't have a hold on it like they do in Night City. The Santo and DMS still rule it, and even they don't have much control over the vast underground networks. Who gives a shit about them? As long as they aren't hunting us, I could give a rat's ass. Rebecca scoffs. She shrugs. Santo won't be, but DMS has ties with everyone, from Arasaka to Militech. Depending on how much Arasaka wants us, we'd have to look out for them. Ori glances at Maine. So Las Vegas. There we can regroup and make some plans. Maybe even a second Holocaust, if we could get our hands on a nuke? No, David shakes his head. If we're gonna hit him, we do it without flatlining everyone else in the process. Yeah, Silverhand had the right idea, but all he did was martyr them. The guy needed to cut the head off of the snake. Kill that old bastard, what's his face, Saburo? Rebecca shrugs. Like that'd do anything, but get us on a list permanently. I doubt the old guy does anything anyway. We'd just be putting targets on our backs. We'll figure it out, hell. I wouldn't be against bombing that space station of theirs. Ori states, for now, living the life of highway robbers will have to suit us. With a basic plan of action decided, the group got moving the next morning, going east down the interstate while giving a wide berth to any small towns they see. They were still too close to Night City, and since these places had active receivers up, it wouldn't be a surprise to see Arasaka men waiting for them. 2 days later, Falco perks up in the driver's seat and slows the car as the road dips down a large hill. Anyone else seeing this? Rebecca hops into the passenger seat from the back. Looks like a stick-up, she easily remarks, spotting a number of cars surrounding a trailer home with 4 people lined up next to it, guns pointed at their backs. We've been needing supplies, and these guys come guilt-free, she grins. Well, everyone get your shit ready. Who knows what these desert assholes are carrying? Any of you get capped by some trash-built grenade launcher, you deserve it. Maine states, opening his arm cannon and using a dirty cloth to wipe dust and sand from it. What about me? Christy blurts out. Maine sniffs at her as if she was covered in burning dog crap, shoving a small pistol into her hands. You make it or break it. Either way, we'll be gaining a Merc or losing a leech. But I don't know how to use one of these. I don't give a shit. Get with it and quickly, he growls, stepping past her and preemptively opening the door and hanging out the back of the truck. Lucy, you close enough yet? No, whatever systems they have are too small to work with. Maine shrugs. Then, kid, I want the leader alive. See if we can't get the local layout, he says, eyeing David. How am I supposed to know who's in charge? Bag the dirtiest, ugliest guy there? Or just cut the hands off all of them? Rebecca offers. You're probably fast enough for it. David reluctantly nods, gripping the handle of his blade. What should we do with the hostages? Depends on if they got anything worth stealing. Pilar remarks and snickers at Christie's wide-eyed look. What? We aren't saints, besides. For all we know, those guys are chain-smoking, cannibal, pedos, who kill kittens for fun. Stop projecting, bro. Rebecca sneers. All right, enough playtime. Those gonks see us already, so get ready for a fight. Ori leans out the back next to Maine with a revolver ready. The 12 or so bandits had already turned towards them, weapons ready but not yet opening fire. One man walks forward and tries to wave them down, as if he wanted to talk. Chapter 2:14. Raffin up. Hang on y'all. Maybe we should hear him out before we gun him down? Falco asks, his lack of front windscreen making him aware of how easily he could get shot in the face. Fine. Main relents, it'll just give the kid more time to move anyway. Falco slowly pulls the truck over, allowing the crew to step out and approach the bandits. They stop a good distance away, and the leading person speaks up. Who are you? You're no merchants, and I don't see any clan shit. What are a bunch of mercs doing in our turf? Main folds his arms, tapping his iron on his shoulder. Don't matter. All you need to know is we're here to buy what you got. We got a discount, though. Discount? You trying to be funny or something? The dirty nomad growls, stepping forward and twirling his sawed-off shotgun on a finger. 'Cause clowns don't last long out here. Main flashes a toothy grin. Yeah, discount. Means you'll drop your shit now. Maybe we'll be generous and let you dig your own graves. Falco quirks a brow at Ori. For as long as they'd known Main, they'd never heard him say something like that before. At least, not seriously. The nomad, apparently having enough, laughs and tries to raise his gun. Emphasis on try. ARRGGHH. He suddenly screams as his hand and gun go flying into the air, 10 of his men behind him crying out simultaneously. The last man holding his gun blinks as David appears in front of him, stabbing forwards with his blade and puncturing his jugular in one clean strike. What the F *** K? The bandit leader shouts, gripping his bleeding stump. Who the fuck are you people? Do you know who we are? No, but we will. Main says before clocking the guy, causing him to spin and fall like some Looney Tunes character. The rest of the bandits all surrender at that. Having a limb cut off before you could even react was real freaky to most people, the possibility of someone being the fast never actually occurring to them. A few do try to flee too, but Rebecca and Pilar gun them down before they could even leave the road. Well, that was easy. Rebecca drawls. We're gonna raid their camp, right? She throws at Main. Yeah, their base should have enough to get us to Vegas. We can also scrap their wheels to repair ours. He looks over his shoulder at Falco. Unless you want to swap it out? Falco shrugs. We'll need 3 or 4 cars to replace the truck. It'd be more efficient fuel-wise to just repair it. Excuse me. A man, one of the hostages, stumbles over, his eye black and his nose covered in dry blood. Thank you for the help. Who knows what they would have done to me and my family? Ori looks over at the man's wife and 2 children, all female. Yeah, that wouldn't have been pretty. No problem, but we're looting everything they got on them, he states. The man nods. That's fine. It's not like we could have kept anything if you hadn't arrived. Main steps forwards and towers over the man. What you got to reward us with? We didn't save your ass for nothing. We're mercs, not a charity. The man pales. They already took everything. We've got nothing left. Don't F *** me with, you don't look dumb. You must have some shit stashed away in that trailer of yours. Main grouses, gripping the man's collar. Main, give him a break. Falco says, putting a hand on the merc's forearm. Main looked as if he was going to crack Falco's head open like a ripe watermelon for a second, but the fury in his eyes died as his body relaxed. Whatever, let's just hope what these gonks had is enough. He jabs a finger at the tied-up bandit leader. You and me are gonna have a little heart-to-heart, he states before dragging the guy off. Yeah, you and your family should probably go, Ori remarks, stepping past the man and starting to gather up all the dropped weaponry. He gives a sharp nod. I'll do that. After all the bandits had been interrogated and executed, the group stripped their vehicles and anything else they might have had, even to the extent of cutting their bodies apart to scavenge the barest useful cyberware components. Falco decided to armor up the front of the truck since he was pretty sure they were entering Mad Max territory. Thankfully, they were able to siphon more than enough fuel to keep it running for a few more days without Ori's assistance. As for who the bandits were, apparently they were some Raffin shivs, a derogatory name for nomads who lacked any and all honor. Psycho and sociopaths were abundant, and the only real rules they had were to not hurt your own, meaning anything else was technically allowed, even if some subgroups had other ideas. They were called the San Peyote, controlled the few miles of road nearby, and allied with other groups to divvy up land. Since it was one road, if one group missed a caravan, then another would pick up the slack. Of course, this meant that there were some disputes over stolen goods, but that was usually hashed out with a fistfight. That also meant that the earlier captured family would probably run into more problems. Hopefully they'd be fine though. Main had managed to squirrel out the location of their main camp, excluding the guys they'd already killed. The gang should have 20 or so guys left, a relatively easy number to deal with given the individual strength of crew, barring Christie of course. A day later, the crew was ready for another raid, and after that, straight to Vegas. Chapter 2:15. Buggin'. Just so you know, this is all your fault. Ori bluntly shouts as he and David sprint through the sand away from a narrow canyon passage. Tell me something I don't know. Does stating the obvious make you feel any better? The teen retorts, jumping over a line of thorny shrubs. Yeah, well, shut up. Ori grouses, looking over his shoulder just as 30 or so people charge out of the canyon and start chasing them, bullets whizzing past the duo with some coming perilously close. While it was technically David's fault, his knocking over something as they were sneaking into the San Peyote camp had gotten them both caught. Yet, no one had known that San Peyote would be meeting with a number of other Raffen clans for one reason or another. Either way, they now had 2 or 3 nomad groups on their asses. At least they'd some precautions. Just as 2 dirty yet sleek vehicles are exiting the passageway, an explosion rings out, causing a rock slide that buries both cars and 10 unfortunate men. Shocked and surprised, the Raffens paused their charge momentarily to look back at what had happened, allowing Ori and David to dive into a ditch where they'd stashed a number of rifles. You two okay? Rebecca shouts from a further ditch. The rest of the crew had holed up there in case anything went wrong. We're good. Just start shooting. Ori shouts, grabbing one of the many random guns and doing so himself. The Raffens, not willing to go down so easily, returned fire and continued to charge. 19 go down before they reached the duo, but those numbers were chump change compared to what they were used to dealing with. One larger Raffen lunges into the ditch, but Ori instantly replies with an uppercut that explodes his skull, as if the guy had headbutt a landmine. The next guy stumbles into the ditch with bullets riddling his legs, despite that he was aiming his gun at Ori. Sleazen, only for him to be split in two, completely bisected by his monowire. He stands and aims over the edge of the ditch again, but is just in time to see David beheading the last guy, flicking the blood from his blade with an intense expression on his face. That all of him? Pilar loudly questions. Nah, there's like 30 more in the camp. They're probably trying to climb over the rock slide right now. Let's finish him off then. Maine states, hopping out of the trench and jogging over to the collapsed canyon entrance. The others join him, and just as they reach the base of it, Rebecca nails one Raffen in the face as he peeks his head over, causing the survivors behind it to flee back into their camp. They pursued, following the runners back to the camp where they'd already started fortifying, blockading the camp with vehicles and scrap metal. Unfortunately for them, whatever they built couldn't hold up against Maine's cannon, blasting the defense apart and allowing the crew to run roughshod. The Raffens fell apart rather easily after their leaders were killed, and the only person who had any real trouble was Christy, who'd emptied her stomach after getting a lucky shot in the initial firefight. This wasn't surprising given she'd not known how to hold a gun days prior. An hour after the battle started, a pyre stacked high with corpses released black smoke into the sky, making everything nearby smell of burnt human flesh, carbonized metal, and for some reason, hints of chicken. Ori, Lucy, and Maine gather in what's left of the Raffen head caravan, sitting down next to a makeshift surveillance unit, which had access to a badly cobbled-together satellite transmitter placed atop the vehicle's roof. All right, we're in, Lucy reports, overlaying the Raffen IC walls with her own to prevent anyone hitching a ride on the connection. The last thing they needed was Arasaka finding them again. Think you can get a connection to NC? I want to update from Kiwi. Maine asks. I'll need to scramble and encrypt it, but yeah, give me a second to link up. Kiwi, it's us. Oh? Right. I've never heard that before. Kiwi, your first name is Kylie, and you lost your virginity to a 13-year-old at 20. Sound about right? Oh? Maine, good to hear from you. Kiwi, we can catch up when we're not being hunted. What's been happening since we left? Oh? The whole city's going mad. Everyone seems to think Zombie got assassinated by Arasaka for removing the tiger claws, and protests are only getting bigger. Biotechnica shut down its headquarters and handed control of its protein farms to Night Corp, tripling the price of gas. Me and Sasha joined up with Wakako too, not Die, and the Dragon Claws, or whatever we're calling ourselves, have taken control of everything in Japantown. Kiwi. Huh, so we missed a bit. Ori dryly remarks. No shit, Sherlock. Maine grouses. What's the sitch look like? Any chance we can come back? Oh? No. Stay out wherever you are. Arasaka has undercover agents patrolling the streets. You'd have to hide the entire time if you did manage to sneak back in. Kiwi. Look, I know this is a bad time to talk about this, but Dorio, she didn't make it. Oh? I'm sorry. Maybe if I was there I could have done something. Kiwi. That is not on you. You might be dead if you were there. At least with this you aren't out here kicking sand. Listen, you got any intel on Vegas? Anything someone might need if they went there? Oh? Vegas, huh? I'll see what I can do. Open the link again this time tomorrow, and I'll send the debts. Kiwi. Hey, is Sasha doing alright? Ori leans in and shoots his own message. Good for now. Likes to brag about her new apartment in Mizutani. She'll be happy to hear you're alright. Kiwi. Chapter 216. Desert Opal. 3 days later, a large truck pulled a half-broken caravan through the dirt-covered highway, kicking up sand as they hit the road at 80 miles an hour. It was already late in the afternoon, and the desert chill starting to set in. In the distance, the horizon was lit up as if it were sunrise, but everyone present recognized it for what it was. Massive amounts of light pollution for, as Pilar put it, the shining shithole. I see it, Rebecca shouts, leaning out of the caravan's window far enough that Ori had to grab her jacket to stop her from falling out. That's great. Now get your ass out the way so the rest of us can get a look. Pilar huffs, squeezing next to her to get a view. Before they even get into sight of the glowing city, however, the group spot a border checkpoint, one heavily fortified and manned by what must have been hundreds of men. Okay, did no one think about how we're getting through that? Pilar wonders aloud. Lucy leans back in her seat and nods. Kiwi sent me the info on what we'd need to expect. I've already got a demon for it. She takes out a piece of white plastic from her pocket, one she and Ori had managed to scratch a specific barcode into. They'd be using a backdoor that had been created for DMS agents that needed to lie low during investigations. It hadn't been easy to get, but Lucy, Kiwi, and Sasha were effective enough alone, let alone working together. Thankfully, once they reached the crossing, the card works perfectly, allowing them to bypass all the border security without any questions asked. A mile later down the road, Las Vegas came into view, almost blinding everyone who looked from the sheer disparity between it and the darkness of night. It was absolutely humongous, not as large as Night City with all of its individual districts, but the verticality of it, both up and down, allowed it a far larger population. Gleaming, almost crystalline skyscrapers reached for the sky, monumental art projects that made liberal use of hologram technology. It was as if someone had stolen the holographic goldfish from Memorial Park, scaled it up 1,000 times, and allowed anyone who wanted it to have it. Giant erotic holographic dancers, giant advertisement boards, giant lights projecting images into the distant clouds above. It was almost baffling to everyone that the skies weren't filled to the brim with AVs, drones, and other flying machines like how Night City was usually run. The only negative thing they could spot from such a distance was the sheer density of traffic on the roads. Since Las Vegas had a large population than Night City and less space to accommodate them, you'd be better off heading places on foot as opposed to trying to drive. Why don't you like this place again, Pilar? Looks pretty Nova to me. David mutters in awe, never having left Night City before. The sight before him was somehow even more impressive than the space sim Lucy had taken him. Pilar scowls and folds his arms. Not that I care, but this place is worse for the little people than Night City could ever be. Mole people exist here. Sorry assholes who've never seen the sun in their entire shit lives. I heard there were even people hired to keep them from coming up and flooding the streets. David glances at Lucy. That true, or is he just talking out his ass again? She wets her lips and nods. It is, city maintenance, is what they call them. They don't clean anything though. Just walk around armed to teeth, kicking people who don't look good enough off of the streets. The suits who own the city don't like seeing the poverty they cause. And these are the people you want to get help from? Christy remarks from the side. No wonder my life went to shit. And my life went to shit because of you. Get over yourself. Ori sniffs derisively at her. Where are we going once we get in? Your friend Quentin managed to set up a meeting with a fixer in a casino on the strip. We'll need to look the part if we're going to be walking around though. Lucy explains. What should we look like? I'm assuming no punk clothes like what Pilar's got. We aren't going to have to wear suits, are we? Because that shit's rough. Pilar complains. Lucy shrugs. No idea. I think as long as we don't look like hobos, we're good. She gestures to her dirt, blood, and sand-covered outfit, which means all of us needs a makeover. Hey look, the Las Vegas sign. Rebecca's shout brings everyone from the discussion, prompting them to take a look. Indeed, there it was further up the road. The almost ancient-looking welcome to Las Vegas sign was barely standing among a bunch of rubble. It had been heavily eroded by wind and sand, with little to no maintenance performed on it. Last but certainly not least, were the thousands of bullet holes adorning it. Shit, if they shoot at their own sign, what are they going to do to us? Pilar muses, not that I can blame him. Just stick with the plan and we'll do fine. Ori assures, I trust Quentin enough to not screw us on this. He says, hoping the guy hadn't found out who was responsible for flatlining his friends. Someone tell Falco to stop at one of the scrap yards outside the city. My accounts have already been shut, and any that haven't are probably been tracked. We'll need to pawn off some stuff for the Eddies. Lucy states, think they'll accept the box full of body parts and cyberware we got stashed? Pilar asks. Lucy firmly shakes her head. Scavenging, cyberware theft, and the desecration of corpses are all outlawed here. We might be able to sell a few off at a dealer, but a whole box? We'll have to run to New York to lose everyone. Chapter 217. Cosmopolitan Mood. The crew all funnel out of the caravan after parking it and the truck in one of the many underground parking lots. It had taken 3 hours alone just to get there due to the traffic, but finally they were in a position to start being proactive. You should probably leave your jacket. Lucy stops David before he can go any further. Everyone knew how dear it was to him, so the possibility of losing it wasn't a risk she wanted to take. Sure, I guess. You really think I might lose it? Lucy shrugs. I'm not sure about anything in this place, that's the problem. Least in Night City I knew up from down, who ruled it and who didn't. All we've got to go off of is basic intel any run-of-the-mill runner could have manipulated. Which is why we're being real careful. Ori states as he steps out with a big rucksack on his back, locking the caravan behind him. Come on, we've wasted enough time sitting in traffic today. Another 5 minutes to climb out of the underground and the group finally saw the sun, blinking the glare out of their eyes as they step out onto the street. While this wasn't the most decadent or expensive place in Vegas, it was already a far cry from most places in Night City, bearing downtown and the Corpo Plaza. The fact that everyone shot glances and glares at the crew as they made their way down the street only made them feel more out of place. You staring at me like you want to F***K or fight. So which is it, chum? Pilar angrily asks, pushing a large man in a colorful cardigan away. You're fucking nuts. Pilar, shut your mouth for once and stick with us. We just got here, and we don't need you starting anything. Ori grouses, pulling the lanky Merc with them. Lucy leads them a couple blocks until they reach what looked like some stairs leading into a subway. The transportation system had been long abandoned, however, earthquakes, bombs, and other disasters having caused what had been there to collapse. That hadn't stopped the mole people from digging smaller tunnels to get around the place, but for the crew there wasn't any real way to find info on how to navigate it. There weren't exactly directions down there. Down the stair and through one maintenance tunnel, they come across a small marketplace, one eerily similar to how Ksenia used to look, if better put together. They quickly stop by a scrapbroker to get some eddies. Then Lucy leads them to what looked to be an old convenience store that had been converted into a tailor. Still, it looked like most scuffed hole-in-the-wall joints. Judging by the fact people actually shopped there, it must have been worth something. Here, this is the place. Lucy quietly remarks. Main size, whatever. Just pay for the 9s and get going. We gotta fix her tummy. I want to kill myself right about now. Pilar growls, pulling at the tight as F***K sleeve around his wrist. His cybernetic hands were only making it more annoying for him, but he wasn't in bad as such as Maine, who literally required the tailor to Frankenstein 2 suit jackets together to make something in his size. Go ahead, we'll cheer you on. Rebecca chortles. She was actually pretty happy with her outfit. She'd ended up swapping her usual black synth leather one for a pink and white tiger pattern jumper that was big enough to reach her mid-thigh. She swapped out her boots for some beige ones with complementary white fur lining and loose shorts that reached below her knees. Ori had been ambushed by the tailor and shoved into some mobster-looking outfit. A black waistcoat over a thinly patterned white shirt that had had its sleeves rolled up to his elbows, and black suit trousers. Not gonna lie, this was the first time he felt so dapper. David had gotten a fedora slapped on his head, along with a light yellow silk shirt, short tie, and loose beige trousers. Christy, as a former star, had dressed up as, well, how she used to but with more modesty. A thin dress that barely went down to her upper knee, which would undoubtedly sheathe the thong she was wearing if she ever been over. Maybe she planned to use it as a bargaining chip? Falco and Lucy hadn't actually needed to change their respective styles all that much. Simply just buying new sets that weren't completely filthy. Can we get to the fucking biz already? Maine asks as his suit jacket strains against his sheer bulk. Even with the sleeves cut out, the muscles on his back were threatening to tear apart the fresh stitching. Lucy nods. Next stop, the strip. This is freaky, David mutters, looking around the place as the crew slowly walks through. Even in the daytime, the place was almost blinding. From the holograms to the signs to the colors, it was pretty overwhelming. Stop looking around like a tourist, Lucy urges, giving him an elbow to the side. But we are tourists. We don't want everyone to know that, though, she retorts, shrewdly glancing at the security around the place. It wasn't just heavily armed and armored guards. There were actual military-issue bipedal walkers stumbling around. This shit wouldn't have flown in Night City because of how many corporations had their fingers in the pot. But here, everyone treated it like it was normal. Hey, what's that dash? Christy starts, but Ori grips her arm, stopping her. Further down the strip, an obviously homeless woman was running down the street haphazardly, begging pedestrians and anyone else who would listen to help the limp baby in her arms. Of course, this didn't pan out well. Citizen, you will leave the Cosmopolitan District immediately or face expulsion. One of the machine walkers demanded in a robotic tone. Please. He's dying and no one will help. I don't have the money to pay dash. Breach of peace detected. Enacting expulsion, the machine says, stepping closer to the woman as one of its arms opens up. Thwoom. A jet of flame streams out, covering the woman and her child, sending the sprawling, screaming mess to the ground. The machine keeps up the heat, however, not stopping until the agonized shrieks cease. Maintenance crew required on Distract 0421 Cosmopolitan, it says aloud before slowly walking away. Chapter 218. Charming. Holy F *** K. Pilar exclaims once the robot departs, just as horrified as the rest of the crew. Christy had run over to a nearby bin and started vomiting, self-preservation to not get burned alive, allowing her to stop from staining the strip. Lucy grips David's hand and Ori rests a hand on Rebecca's waist, palming his face with the other. What completely astounded them all was the casualness with which the people who'd witnessed it continued their day. We need to go, if the fucking light show wasn't warning enough. Maine scowls, prompting everyone to hurry along to their destination, New Caesar's Palace. Unsurprisingly, the casino's security was even heavier than the guards on the street. They were searched and let in with their weapons, since they only seemed to be looking for bombs and other larger-scale threats. Lucy stops at the front desk, and the crew soon led to a private room on the third floor of the huge building. Inside was a large, opulent room, a fully stocked bar at one side with a dining section in the center, and next to that, a beautiful concert grand piano which already had someone sat at it playing. About time. I was beginning to think you had gotten eaten by cannibals. A woman lounging on a luxurious couch remarks as she slowly stands. Bright blonde hair with thin gold chains braided through it, pale spotless skin, bright blue eyes, and crimson-painted lips. She was garbed in a silk bathrobe, uncaring of her modesty. Not that she needed to be given her curves. Ori wasn't sure if those were her natural looks, but the lack of obvious surgery scars, misplaced skin, or cyberware made it almost seem as if she was completely organic. One thing was for sure, though. The women of the crew didn't like the stares the stranger was receiving. Ouch! Ori, David, and Pilar all quietly yelp as their lady friends hit them. Our bad. Got caught up by some woman getting burned to a crisp in the street. Maine folds his arms, causing his suit to audible strain. That shit normal round here? 'Cause I fucking hope not. The woman just sighs sadly. That is most people's sentiment, for the first couple years living here at least. She shakes her head, letting her silken hair sway. Amalia Hammond, the fixer our mutual friend sent your way. She ambles to the dining table and sits. Well, have a seat. We have things to discuss, foremost being the sword of Damocles above your heads. Ori sits on the direct opposite side of the table from her. Are you gonna be our executioner then? He queries, wondering what she was hoping to get out of this. There were probably thousands of other mercs she could hire that wouldn't risk bringing the wrath of Arasaka down on her. She smiles pleasantly. Maybe? I haven't decided yet. That a threat, Blondie? Rebecca grouses with a scowl. Aaliyah waves her off. Take it as you want, just remember you're my house now. She gestures over her shoulder at the large automatic guns that had silently appeared from the ceiling and walls. But, I'm not stupid. I know you could probably kill me if you wanted, she smirks. And that's why I want to hire you. Not many punks have the balls to piss off multiple corporations. Those that do don't get away alive. And what do we get in this deal? Maine asks. She shrugs non-committally. Money, connections, tenuous safety. Everything you'll need for that Night City comeback. What makes you think we want to go back to that shithole? Pilar throws out there. More debate for intel than anything else. Because if you want to chase thrills, the rush, then you got to Night City. You've seen the state Vegas is in. One toe out of line, and you're cut out of the business. I've seen enough of your sort to know anyway, you won't stop until you're at the top of the city, or under it. That's great and all, but what's gig you want us for anyway? Rebecca inquires. Aaliyah leans back in her chair and looks over her nails. Any of you interested in a good ol' heist? Like the ones back when petrol was used? You sure? That's a lot of heat, considering we already fled one city. Ori says unsurely. She nods with a confident smile. Absolutely. After all, if you do it right, they'll only notice when they try to check their money. Did you know, around 80 years ago someone decided to buy up most of the gold reserves in Nevada and New Mexico? Surprising, right? Given the collapsing economy, wars, and depreciation of the dollar, you wouldn't expect people to willingly give up their gold dash. Just get to the point. We don't need a fucking history lesson. Maine presses. Fine. To sum it up, people were coerced into selling their gold at terrible rates by corrupt government officials on the threat of violence. Many people received it, but a good portion had been safely stored in the Venetian resort. Venetian resort? David parrots. Aaliyah winks at him but doesn't manage to draw the blush she was aiming for. Shaking her head, she continues. It got knocked down during an earthquake, the gold buried under it. In its place, the Crystal Tower was built, the giant glass skyscraper that is unfortunately shaped in a way that causes vehicles around it to melt in the sun. Most people seem to think the gold is either lost or relocated, but I'm of the mind that it now resides in the Crystal Tower's vault. And you want us to crack it? Lucy starts. Wasn't it built collaboratively with Eurobank, DSM, and Militech? You want us to hit that? She gapes at the sheer difficulty and stupidity of even attempting the task. Aaliyah waves her off. Don't you worry. You may not have heard, but recently DSM and Eurobank have been trying to buy out Militech's piece. As you can imagine, their strategies to expedite this have prompted Militech to lower the provided security in an attempt to threaten them. Eurobank has hired Lazarus in lieu of Militech's unfulfilled obligations, but the transfer will have left some holes. She trails off, glancing at the respective members of the crew with a keen eye. Chapter 219, Caving. In the end, the crew had no other choice but to accept Aaliyah's gig. Not only were they in hostile territory, but they were sat across from someone who could easily have them targeted by the entire city. Fortunately, the pay outweighed any leftover hostility that might have been there. 100,000 eddies plus a small percentage of what they managed to steal from the vault. Of course, doubt still remained on whether Aaliyah would have them zeroed as soon as they were finished, so while Maine and his personal crew got to work scouting out potential entry points into the Crystal Tower, Lucy got work checking out Aaliyah's cred when she wasn't trying to access the Crystal Tower systems. They'd been given private luxury rooms in New Caesar's Palace which had all expenses paid for, along with a completely spec'd out Netrunner room for Lucy to work in. That had probably been the richest any of the group had ever felt. Being waited on hand and foot with the ability to ask for anything was quite addicting. Maine and Rebecca kicked Pilar's ass when they discovered he was overusing the BDs and private services some of the staff offered. It didn't matter that he was doing it, merely that it was cutting into actual work time. While the others were doing that, Ori took the opportunity to explore the underground sections of the city with Rebecca, mostly hoping to find any leftover structures from the Venetian resort that'd allow them access. To him, it was unavoidable that some of the mole people would have tried to break into the various buildings and casinos around the strip, hoping to score something big. But the underground folk, from what he'd seen thus far, lacked any real firepower to allow any overt action. They were little more than homeless peasants living on the scraps the people in the strip tossed away. The most impoverished even made use of the sewers, siphoning cooking oil, fuel, and other equally off-putting things. There was a reason the saying, "Don't eat underground unless you want to eat shit," existed. The more accurate version would add potential cannibalism to the list too, though. That wasn't to say everyone down there was a disgusting degenerate. The biggest independent group down there called themselves Free People of Las Vegas, who supposedly aspired to return the city to its rightful owners, the people. It was actually this group that might have saved Ori and Rebecca's lives. Well, the latter's at least. After a week of running around, they'd managed to navigate through the tunnels and around the general vicinity of the Crystal Tower's foundations, only for them to be stopped by some sort of blockade. The tunnel was only maybe 5 or 6 feet wide, but it had been blocked off with scrap metal and rusted stop signs. Through the holes of the hastily constructed defense, they could see many FPV members milling around, presumably guarding something. Ori squints at Rebecca, who had a pleading look on her face, submachine gun gripped tightly. "No, we're not killing a bunch of homeless people for no reason. Besides, they might actually have a reason for being here," he states with finality as he knocks on the metal door. "Boo. $100 says they're hiding some fucked up secret that'll force us to kill them anyhow. I'll just get it over with beforehand." She stares at him smugly. "I told you so. Feel better," he snorts. "Totally. Nothing's better than getting proven right." "Who goes there?" one of the FPV members shouts as they approach the door. "None of your business. We just need to get through here. I'm hoping I won't have to murder you all," Ori states matter-of-factly. "Why you fucking, what?" the dirty man utters in complete bafflement. Rebecca steps out and pushes her face against one of the peeking holes. "Are you deaf? Let us in, or we'll do it the hard way. This area has been locked down. You'll leave unless you want to die." "You threatening me?" "No," the man sputters. "I mean literally, you will die if you go past here. Those corpo cunts dumped a bunch of their bots down here that'll shoot anyone on sight. Don't matter how tough you think you are. You can't dodge bullets in these small-ass tunnels." "Wait, the area's already protected?" Ori questions, not that surprised the Crystal Tower would take such measures. "Why do you think we barred it off? 20 people already got zeroed by those fucking things." Ori sighs. "Whatever, just let us through. We can handle ourselves." "Fine, but I ain't cleaning up what's left of you," the man grouses, unlatching the mini locks and opening the metal door. He gestures over at the far end of the small cave where a small hand-dug hole sat. "Walk a couple minutes through there and you'll die. So, I'd recommend not to. Just because all of you are pussies doesn't mean we are." Rebecca remarks and glances at Ori. "Come on, we got some tech to scrap." Ori slows his stride as looks to the guard. "Any chance you know what make the bots are?" "And no one's gotten close without getting shot the F***K up." HM. Ori and Rebecca venture forth through the tunnel and quickly reach the end of the shallow passage, finding themselves standing opposite a semi-large cavern which had sewer pipes running through it and unloading their contents into a larger pit. Some pipes were cracked and broken, leaking disgusting fluids into the room, producing an incredibly pungent and rancid smell that almost had Ori running for the hills. More importantly was the rusty-looking bipedal military-issue robot standing amongst the fill, laser sights flashing over the surroundings to try and peg anyone who dared encroach on their territory. Think we can handle them? Ori asks, focusing on the 3 heavy-duty units wandering around the place. Rebecca just smirks. Do politicians lie? We got this shit. Chapter 220, Dirty Business. Rebecca takes cover by the entrance as Ori steadily approaches one of the many murder bots, knowing full well how powerful these things were. While Lazarus had seemingly replaced most of them with their own machines, as the crew is seen on the strip with one burning a woman alive, Ori was sure he'd be able to destroy these ones. The main reason he was taking this risk at all was the designation marked on their sides. They were Militech units, meaning they didn't have any connections with the Crystal Tower anymore, simply placed here to dissuade anyone attempting to break in via this route. Since according to Alia, Militech had already pulled their support due to the DMS coup, these machines probably had no connection to any network left, which is exactly what Militech intended. Purely out of spite, they allowed DMS to rely on these unreliable units. Ori slinks over, dunking between stone rubble and sewer pipes as he approached. The things were almost triple his height, and his lack of proper weaponry made it difficult to visualize exactly how he was going to bring them down. He wasn't afraid, though. Once one of the machines turns towards the pebble he'd tossed, he leaps out, running up and springing off of the back of its leg, up to its back before plunging the injector straight into it. The machine gives a whirring screech as it tries to shake him off, but he keeps his grip and maintains his position, allowing the nanites to quickly take it apart. The other 2 robots open fire on their comrade, but Ori ducks down, allowing the brunt of their attacks to hit their comrade. The powerful weaponry quickly begins tearing it apart, but he keeps the injector active, eventually spreading black nanite tendrils through its component. The robot freezes, and after a moment, drops to the floor limply. Rebecca leaps into action as the first one falls, drawing the 2 robots' fire towards her and allowing Ori to recover from the massive amounts of resources he'd absorbed, most of which had to be scrapped to stop his body from imploding on itself. Metal and materials could only get so dense before the energy expenditure became too costly. Haha, come on. You buckets of bolts got no brain or something? Come get me, she shouts and hurriedly ducks back into the tunnel, causing the bots to all but forget Ori's existence. With that, he sprints over at the next, his monowire shooting out into a huge arc that splits one robot completely through the middle with some small amount of difficulty. As the separated pieces fall to the ground, a bright sparking bolt hits the last one in the back, instantly burning a hole through its plating and into its core. Another moment later and it falls to the ground, limp and inactive. How about that? Asshole. Rebecca cackles as she runs up and stands victoriously above the destroyed robot. Ori rolls his shoulder and brushes some dust off of himself. Nice job. Let's see if it was worth the effort. I doubt they'd have even more security after those bots. She points a thumb over her shoulder. Most gonk mercs would die to those things. He shoots her a withering glare. Bragging is fine, but don't get cocky. One good shot from those things would have blown you to pieces. He remonstrates before making his way over to the sewer access, one flowing with the Crystal Tower's garbage, and refuse. We'll do a quick check then get back to the other. We can't alert the tower before we're ready. Ori states, clambering inside while the collective mutes his sense of touch, smell, taste, and anything else that'd allow him to not experience wading into shit. I'll keep watch back here. You go ahead, Rebecca says, kicking her shoe into the ground to rid it of doo-doo water. Yeah, great. Ori spends 3 or 4 hours in the sewer pipes, carefully laying out the structure, hidden security systems, and potential pathway to the vault. He was lucky. The cameras, insect-shaped robots, and other defenses were easily dealt with, either by destroying them with his injector, stopping their emergency signals completely, or sneaking past them with some careful subterfuge. The route he found, unfortunately, led up to a toilet in the women's bathroom. This was located on the second deepest floor in the basement, though he was only able to tell by having the nanite construct miniature drones that could actually fit through the pipes and toilet bowl. If the team was going to come this way, they'd probably need to destroy it, which meant further difficulty in executing the heist. Shaking his head and deciding to get out of the shit, he makes his way back to Rebecca, collects her, and then returns to New Caesar's palace to relay what he'd learned with the others. After having a long shower and buying some new clothes, of course. Hey, something smell funny to you guys? Pilar wonders aloud in the lounge, as everyone gathers to speak of what they found with respect to the gig. Yeah, I had to climb through some sewer pipes. I'd rather hear what you guys found before I tell you about it, though, he shrugs. It'll make me feel a lot better if you got nothing, Ori states, glancing at Rebecca who'd sat some distance away. Yeah, your stank is crazy. Clean up again, or you're sleeping on the couch, she says, scrunching up her nose in revulsion. Always knew you'd support me, even after sending me into the sewers alone to keep your boots clean, he grumbles tiredly. Maine drops onto a chair with a beer, gesturing at Lucy. Give him what we got. Chapter 221, Powdered Plans. Lucy quickly gave the group a rundown on what they'd been doing. Aaliyah was apparently clean, as far as their crew was concerned, though caution should still be practiced. As for their investigations, the place was locked up tighter than a doomer's front door. Lazarus had expertly replaced Militech. Their patrols were already stupidly efficient, crossing paths at seemingly random times to confirm nothing suspect was occurring. Pilar had noticed half a dozen hidden cameras alone, yet he himself suggested there were more that he'd missed. Every entrance had at least 3 or 4 visible security measures, keycards, eye scanners, schedules, etc. Even the trucks delivering food and other valuables were so thoroughly vetted that they'd probably be able to detect if you lied in their vicinity. Annoyingly of all, Lazarus had many agents going around the strip, bribing and gathering information on potential threats, making any attempts from Maine and the others to glean information for themselves risky at best and suicidal at worst. Lucy had almost ended up running into the Lazarus Netrunner team. Around 5 people from what she could tell. Not particularly talented individually, but heavily drilled in team tactics, judging by how they attempted to isolate and lock her down despite barely noticing her. The Crystal Tower, despite looking like it'd shatter under its own weight, was a fortress for all intents and purposes. Even if they scaled up and tried to access it from the small balconies placed near the very peak, the hundreds, or maybe even thousands of drones flying around would gun them down before they had the chance to do anything. The heist was beginning to look impossible. I did hear some rumors in the market. Doubt that'll help any at cracking the tower. David sighs. We won't know unless you tell us. Ori says. He shrugs. Something about dolls starting to go missing. The guys talking about it were quiet, but they sounded like they knew someone in the tower was doing it. Yeah, that doesn't help at fucking all. Pilar boredly remarks. Sides. Where'd you hear that anyway? You going behind Lucy's back to get your stick wet? He grins mockingly. It was a patio bar. Don't you go starting shit either. I'm not the rookie you can push around anymore. David sourly responds. Drop it. Main all but orders. Rumors can be worth shit or gold. We'll look into it if everything else fails. He nods at Ori. What V you got? Found an entrance into the tower's basement, but it goes through the sewer and leads to a shitter in the women's bathroom. We'd need to blow the thing open if we wanted to get through, not to mention all the sewage. So that's why you stink of shit. Pilar chortles. Ori ignores him and continues. Unless we can find some silent explosives that can blow 20 feet of pipes without alerting the entire building, that ain't a route we can take. Even if we did try it, we still have to get through the vault. Who knows how protected it is? The group descends into an uncomfortable silence. Gigs were usually pretty clear-cut for them. At least they were in Night City. Right now it didn't feel like they had any options at all. Sure, they could go to Aaliyah and refuse to proceed, but there was a high chance of that backfiring. Not to mention the fact they'd be back to where they started. If the vault's a problem, you guys just gotta get me some chems to make some extra thermite. I can just scale up the recipe I use for my cyberware. Rebecca speaks up. Pilar just shakes his head. We've all seen that shit used to crack banks. You think they hadn't thought of that when they built it? I think they thought that no one would think to use cliché tactics like that. I think. Rebecca trails off, scratching her head. Sides, we can just throw it all at someone if we need to. Fuck it. We'll visit the sewer route and see if it fits tomorrow. Main stands. Lucy, keep looking for other options. He adds before walking off to his room. Anyone seen Christy anywhere? Ori questions, wondering if the wayward pop star had finally had enough and decided to turn them all in. Pilar shrugs. Last I saw she was trying to get in good with our boss. Heard her practicing some songs, gotta say. Without autotune she's trash. This gonna be a problem? David asks. Maybe we should cut her off since she's happy with where we're at? I'd love to, but she knows too much to drop so easy. Ori shakes his head. With her making friends with Aaliyah, it's her who chooses when she leaves. The next day, everyone but Christy and Lucy made their way underground, backtracking through the tunnels to reach the blockaded area where the Crystal Tower's sewer entrance lay. Ori sniffs at the air as they reach the metal door, however, drawing glances from the others. What? You smell the sewer already? Just how bad is it gonna be? Pilar says. Ori shakes his head. No, not that. I smell blood, he states, gesturing for them to stay put as he slowly approaches the door and peeks through. Behind it, he saw the many FPV guards dead on the floor and riddled with bullet holes. The guard who'd let him and Rebecca in yesterday seemingly had his face torn off and tossed beside his body, which also had both legs blown completely off. From the small hole opposite the cave leading to the sewers, he spotted dim flashlights looking left to right. After a moment, he finally spotted them, Lazarus soldiers slowly checking every nook and cranny. Ori wets his lips and slowly backs up, not wanting to alert the enemy of their position. No doubt they'd start surveying the other tunnels soon after they'd shored up the sewer entrance. He looks over his shoulder at the rest of the crew and signals for a fast retreat. Chapter 222. Feeling like a doll. God fucking damn it. Rebecca angrily shouts and tosses her guns onto the nearby couch. They just returned from the underground and everyone was pretty pissed at how it had turned out. Apparently, after he and Rebecca had cleared out the robots, some stupid fucking FPV guys decided it was free real estate and tried to sneak into the Crystal Tower. Not only did they not even reach their destination, but they also tripped almost every single goddamn trap. The only survivors were the other people in their group that had had the foresight to run as fast and far as they could. The crew had encountered them as they left, and it took every ounce of patience Ori had not to stomp their skulls in. They'd single-handedly fucked up that avenue for them, leaving them with no actual plans. Unfortunately, Lucy had found something. Wait. Hold up, wait a minute. You want me to what? Ori hurriedly asks, pretty sure he was getting punked. This is some bullshit. Ori mutters under his breath as he stands outside a doll shop called Javier's Angels. He was dressed in an almost entirely pink outfit, short shorts that left not much to the imagination and a silk tank top patterned with flowers. Rebecca had painted his cybernetic arms a pastel white so they'd look less intimidating, but all Ori felt was completely and utterly emasculated. Last but not least was the red ribbon tied around his left elbow, a sign that he was available. It had been a couple days since Lucy explained her plan, and Ori had been dragged kicking and screaming the entire way. As David had found, there was indeed someone in the Crystal Tower disappearing sex workers. He'd take people off of the street, particularly large homosexual men, and leave with them never being seen again. The guy's name was Jimmy Harvey, a son of a wealthy corpo working in DMS. More importantly, he had a private room in the Crystal Tower. How was this going to help the heist? Well, apparently the tower allowed dolls inside without many checks at all, aside from a peripheral scan to make sure the doll chip was valid and active. Normally, this would stop any and all break-in attempts, as doll chips weren't so easily manipulated, nor the security fooled. But for Ori, who could have the nanites dissolve the chip, it was basically a golden ticket inside. His only problem was the fact he'd turned into a fucking prostitute to get it done. Since they didn't know when Jimmy would work up an appetite, he'd had to become a streetwalker for a day or two now. And since he was fairly attractive, he'd been propositioned many times. Thankfully, he had methods to deal with it. While his clients activate his doll chip, he'd let them take him home, drug them, and then leave with the Eddies. It was annoying, but he needed to keep his cover if Jimmy was ever going to take the bait. The crew was fairly sure he sent men to survey the pickings, as it were. If he refused to accept clients, then it'd be fairly obvious he was scheming something. That or very picky, which didn't help either since Jimmy was apparently a disgusting slob. Don't think I can't see you taking pics of me over there, you damn cunts. Ori, what's wrong? You look sexy. Rebecca, very stylish. Lucy, hell, I might even have a go. Pilar, fuck you all. I hope we get caught and die. Ori, don't worry, chum. Least we'll have something to remember you by if you do bite it. David, any sign of our man? I'm tired of feeling the breeze on my nads. Ori, don't you me your man? Rebecca, I swear to God if you keep this shit up, Ori, let's just hope the guy doesn't take you for a gangbang. Pilar, I'll break my cover by breaking their necks if they tried. You guys can find another fucking route that doesn't involve me wearing heels. Ori, hang on, the car's 3 blocks away. Remember, Green Herrera Outlaw GTS. Lucy, so get moving their hips, you peacock. Show him that ass. Rebecca, scowling, Ori does as he's told, minutely flexing his muscles and leaning slightly to accentuate his features, making sure to prominently show the ribbon on his arm. He tries to not stare as the car in question pulls around the corner and slowly drives past all the Joy Toys. He tenses as it stops in front of him, the window rolling down and a hand gesturing for him to come closer. Hey, what can I do you for? Ori sensually asks with a smile he only manages to force with the nanite's aid. The driver, a guy wearing a modern-looking butler's outfit, gestures at the back. 6,000 eddies for the night. The man asks as Ori climbs in. Ori smiles slightly but makes a show to ponder the price. Make it 6.5 and we have a deal. Trust me, I'm worth every cent. After a moment of thought, the butler nods and pulls out a tool, a scanner of some sort. Allow me to access your chip then. My employer values propriety after all. I'm in. You guys get ready to make your move. Ori shoots his friends a text as he nods at the butler, allowing the scanner to activate his doll chip, his body going stiff as robotic instincts take over. Normally, he'd not be conscious for this, but the nanites were allowing him to see through his eyes, even as his body starts moving automatically. It was odd, but not completely out of the ordinary for Ori. It felt like how the nanites did in the past when they took over his body, only more intrusive. What did he mean by that? Well, the nanites hadn't forced him to have an erection as the doll chip had. Chapter 223. Unsex Work. This is it. The butler nods at the door on the 30th floor of the Crystal Tower, presumably leading into the private room of Jimmy Harvey. Ori had memorized the security as they walked, but even then he was worried about actually making it to the basement. The interior of the tower wasn't as fortified as the exterior, but there were enough Lazarus soldiers to give him pause. Thankfully, since many of the valued guests had more morally repugnant hobbies, their private apartments wouldn't be as scrutinized. Robotically, Ori enters the apartment, inwardly grimacing at the smell of aphrodisiac incense filling the place. Jimmy either had a problem getting it up, or perpetually being horny was his kink. The room itself was covered in red and bland beige colors, from the carpets lining the floor to the curtains covering the windows, to the walls and furniture. Heh, finally, I've been waiting so long for some company. A bloated man breathily remarks as he steps through what could only be the bedroom doors. Ori stands there silently, scanning the place for any cameras, none to be seen, nor any he could detect via other methods. Come with me, let's put you to use and my money's worth. Jimmy smirks, licking his lips as Ori stiffly follows. Another check confirms the lack of surveillance here too, other than the single camera hidden inside a lamp in the corner. Ori could tell it wasn't connected to anything, however, merely meant for Jimmy to record his flings. Now, why don't we get better acquainted? Take my clothes off, Jimmy commands, and Ori walks over. Before the man can even realize what's happening, however, Ori's hands slide from his collar to his neck. How about a massage first? Ori whispers, stabbing his injector into the man's neck before twisting his head completely around, forcing him to stare at the wall behind him. Brain destroyed, disabled software signals. Flesh administrator, the nanites report, allowing Ori to let out a sigh of relief. In the heart of the tower, the last thing he needed was a trauma team called, or whatever other life support systems the guy had. He feels a small module open up on the underside of his wrist, a cybernetic keycard that allowed access to most places. Ori allows the nanites to devour the rest of the corpse, taking a mental note of the cyberware he had, which was all designed around multi-system management, stock observation and prediction, and lots of sexual augmentation. With the guy's corpse turned to sludge, he wipes up what's left with the bed cover before shoving that under the bed itself. There was one last person he needed to deal with before he could continue, however, the butler. Fortunately, the fat lout had a call switch beside his bed. He presses it, then places his back against the wall next to the door. 5 minutes later, it opens, and the butler warily steps in. I received your call, sir. I thought you would be busy with your... He pauses at Jimmy's absence, not noticing Ori's injector punching straight through his temple, killing him instantly. Ori adjusts the collar of the butler uniform. It was rather tight, but after tearing the sleeves off, he'd managed to fit into it. The nanites had eaten through the paint covering his arms and the other makeup he'd been forced to wear, allowing some amount of dignity. With both men's permission stolen, he makes his way to the elevator and casually attempts to access the basement. The first floor of which was apparently available, but the second was locked off to those with higher permissions. Lucy, you there? He questions over the comms, hoping the encryption was enough to stop anyone from detecting them too quickly. Here. Lucy. I'm headed to the basement. We might lose connection, so keep an eye on me through the building if you can. Ori. I'm trying, but if I do anything overt, I'll be run out of the systems. Lucy. Ori nods to himself, glancing up at the camera in the top corner of the elevator before pushing his interface port into the elevator plug-in. A moment later, the camera opens and closes its shutters, as if winking at him. The doors open, revealing a sort of maintenance area. Staff were quickly milling about attending to their duties, most simply preparing food while robots did the more menial tasks like washing clothes or cleaning the place. Broad-shouldered Lazarus soldiers could be seen standing at the entrance to the stairs leading further into the basement. Damn, how was he going to get past them? There were hundreds of people around. Even if he was able to kill them both instantly, his cover would be blown. WHHHHHCHKK. CHKK. CHKKK. Everyone's attention is drawn to one of the industrial washing machines as it begins cycling out of control, the internal mechanism unlatching and allowing it to rage free. It hops on the floor a couple times before falling forwards, directly onto a young woman's legs. Someone help. It's crushing me. She screams as it continues to shake, pulling more of her under the multi-ton machine. Many staff run over to assist, but realizing they weren't strong enough to do anything, they cry out for the Lazarus soldiers to assist. After some moments of reluctance, both run over and start lifting it, allowing Ori to slip into the stairs unseen. He nods at the camera, knowing Lucy had a heavy hand in solving that problem. The only issue now was the fact he didn't have permission to be down here. Shaking his head, he vomits up the charges he'd been given and begins strategically placing them on areas that had collapsed the stairs and the elevator. After that, he cautiously climbs down the stairs until he reaches the second to last level where the bathrooms connected to the sewers were located. He was pretty sure the vault was on the last floor, but he needed some things before he could make his move. Chapter 224, Highest. MMMPH. Squelch. Ori releases the Lazarus soldier's head and allows it to drop to the floor next to the porcelain shards of the shattered toilet bowl. Should have stayed home, he dryly remarks as the corpse rapidly disintegrates under the nanite's gentle care. With that, He swaps clothes and takes the guy's equipment and shotgun, a modified Militech crusher equipped with explosive rounds for that extra punch. Something Ori hopefully wouldn't be needing anytime soon. After making sure the stall with the shattered toilet was locked and secured, he shuts the visor on his freshly cleaned helmet and makes his way out, down to the next floor. The last floor was dark, as if the owners of the building hadn't thought it was worth illuminating it. Indeed, there were fewer guards than he'd expected too, most of them seemingly placed on the upper floors, protecting the clients and building instead of the vault. It was essentially a large hallway with reinforced metallic walls and roof. The only doors really visible are ones either meant for maintenance or for storage. He marches through, casually nodding at the few Lazarus soldiers patrolling around. 10 minutes later, he finally discovers the vault. A large door made of obscure metal 10 feet tall and wide. Visible electrical traps were active and ready to stun anyone who got too close. 4 Lazarus soldiers stood around, along with 4 auto turrets and 4 cameras that occasionally scanned the area. Lucy probably couldn't gain access to the systems down here without brute forcing it, which meant he was on his own. Fuck it, might as well get this over with. He strides over as the guards stand to attention, ready to act if anything seemed suspicious. Yo, got sent to inspect the vault after that shit show the other day. He casually greets. One man, the captain, tilts his head. Another one? There was already an audit? He squints at the badge on Ori's uniform. Private, I think you might be under a misapprehension. The guys behind him tense up. Even if there was another, I doubt they'd send a bottom-of-the-barrel shitter to get it done. Now, you gonna give up what you're planning? Or do we have to do it the hard way? A spy? One of the soldiers questions, raising his gun to aim at Ori, the auto turrets doing the same. Heh, if this is a spy, then I'll eat my left nut. No spy worth his salt would forget to do his fucking research. I mean, really, a private? Gimme a fucking break. Ori frowns. You seem awfully casual about all of this. The captain shrugs. And why wouldn't I be? You handed yourself to us on a silver platter. He goes to reach for his radio, but time slows down for both him and Ori, their cyberware kicking into gear. Ori had tried to club the man over the head with his shotgun, only for him to respond by leaning to the side and sending a punch into Ori's chest, causing him to slide backwards a meter or two. Time resumes and the captain cracks his knuckles. Now that was stupid. Look like we gotta live one, boys. Scowling, Ori makes his move, raising his shotgun and firing at the man. He ducks out of the way, but the explosive shell hits the soldier behind him, turning his upper half into red mist as it detonates. The other soldier opens fire and Ori blocks it with his cybernetic arm, whipping his monowire at the 4th soldier, who tries to avoid it but ends up getting both of his legs hacked off. The captain leaps forwards and grabs Ori by the face, trying to slam the back of his head into the nearby wall, but Ori pulls the guy with him, all while swinging his still extended monowire at the other grunt who'd shot at him moments before. Crack. The signal's already been sent. You're fucked now. The captain spits, sending a bone-breaking punch into Ori's chest which throws him against the opposite wall and allows the auto turrets to finally start firing. Ori bursts away as the turrets tear apart the position he was just standing, sending a brutal flying knee directly into the face of the captain, pinching it between his knee and the wall, crushing his skull completely. Some quick swipes from his monowire later, and the auto turrets are down. Letting out a tired breath, he mentally commands the nanites to do it. Boom. Explosions shake the foundations of the building, and Ori quickly makes his way to the vault and stabs his injector into the control panel to let the nanites start deconstructing it. While it wasn't a foolproof solution, for most things it'd act as a skeleton key. What lock, mechanical or electronic, could withstand being deconstructed from the inside? Boom. Looks like the cavalry has arrived. He glances over his shoulder at the Lazarus soldiers running at him. No, fleeing in his direction. They both abruptly fall though. Their bodies turn into mincemeat as they hit the ground. David slides to a stop nearby, shaking the viscera off of his blade. Earlier. Shudder. Hey, you guys feel something? Rebecca wonders aloud. Yeah, that's the signal. Get your ass moving. Maine states, taking the front as the crew starts running down the tunnel towards where Lazarus was reconstructing the pipe systems of the Crystal Tower. Maine's hand folds away, revealing his arm cannon as he aims it at the nearest bipedal robot, which was being used to hold up a large sheet of metal. Pilar. On it, boss. The techie acknowledges, bringing out a sling filled with various grenades and launching them. Blink. Bang. Multiple disorientating flashes ring out at the same time as the EMPs, which detonate under most of the robots and disable them momentarily. Go on, kid. Show us how it's done. Falco urges David forward, just as Rebecca shouts and charges in like a maniac. Chapter 225. Dollar bills. Clank. David skids to a stop with a robot falling to pieces behind him, the nearby Lazarus soldiers blearily blinking as the blindness from the flash grenades starts clearing. Activating the Sandevistan once more, he zips around, sliding at super speed to sever the heads of the nearby men. Bang. He He cringes at the loud sound, ducking his head as a piece of metal flies over and stabs deep into the wall. Hey, watch where you're firing, he shouts, but Maine gives a lazy shrug and gets back to the fighting. Little bastard, someone roars behind him, prompting him to use the Sandevistan again. He turns and slowly slides his blade into the charging man's throat while he's still in mid-stab with the bayonet. Time resumes and the man stabs air, quickly falling to his knees as blood gushes from his new wound. Surprise and shock mar his face, and he's only able to turn onto his back and stare at David as his life expires. Pilar runs over like he had a metal pipe up his ass and swipes a radio from a corpse. The fucking hive's been kicked. Finish the hell up so we can taste that gold rush, he shouts and hurries to the sewer pipes, intent on getting a head start on blowing away into the tower's basement. David just lets out a short breath and gets back to fighting. His boost in fitness and new cyberware allowed him to last far longer than in the past, but it was still taxing to use the sandy too much, especially in small, staggered intervals. He slices an unaware soldier down his spine, crippling him, but is startled when the man's body explodes into blood and viscera, the cackling of a certain pale-skinned shorty. Haha, red suits you a lot better than yellow, Davy, she laughs, moving on to her next target. 5 minutes later, and almost all the Lazarus men had been taken care of, with just a few left hunkering down in groups and blasting anything that moves. David thought to clear it, but Maine drops a hand to his shoulder. Leave it, let him deal with the fucks who've been watching us the whole time. What he pauses, looking toward the entrance of the cave and spotting many eyes peeking at them. Those goddamn mole people want our shit. Probably heard the shootin' and came running. All of you. Let's go. Pilar should have the bombs ready. Seriously, we get new clothes and now ruin him like this? Falco adjusts his hat as he tiptoes through the shit-filled sewer water. David forces himself to ignore the occasional softness underfoot, instead thinking back to his last discussion with Lucy about their future. She pleaded, no, begged that they not return to Night City. Her reasons for why were obvious. She feared Arasaka. What they do if they caught either of them. She wanted to get out of America completely, hide away in some European hole where she could make use of her talents to earn them a living income. She didn't think the crew could do anything to Arasaka that wouldn't be repaid tenfold, that they were just going to doom themselves if they tried. He half agreed, but whether it was pride, ego, honor, or whatever else you'd name it, he couldn't bring himself to abandon his city or his crew. Maine and Ori had basically raised him as a merc. Both were going to return to Night City and fight Arasaka for Dorio and everything else they'd done. He'd heard about their hand and what happened to Ori's sister, and back then he'd promised to help get back at them for it. He'd made many promises that wouldn't be fulfilled unless he went back. He and Lucy had fought over his decision, until she reluctantly agreed to accompany them back. This only made him feel shittier. He was essentially forcing her to follow them to hell, making her choose between their relationship and her freedom, her safety. He reaches up and grips his necklace, wondering what advice his mom would give him if she were still here. It had barely been a year since she passed. Even if she worked with Maine as a smuggler, he wasn't sure if she'd be happy with his choices. Would she want him to run with Lucy, or stay and try to keep everyone from ending up like Dorio? Shit, he quietly utters. Pilar walks over and claps him on the back. I know, right? There's so much of it I can taste it when I breathe. I got it, Ori shouts, the electric traps covering the vault door switching off and a loud, clacking ringing out. The mechanism to the door had unlocked, but the Nanite's peculiar method of lock breaking hadn't forced it to open. Thankfully, there were 2 human tanks present. With Ori and Maine's cooperation, they shifted the large metal door slightly, creating a slight crack with which the crew could duck through. Ori catches the 2 large duffel bags and is the first to enter the vault, quickly scanning the interior for any remaining traps. Apparently, though, the Crystal Tower probably hadn't expected anyone to get this far. He smacks a fist into the nearby light switch, illuminating the interior with a crack of the lights. Damn, we're gonna need more bags. Behind caged-off area were huge walls of deposit boxes, some open while others were closed. More importantly, below them were multiple marble pallets carrying more gold than Ori had ever dreamed of, let alone seen in his lifetime. Stacks and stacks of gold bullion bars shimmered in the light, and Ori had to force himself to not salivate at the mere sight of it. The rest of the crew's reaction was less restrained. Holy shit. Look at that fucking money. We're goddamn motherfucking cunt-licking rich. Pilar screams, running over and trying to pry the metal bars of the cage apart, only to fail and sends a helpless, pitiful look at Ori. Chapter 226, Old Money. Maine picks up a gold bar and weighs in his hand. Anyone know how much these things are actually worth? He eyes the mintage on the side of the bar. Shit's as pure as you can get. Pilar pauses his massaging of the bullion in his hand and wets his lips. Well, I checked this shit with Lucy before we started this. A single one of these bars is around 1 million eddies, maybe more depending on who we sell him to. $1 million a bar. David yelps, almost dropping a bar on his foot. You guys forget we have an army coming for our asses? Grab as much shit as you can and we'll divvy it out later. We still got that blonde bitch to pay anyway. Falco urges. You guys do that. I'll check the deposit boxes. Chances that they'll have someone good is pretty high. I don't know if we'll be able to run like this. Rebecca mutters as she strains against the bag. She had almost 80 kilograms of gold in her pack alone, which if Pilar's estimate was correct roughly equaled 60 million eddies. To her that number was something out of Fantasyland, and she was sure she'd faint if she tried to add up what Maine and Ori were carrying. Both had multiple bags tied to their bodies. Altogether must have been a couple tons at least. Billions of eddies. Shit, she was getting wet from the thought of it. It was a shame no one would know that they'd done it. Their names would go down in history if they did. Who else could steal billions of a corpo's eddies in one night? Not only that, Ori had stashed a pile of data chips he'd found in those safe deposit boxes too. Presumably corpo secrets which might be worth more than the gold. See, come on. Let's dip, she exclaims, shuffling with the crew over to the vault entrance. She'd rather fucking die than drop a single bar of gold. A vein throbs on Ori's forehead as he stomps towards the sewer entrance. Maybe they should have moderated how much they took. Thankfully they could dump some if needed. Leave some gold covered in shit for the corpos to clean up. Boom. Time to go. Maine exclaims, everyone knowing that the sound was the Lazarus soldiers blowing a hole through the rubble to get to them. They'd check the vault, find gold missing, then scour the place for the hidden exit. They reached the cave soon enough, finding the Lazarus soldiers dead at the hands of the mole people. They tried to attack but ended up easily getting annihilated. Having superior numbers was good against grunts, but a specialist crew? No way, Jose. Ori leads them all through the labyrinthian tunnels, taking hidden paths, secret entrances, and other obscure routes to completely lose their pursuers. By the time the Lazarus goons had gotten out of the sewers, the crew was long gone. He took the crew and had them bury the stolen gold under the cracked concrete of an abandoned maintenance tunnel. They'd come back and pick it up once the heat had died. No need to risk taking those incredibly heavy bags out of the underground. Doing so after such a big heist was just asking for trouble. Well done. Aaliyah smiles as the crew enters her room, freshly cleaned and clothed. Though, I hadn't expected such a scene. She admits looking out of her window at the Crystal Tower, which had a section of its foundation collapsed, undoubtedly burying hundreds of people in the process. Maine shrugs uncaringly. Can't make an omelet without scrambling a few eggs. We got the job done. That's all that matters. She nods. Quite. I don't see the spoils of war with you, however? She queries, obviously expecting them to have brought all the gold along. Stashed it. Maine walks over and sits nearby her. We gotta talk biz though. Renegotiate? Maine-David starts, but Merc shoots him a glare. Quiet, kid. I know a bad deal when I see it. What percent were you planning on paying us? He questions the woman. Aaliyah folds her legs. 5%. A deserving amount. Deserving? What's deserving about that? You sit on your ass in your porcelain tower while we work, and you want to claim most of the eddies while you're at it? Maine angrily asks, you want to take billions of EDS worth of gold and hand us a couple million? And you think we'd sit through that? She sighs, resting a hand on her cheek. Mercenaries make a deal, but they always want more. She shakes her head. Fine, you can have half, but you will tell me where you've hidden it and allow my men to confirm the amount, just to make sure you aren't trying to fool me. Maine snorts. Fat chance, I can see it in your eye. You want to run off with it, don't cha? Rebecca pulls on Ori's sleeve as the crew watches this with varied expressions. He ain't serious, is he? Sure, we're getting the short end, but a couple million eddies is all we need. Why is he pissing her off? I don't know. Greed. Maybe? I'm not happy with the deal either, but we got other things to focus on. Not mentioning the fact we may not even get out of the city without her say-so. What would you suggest then? Aaliyah asks Maine, what in your wisdom would you have me do? Maine folds his arms. You pay us up front, now, and we tell you where the gold's at. Do you know how much gold you took? She queries, sounding cynical. He furrows his brow behind his specs. 4 billion's worth. Pay up 2 bill and we're even. You'll never see our faces again. He says, but Ori was pretty sure Maine was overestimating the amount. 3 billion was a maybe, for was stretching it. Aaliyah strolls over to the bar and pours herself a drink, seeming mulling the choice over. Chapter 227, Playing Chicken. I knew coming here was a bad fucking idea. Pilar growls. I'll shove my foot in that Quentin guy's ass. It wasn't Quentin who tried to go back on a deal made. Falco retorts, shoving extra ammo into a pouch. So you think this is Maine's fault? The bitch already had Lucy. No suit like her would be dumb enough to stiff us on the reward and betray us anyway. If we accept then dash. Rebecca blinks. Lucy might still be in the Netrunner lab, she exclaims. And what you base that off of? Feminine intuition. Pilar skeptically retorts. I base it on that bitch playing chicken. thinking we wouldn't be dumb enough to F***K with her in her own building. We did it anyway because we're retarded apparently? Or Main's finally losing it. Falco quietly adds. Ori kicks in the door to the room and catches 6 revolvers Rebecca threw at him. Come on. The peacekeepers just landed. We gotta go. So you think Lucy's where we left her? David questions, noting the silence from Aaliyah. Ori shrugs. Rebecca thinks so. Hopefully we'll catch Christy there too. Blow that bitch's brains out. A door in the hallway opens, revealing a panicked husband and wife in silk dressing gowns. Did something happen? Are we safe here, Dash? Get back in your room, shit for brains, or I'll grab that pretty lady and take off. Pilar states, pushing them back inside and slamming the door. Smooth. Shit, it's locked. Ori growls, pulling at the door that leads into the Netrunner lab. Then give it a kick, come on, Rebecca says. And risk damaging something if Lucy's still linked? David pushes Aaliyah onto Main, as if she'd risk giving Lucy access to the net. Or she locked her in local space. Dash. Pilar starts, but David had already activated his Sandy, kicking the door at hypersonic speed and blowing it and the extra lock straight away. The metal door flies through the room and hits one of the server frames, kicking up sparks and small flames as the system malfunctions. The crew runs in but doesn't find anyone inside, merely a note left on the runner's chair. This some kind of joke? David grouses and hands it off to Ori. I know a crooked bitch when I see one. Contact us later, Christy. P.S. You said my SCOP soup was your favorite. He glances at Aaliyah, whose eyes were wide and panicked. Heh, looks like she's not as stupid as I thought. He walks over and grabs the woman by her throat, quickly crushing it. All we gotta do now is leave. Yeah, easy. Bang. The crew all turn as the sound of rapid steps and radio static sound out from the hallway. They could hear the soldiers tearing open the apartment doors and clearing them, much to the distaste of the current occupants. Judging by the gunshot from earlier, one person must have disagreed and paid for it dearly. The squad of Militech soldiers marched through the hallway in a tight line, guns aiming forwards as they approached and lasers dancing around their sight line. 201, 202, 203, clear. Breaching 20 dash. The comm gets cut off short, literally, as the lead soldier's body falls apart in 2 pieces. The men at the back shout in surprise, but end up getting bulldozed as Ori charges them, clotheslining them before methodically stomping their heads into mush. He spits on a corpse, PFT, Militech, bunch of grunts with guns. He says and spots one fatally injured man reaching for his sidearm. He steps forwards and punts him in the chest, sending 2 halves of his body flying down the hallway. The elevator. Pilar shouts after the first squadron is dead, ushering the group to it. Are you dumb? It's been locked down. Rebecca retorts. Pilar shoves a multi-tool finger into the elevator panel and opens the doors, revealing the empty shaft. See? We take the stairs. Rebecca says, but as she's about to step away, Pilar jumps and grabs the cable, sliding straight down to the ground floor, or at least, the roof of the elevator stuck there. Who's dumb now, by Yitch? Fuck you, she growls, jumping after him. Oh crap, we're fish in a barrel now. Falco breathes as they step out into the lobby and see the huge blockade outside the casino. Shitloads of giant bipedal robots, heavily armored trucks, soldiers, AVs. Come out with your hands up, or we will use deadly force. You come out of the closet. Rebecca shouts back. The soldier falters, glancing around at his comrades. You can be a comedian in prison. Surrender now. She shrugs and idly pops her lips. Yeah, I'm out of ideas. Ori shakes his head. Welp, sewer pipes it is then. We better hope there's a route to the underground, or we are seriously fucked. Bang. Porcelain shards and toilet water go everywhere as the explosion goes off, revealing thin piping below. Give it another, Main. Bong. We're not getting anywhere with this, and those fucking badges will be here any second. The large man argues. Ori rolls his shoulders and cracks his neck. We'll get out loud then. Listen, any of you unsure about this, stay back and dash. You shitting me? Think we'll ditch everyone now? Shut up and move, you gonk half-Borg asshole, Pilar says, stepping past him and out of the bathroom, but not before looking over his shoulder at them. We'll funnel them up the stairs, see how they like sticking their dicks in a lead blender. Falco shrugs and goes to follow Pilar. No time like the present, I guess. Maybe I'll get to see some of that gold again if we don't all bite the bullet. Chapter 228, Runner Down. Aaliyah sips her wine and rests her arms on the bar counter. So, I provide you safety, information, the ability to perform the heist, and you want me to pay you $2 billion. She chuckles lightly. I think you are severely misunderstanding the situation, underestimating me. I told you before, you are in my house. You do not blackmail your host. Her sunny expression quickly dims to a deep frown. Main scowls, standing and readying himself for a fight. Try me, bitch. You'll never see your damn gold. Never, huh? She smiled morbidly. How about a trade then? The pastel-haired girl for my gold? David freezes up. What? She glances at him. The girl, for my gold. I'll even allow you to leave the city. What did you do? He steps forward, breaths heavy. Aaliyah, knowing how fast the boy could be, presses a button behind the bar, causing a bulletproof window to drop in front of her, cutting off access to the crew. Nothing. You all should know that a netrunner can't protect themselves while linked in. If you want to see her again, you'll tell me where the gold is. Fuck you. Maine spits and throws a fist into the glass, barely putting a dent in it. Aaliyah shakes her head. I suppose we'll start with her fingers. Would it enrage you more to hear that your teammate, Christy Clert, has sided with me? I knew it. That traitor whore. Rebecca angrily shouts in response. You touch her and you're dead. David roars, disappearing from where he'd stood and reappearing next to the glass with a dozen fist marks imprinted into it. Do as you're told, or I'll do whatever I want. I know who you are. I have your friend. One word and you'll have the entire city to contend against. And when they hear you hired us to steal from the Crystal Tower? Ori grouses, casually walking over. Who'd believe the word of a merc who tried to have me killed? Just a bunch of narcissistic idiots who thought they could steal from us after a single successful heist. Aaliyah smiles. What assurance do we have you won't have us killed anyway? He continues, surreptitiously wrapping a finger in monowire and rubbing it against the glass to see if that'd work. Judging by the small divot he'd created, it would, but not quickly enough to get at her before she fled. You'll just have to trust me. Trust? After you kidnapped Lucy? David angrily says. Aaliyah shrugs. Believe it or not, I don't actually want to harm you. Just tell me where the gold is and I'll still pay you the 100,000 eddies I owe, excluding the percentage given your attacks on my character. Maine, just give it to her. David utters after a moment of silence. The F***K? You want to give this bitch what we earned? Whose side are you on, kid? Lucy's. I'm on Lucy's side. We can always make it back, but we can't do shit about it if she kills her, he sharply argues. Sounds to me like you're just losing your nerve. Maine growls. I thought you said you could take this life. You were just chatting then? David steps opposite Maine with a severe frown. Which life? Our old one where people actually matter? Or whatever the F***K you've got now. Throwing away Lucy? The old Maine would have never done that. Old Maine? I'll show you the goddamn old Maine, he shouts, arm opening up as he aims the cannon at the glass. Aaliyah's expression contorts, and the woman hurriedly throws herself to the ground as he fires. Boom. All the glass in the high-rise apartment shatters as the explosive rings out, sending large shards of glass shooting towards the strip at the base of the building, the civilians unawares of the danger approaching them. Once the smoke clears, the crew could see a small man-sized hole burnt into the reinforced glass Aaliyah had been hiding behind, the woman standing up with some of her blonde hair singed. Then, the auto turrets around the room opened fire on the large man, forcing him to block with his metal arm. You gonk idiot. What's the plan now, Maine? Or is getting us all killed the plan? David shouts just before activating his Sandevistan and grabbing Aaliyah before she could retreat, placing her in front of him to ward off the auto turrets. Maine blinked as if he'd just walked into the situation out of nowhere, shaking his head and focusing on David. Here's the plan. Have the bitch tell us where Lucy is, then bug out? Why you really think you can leave now? The place'll be swarming. Aaliyah grunts out in David's grip. I'm not the only occupant of this place. I own a small part. Why you're all done for now. Rebecca, Pilar, Falco, grab our guns. Ori orders before leaping up and beginning to destroy the turrets. Aye aye. The three run out but return back to the room as the hallway turrets begin aiming at them. Okay, we're gonna need another plan. Do I have to do everything? Ori mutters, finishing up the turrets in the room and moving on to the ones in the hallway. Judging by the AVs rising from nearby buildings though, they couldn't stick around for long. Where is she? David angrily asks as he and Maine pull Aaliyah through the suite, occasionally breaking a finger to confirm how serious they were. Why you really want to know? She whispers, leaning up to his ear, unconscious in the cheapest meat rack I could find. You want her back? Expect used goods dash. Crack. She screams as her forearm bends in half, courtesy of Maine. You better hope that's a lie, or you'll be coming on our joyride as a joy girl, he seethes. David blinks at Maine's radically different tone from earlier but decides to broach it later. Tell us where she is or I'll fucking end you. Take the gold and kill yourself with it. She chokes out, pain slurring her words. Chapter 229. Tower Defense? Look what I found, Ori says, making his way up the semi-blockaded staircase with two industrial fryers on his shoulders, both filled with hot frying oil. Huh, we're playing castle defense in this bitch. Rebecca snorts. Hey, you guys smell something cooking? Ori questions, wondering if he'd accidentally dropped something in one of the fryers. Pilar shrugs. That's just Falco on the floor above us. He's setting fire to the place. If those donut-eating pig assholes want to stop the building from burning to the ground, they'll have to make their move. No starving us out. Can't they just wait for us to all burn alive? Don't ask me. Least they can't get in up top and shoot us in the back. David sighs. Gonna be a lot of bodies once we're done. If we don't drop with him. Bong. Sounds like we got guests. Ready up? Marcus Langley, Militech Special Agent, rubs the bridge of his nose as reporters flood the hastily erected barrier around New Caesar's palace. This day was just getting worse and worse. The heist in the Crystal Tower hadn't bothered him since those Lazarus schmucks had to deal with it. But the guys starting a shootout here? They'd already killed a number of squads that tried to get in via AVs, along with 2 trauma units attempting to reach in Aaliyah Hammond, Esther Kircher, and Sam Walter, all of which were now dead judging by the lack of life signs from their cyberware units. Those deaths alone were a big enough shit show. Combined, the victims had a minimum wealth in the millions, billions if you included their families. And that's not even mentioning the unfortunate people who were crushed and sliced to death by the glass that fell directly onto a strip. One guy got caught right down the middle, creating a scene right out of some freak psycho's fucking art project. If that wasn't bad enough, the people who lived ended up inadvertently violating the peace order and got fried by the robots before trauma teams could collect them. All in all, a lot of people were going to lose their jobs today. And if you were honest, they'd be lucky to get killed capturing the criminals in the building. At least then their families would receive remuneration for their service. Sir, they've set fire to the dash. Marcus scowls at the constable. I have eyes, god damn it. You think I can't see this shit? He waves his hand wildly at the fires bursting through the windows on the 3rd floor. These guys are crazier than we thought. What should we do? They'll have barricaded themselves inside. He wets his lips, grab the FRD and head in through the top. Everyone else with me. He grips his guns and starts ushering the respective teams forward. Up in front were the heavy units, equipped with low-grade exoskeletons and custom threat prevention suits. Basically, metal-reinforced brick walls with legs, riot shields, and custom 447 Militech Vipers, which were handheld shotguns that funneled ammunition like a belt-fed LMG would. Inside the building, Marcus kept a hand on the front soldier's shoulder as they advanced. They spread out as the front line reached the stairs, and he wasn't at all surprised when an explosive hit one of the riot shields off of the bat. The shield took minimal damage, aside from one of the steel-braced corners getting bent to hell. What he wasn't expecting was for a shit ton of hot oil to be dropped on the heavies' heads. Were it not for their suits, they'd be running around tearing their faces off right now. Damn, I really thought that'd work. One of the criminals shout from behind the barricade. Last chance to surrender. We'll take you to jail and you'll probably live. Marcus shouts, wondering why these idiots always fought to the death. Sure, the corpos they pissed off might get them whacked in prison, but living slightly longer's better than not, right? Okay. Only if you give us an up dog. What's an up dog? Marcus immediately replies, only to scowl in realization. You're Emil. That's where my dog's up. Go fuck yourself, pig. All right, enough of this. Move, he orders, prompting the heavies to start ascending the stairs. We've caught their data sets. Should we make for a breach? One of their netrunners report. Hit him. We're going in now. Marcus. Here they come. Rebecca shouts, trying to find an angle to shoot past the approaching riot shields, which covered up most of the staircase. Get down, you dumb broad. Pilar yells, pushing her to the ground as the heavy soldiers' auto shotguns open fire, rather easily blasting apart the barricade they'd erected out of furniture and repurposed doors. Arg! David shouts as electricity crackles off of him. A netrunner hack temporarily putting him out of commission. Shit, you need some better ice on you, kid. Maine grouses, putting a hand to the Merc's forehead to see how bad his system was overloading. Thankfully, what IC walls he did have had prevented the worst of the damage. Ori kicks what's left of the barricade down at the men, causing them to stumble while whipping his monowire forward. It scratches a deep groove into a riot shield but isn't quite enough to cut it, forcing him to lasso it instead. He takes a shot to the shoulder which barely bounces off from his armor, but he uses the momentum to pull at the monowire hard, cutting the riot shield clean in half. Fire for F***K's sake, he exclaims as the solder struggles to fix the breach in his defense. Eat this. Maine growls, stepping up and firing his arm cannon straight down the staircase. The projectile skips off of the wall and over the riot shield, past the heavies and directly at the unfortunate officers at the base of the stairs. Boom. An explosion echoes out and body parts go flying, blood splattering across the clean tiles of the lobby. You criminal bastards will pay for that. Mark my words. I'll bury you under this building. Doubt it, asshole. Pilar mockingly cackles, flipping them off with a golden finger as Rebecca peeks past the wall and starts firing. Chapter 230, Falling Again. Doubt it, asshole. Marcus feels a vein throb on his forehead, his boots covered in the blood of his fellow officers, while that limp dick piece of shit mocks them. Fuck it. Get the AVS and have them firing into the second floor until we can only log them by their teeth. Do it now. He turns to the two heavies that had retreated after their riot shields failed, their bodies covered in small wounds and armor in tatters. He jabs a finger at them. You too. Get up. We're going in for another with the fire team. See how they like the heat. As you can see, the evacuation of the casino has begun and Militech is airlifting civilians who have been trapped to safety. The camera looks up at the mini AVs transporting people to the ground as fire steadily spreads up the building. Authorities have not yet identified who or what group is responsible for the attack, but they have assured us that they have the situation all under control. Bang 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 bang. The reporter jumps at the sudden sound of gunfire, turning to see many heavily armored AVs shooting directly into the second floor, blasting the wall apart with seemingly no concern for the structural integrity of the building. She shakes her head. Back to you. The feed cuts off, the media not wanting to show everyone Militech potentially slaughtering civilians still inside the second floor. Gee goddamn. Falco mutters as he picks himself up out of the rubble, quickly looking around for the rest of his crew. I'm here. Rebecca utters, grimacing as she stands at her broken right arm. Some shrapnel must have hit her during the bombardment. The rest of the crew was mostly fine too, aside from Pilar who'd had one of his golden hands blown off. Thankfully it was cybernetic, so he wasn't at risk of bleeding out. Quickly. They're coming. Guns up. Ori suddenly shouts, hearing a group heavily stomping up the stairs. The staircase had half collapsed, but there was enough of a gap for one man to slip through, and that's what they were doing. Wait, what kind of gun is that? Thwom. Ori leans backwards almost enough to touch the back of his head to the floor, blue fire billowing right over him and instantly scorching the wall, igniting it. You trying to set yourselves on fire too? Bang. The pyromaniac's head is whipped to the side as Rebecca's bullet pings off of it. Seeing the armor, Maine decides to go the old-fashioned route, burying his fist right in the man's face before he can spray more fire around the place. The pyro's neck breaks as his head twists, sending his flailing body flying back into his comrades. Maine sends them off with an extra gift with his arm cannon, which collapses the rest of the staircase. Guys, they're coming back for another strafe, David exclaims, gesturing down the hallway where an AV was visible through the hundreds of large bullet holes. Ori just lets out a tired sigh and braces himself to start sprinting. I got it, he says before launching forwards. Hold on, you damn fool. Falco starts, falling onto the wall as Ori speeds past, kicking up dust and debris. He ducks his head and jumps as he reaches the end of the hallway, slamming his shoulder straight through the wall and jumping out of the building and into the air. He inwardly grins as the pilot watches him approach in slow motion. They try to get the AV out of the way and hopefully allow Ori to fall to his death, but it's not fast enough. Plunk. He lands heavily on top of the cockpit, standing directly on the pilot's window. The guy looked ready to shit himself, and he probably did when Ori reared his fist back for a punch. And no wait. Crash. His fist goes straight through the glass and he grabs the pilot by the throat, pulling him out of the cockpit and throwing him over his shoulder to the distant ground below. The AV immediately starts spinning out of control, of course, but he just readies his fortified ankle cyberware and launches himself at the next AV, which was trying to position itself to shoot him. This one manages to fly out of the way, but he just flings his monowire onto a piece of its armor and swings under and over, landing on the roof as the side gunners watched in fascinated horror. You guys ever crash-landed before? Because I have. Have fun trying it, he shouts while tearing the window from the AV and kicking the pilot, splattering his brain across the controls. The autopilot system was still on, however, allowing the vehicle to stay in the air, which gave Ori an idea. All of you get ready to jump. I'm taking an AV. Ori. Seriously? You're the craziest bunch of assholes I've ever had the misfortune to meet. Falco. Just shut up and go, old man. Rebecca. Ori throws the Militech soldiers out of the AV, Wilhelm screams sounding out before they hit the ground. The others' AVs all turn their attention to him, but he forces the thing to fly next to the hole in the building, allowing the crew to jump in before immediately flying off. Both the ground forces and other AVs were firing at them, but some evasive maneuvers barely kept them afloat. For a minute or so, then finally some shots hit the engines and caused them to burst into flames. We're so fucked. Pilar can't help but shout. I'm aiming for the underground entrance. Doesn't matter how many bodies they have, they won't make it through the mole people before we can lose him. Ori states. That's as good a plan as any. We'll be able to grab the gold in the meantime too. Falco adds. Yeah, if we survive hitting the Gruak. David yelps as a bullet passes through the door and hits him in the calf, knocking him to the ground. Hit the deck. Maine exclaims, bringing everyone to the floor as Ori quickly drops the AV, hoping to slide it across the road and deposit it in front of the abandoned maglev tunnel entrance. I hate Las Vegas. Asterisk crayish. Asterisk. Chapter 231. Underground Happenings. Crash. The impact is huge. Ori had misjudged the sheer speed they were coming down with, and once they hit the road the AV simply came apart, the wings detaching and most of the body warping. The only thing stopping everyone from being crushed inside was the extra support keeping the cabin affixed. With the wings gone, the AV turns and begins rolling, throwing everyone around like a pachinko machine. Ori barely spots Pilar's head bouncing off of the roof as the rolling stops, somehow placing the AV directly over the abandoned underground maglev entrance. Am I dead? Because I want to be? Pilar groans, placing a hand over the bleeding gash on his forehead. Everyone all right? Ori hurriedly asks, knowing Militech was still on their tail. He gets answers from almost everyone, except Rebecca, who was slumped against the former roof now wall unconscious. Maine, help David. I got Becca, he states, urging the large Maine to help David with his still bleeding leg. And once he has Rebecca in his arms, he kicks the upturned side door off and ducks down the stairs to the underground with the others following. Just in time too, as once they reached the bottom of the steps, the ruined AV burst into flames, courtesy of a volley of missiles from the remaining Militech AVs. The group runs down into the marketplace and through the crowd, which had been panicked by the abrupt explosion. Since it had occurred at the entrance, everyone was running around like morons. Some tried to exit the underground via another passage, while others went deeper into the tunnels. This, of course, provided the group with an insurmountable distraction against the horde of Militech soldiers that had charged down. They'd been ordered not to harm civilians, but some took their presence as an attack alone, prompting them to open fire in self-defense. This killed hundreds, most of which hadn't even tried to attack the soldiers and simply got caught in the crossfire. By the time the market was cleared, Ori had led the group deep enough that Militech would have to face the numerous underground factions to get a hint of them. I think we're good, Ori mutters as the crew steps through one of the original Las Vegas tunnels that had been shifted ever deeper from other constructions, earthquakes, and other natural disasters. He clambers into a suspiciously good condition Bluebird TC/2000 school bus. Sure, the material of the seats had all but rotted away over the 70 or so years it had been down here, but the rest of it was fine if you ignored the few broken windows. Shaking his head, he lays Rebecca across the back seats and rests her head on his thighs before beginning to tend to her hair, undoing the knots, picking up wood and metal shrapnel, and brushing it roughly with his fingers. We actually made it. One of you remind me to grab a lottery chip. I'm never gonna be this lucky again. Falco utters, tiredly falling into one of the chairs in front of Ori. Wouldn't that mean you spent all your luck already? Ori wonders aloud while wiping a smudge of CHOH2 off of his lover's cheek. Or was it blood? He honestly couldn't tell at this point. His sense of smell had been out of whack ever since those pyros tried to burn him. Can both of you shut it? No one cares about luck, and if it exists to F*** chaos. Maine drawls in a disgruntled tone as he drops David in a seat. Falco scowls and fixes his mustache with a twirl of his fingers. You want to start on luck with me? How about we get to what the hell you were doing attacking that girl? Forget that we were in the center of the goddamned strip. That blast alone could have killed someone. Maine growls under his breath and drags a large hand through his filthy blonde hair. Shit didn't work out as we expected. What do you want me to do? Get on my knees and beg like some dog? Maybe talking to one of us before you go ballistic. I'd like a fucking heads up next time you want to blow something up near me. Pilar states. You on my jock too? Makes me wonder why I'm even sticking around for this shit. Maine grouses. There's nothing personal about this, Maine, but we need to talk about this. We're not just your crew, we're your friends. Most of us have put our lives in your hands more times than I can remember. So when I say this, I mean it. You need help. Ori states, dead serious. Help? Fuck you mean? He says with squinted, almost hostile eyes. Ori simply points at him, specifically, above him. Your hand. Maine and everyone else look over, the large Merc only now noticing his trembling that was located solely in his left hand. Indeed, he'd unconsciously been gripping his hair to stifle it. He holds his hand in front of him and grips it tightly, wetting his lips. There's nothing wrong with me. Cyberpsychosis, feelings of incongruity with your body, impulsive outbursts of random acts of violence, changes in personality. Falco starts to list the symptoms. He and Ori had been keeping a close eye on Maine ever since they'd fled Night City, and so he was well versed in the current literature of it. Shut it. Maine abruptly cuts him off. I ain't one of those fucking whack jobs. I'm not. I'm still me, and none of you assholes is gonna tell me otherwise. He slams a fist onto the seat next to him, collapsing it. Chum, you've been losing it ever since Dorio got. Ori pauses as Maine points his arm cannon at his face. Don't you fucking talk about her. You don't know shit, he shouts, locking eyes with him. Maine, calm down. David ceases trying to bandage his leg and interjects. I don't know zilch about any of this, but you've been different ever since we left Night City? Chapter 232. Hard to know. Ori continues to stare at the barrel, unflinching. All of us can see it, Maine. The clusterfuck with Aaliyah earlier is just the tip of the iceberg. Either let us help, or get rid of some chrome dash. Go to hell. You think I'll sit here and listen to that trash? He jabs the barrel at Ori. You just want to replace me, take my crew and whatever else I got. I can see it in your eyes. He then turns to David. And you? Said it yourself, didn't you? Want my fucking cyberware if I drop? You already took my Sandevistan. Ain't much of a step from there, is it? Shit, I bet you wanted to take Dorio's gorilla arms too. David's eyes widen. What? You really think that? I thought we were joking around back then. I'll have enough eddies to get my own set anyway. Why would I want to klep yours? He's really friggin' losing it. Pilar can't help but say, only angering the large Merc further. Maine, listen to yourself. Falco exclaims, we've been working together for years. None of us wants beef with you. But this thing, it's not just gonna get you killed, but the rest of us too. We were lucky to get out of the casino, but how many more chances do you think we got? Man, F***K all this. Maine spits, retracting his arm cannon and heads for the door. Going for a walk. He growls, leaving nothing to question as he slowly strides into the darkness. Ori sighs and rubs his face. He's gotten worse. Wait, you knew about this? David accuses, why did you let it get this far then? You saw his reaction. What you think'd happen if I brought it up not long after Dorio kicked it? Plus our lack of immunosuppressants? He'd have actually tried to kill me. Ori states resolutely, confident in his claim. He sighs and dips his head, getting back to bandaging his leg. David didn't have anything to say. His loyalty to Lucy and everyone else outweighed his loyalty to Maine, especially when the man was becoming so self-destructive. The fact that he'd put everyone at risk with his recent stunt hadn't been forgotten, nor his out-of-character disregard for Lucy's life. If the choice was between her or him, David knew who he'd pick. And wasn't that a terrifying thought, to know who he placed above others? Pilar straightens and shrugs. I've been with him a long-ass time, but I've never seen him like that. Shit, just thinking if he got his hands on the Sandy. He waves his hand at David. No idea how the kid handles it, but I've seen Gonks short-circuit after one go. Falco nods. He'd be a monster. A guy that size moving that quick? But his mind wouldn't take it. I don't know if it's Dorio's death or the recent upgrades he's got, but he won't last much longer unless someone gets through to him. Ori sighs, don't look at me. He seems to think I'm out to replace him or some men. David's no better. Dunno what you said to him, but he looked ready to gut you. David frowned. We were wasted and it came up. What I wanted to happen to the Sandy if I flatlined. Told him he could have it, if I could get his arm if he ever ended up checking out. He shakes his head sadly. Never thought he'd actually take it like that. I love the guy. We're chumbas and he thinks I want to cross him. Like I told him, don't take it personal. He ain't himself right now. You think the old Maine would have risked Lucy like that? He's the guy that dropped by my place with a gun when he heard I was shacking up with Rebecca. Pilar chuckles. Heh, I remember that. When you were a scrawny wimp simping over my sis, now you're just a bigger simp though. Pilar, you're the best person to try talk to him. Falco's never been a full-time member of the crew, and you've spent more time with him than anyone else, barring Dorio. I'd ask Rebecca too, but he trails off, not liking the idea. Could he rely on Maine's brotherly instincts to not hurt her if she hit a nerve? Probably, but he wasn't going to risk it. Was he an asshole for sending Pilar out there instead? Yeah, but he had his priorities. Pilar snorts at this. Yeah, sure. Just throw me to the big pissed-off, chromed-up bear. But F***K it. I'll try to talk some sense into his big head. Just don't expect me to come back in one piece. He says and goes to stand. Wait up, not now. Give him some time to process. Maybe he'll realize we're not out to get him. Falco interjects. What are we doing now then? You know, with most of the city hunting us. David questions. Ori shrugs. Meet with Christy and Lucy. Grab the gold and contact Sasha in Kiwi. Rogel pull out all the stops when she hears what we got to trade. Give her even 1% commission on the 3 or 4 billion EDS we got and we're back in business. After that, we'll buy up what we need. Property, grunts, guns, you name it. And get back at Arasaka for doing in Dorio. He explains. Himph, I like the sound of that. Shit, maybe we could start our own Merc Corp or something, like those Lazarus assholes. Pilar adds. You want to start a corp? You surprise me. Falco remarks. He sniffs in response. It'd be the most bitchin' corp you've ever seen. None of that suit shit all the rest we got going on. I'd be at the top, telling peeps what needs to be done without the bureaucrat bullshittery. Ori chuckles. Yeah, I'd love to see that. You'd last maybe 2 days before one of your employees did you in. That or some other corp would frame you for something and have your shit raided. Chapter 233. Wanted for the wrong reasons. Judy spins around idly in her office chair as Kiwi and Sasha go over the recent Arasaka movements. It was late in the night and everyone was tired but those two, in particular, seemed determined to keep themselves updated on the burgeoning situation. From what she could hear, Saburo Arasaka was apparently going to pay a visit to Night City, presumably to visit his son Yorinobu. The CEO was bringing his daughter Hanako too, all on some exec ship called the Kajira. The duo were discussing the possibility, or rather impossibility, of attacking it. Judy knew that it wasn't just a ship, it was a heavily fortified war machine, escorted by submarines, satellite tracking, and as many aircraft as the sky could fit. The suits weren't stupid, they knew hundreds of powerful people would look to see if they could sink them, so they'd made adequate precautions. Shaking her head, Judy stops the chair and leans forwards to them. Did you two hear about it? Hear about it? Kiwi inquires in a dull tone. The feed we got from Las Vegas, she replies, causing both to straighten. There anything about them? The crew? Sasha asks. Judy shrugs and accesses the webpage, showing the shitload of news coverage about 2 large-scale terrorist attacks. The Crystal Tower, owned in parts by DMS, Militech, and Eurobank, had been bombed, and a massacre had been committed in New Caesar's Palace. Worst of all, an anonymous source had tipped news networks off to the ones responsible. The next page showed mugshots of some familiar people. Maine, David, Rebecca, Pilar, and Falco. There were also 2 blacked-out photos over the names Ori and Lucy. Guys probably couldn't get an actual photo of them considering their circumstances. All of this was under one banner though, Zombie Crew. Shit. Kiwi utters, almost dropping her cig as she looks it over. Were they arrested? Sasha questions with a deep frown. Judy shakes her head. Not from what I can tell, their bounties are still up. From the forums, it looks like they fled into the underground. This is bad. No shot. We're probably gonna need to change up some plans. Even if they make it back, their public personas are fucked. Kiwi remarks. No, not quite. Judy interjects. Night City is independent. If the city officials don't go after them, then they'll only have to worry about the corpos they pissed off. Besides, there are already plenty wanted men here. Ping. Sasha quirks a brow. That's me. Speak of the devil. It seems that some plans need to be advanced. Oh? A couple days after the heist, Maine sits against the wall in front of a big pile of corpses, all belonging to mole people who thought they could jump him and sell off his cyberware. Idiots. Did they think his shit was for show? Even if that were the case, would it be worth selling? He looks down at his trembling, blood-covered hands, inwardly wondering if the guys weren't bullshitting him. Sure, things hadn't gone to plan. But that wasn't his fault. It was David, Lucy, and Ori's fault for catching Arasaka's attention in the first fucking place. If none of them had done that, then they'd have never left Night City. Dorio would still be around. Dorio? F-U-C-K? He shouts, slamming his fist down on a mole man's skull, splattering what was left of it across the floor. There's nothing wrong with you. They're the ones losing it. You're the only sane one around. He shakes his head. Just keep running. The minute you slow is the moment you go. He mutters to himself, standing up. Yo, Maine. You good? Pilar greets, pausing as he peeks his head around the tunnel entrance. The F***K happened here? They attacked me. What else? He grunts, turning to look at him over his should. Why? That a problem? Pilar shrugs. Nah, why would it? These gonks were probably a skin for it. He snorts. They ask you to bring me back then? Like I'm some dog off its leash? Pilar crooks a brow. Now you're just yanking my stick. What kind of fucking dog has a cannon mounted on its arm? Shit, if you know about one you let me know. I call it Minimida. What do you want? Wanted to know how you doing. You lost it and left for a day or two. Was starting to think the corpos got ya. I didn't lose, he scowls. I just didn't want to listen to you guys rag in on me for no fucking reason. You keep to your shit and I'll mind my own. Pilar sighs. Buddy, they got a point. We almost died, and since Dorio dashed, Maine whirls around and grabs the Merc by the arm tight enough to cause bruises. What did I say about talking about her? Shut the F***K up. Mind your own motherfucking biz. Get off me, you big lump. See what I mean? You're going full schizo. Another month like this, and you'll be the next goddamn cyberpsycho on the headlines. Shut up. All of us have noticed. Even Lucy and Christy. Heck, that celeb bitch might seem dumb, but she had a whole plan to get us out after saving Luce. Then you fucked it by going for honky-gonk terrorist. Maine shakes Pilar harder, causing the man to grip his fist to stop him from tearing his arm off. Chum, get the hell off of me. I'm trying to tell you how it is straight, and you grabbing up on my jock ain't helping nobody. The F***K would Dorio think if she saw your ass dash. God damn it. Shut the fuck up. Maine roars, palming Pilar's face and slamming him back into the stone wall. Splatter. Maine blinks at the sudden warm wetness filling his hand. His breath hitches as he looks over and sees the back of Pilar's skull completely busted open, blood and brain matter spattered across the wall and floor. No! He steps backwards, letting the body drop. Chapter 234. Just keep running. The K's Pilar gotten off to? Christy grouses as she stares at her rat kebab. Rebecca shrugs. Ori sent him off to grab Maine. About time too. There's only so much time a gal can spend in caves. Where's Ori then? Christy questions. Still checking up on Luce? Didn't anyone ever tell ya not to pull a runner's plug while they're in deep? No. That kind of stuff never came up while touring and singing. How long will she be out for? Who knows? I heard if it's more than a week she's probably a goner. Ego got ate by a demon. Or whatever the nerds say. Ah, that's them. She points out as Ori and Falco make their way over. Before you ask, I'm not really sure, but I think she'll be okay. He sighs. Sasha would know what to do. For now, we'll stick around until she wakes up. Christy, you still good to get prepped? She nods. Yeah, go out. Grab a truck and caravan, supplies, etc. Then grab you guys. Why is her ass not on the bounty list again? Falco questions. 'Cause it's Aaliyah who spread it. Probably had it set up to get sent out if she died. Since Christy was with her, she wasn't on it. Ori shrugs. Pilar still not back? Rebecca shakes her head. Nah, was just thinking of grabbing him. She stands and brushes herself off. Right, Christy, take the EDS and get started. David'll stay with Lucy. Falco, come on with us. Hopefully we won't run into any more mole men. Ori orders. Okay, boss. Christy sighs. Ori, Rebecca, and Falco head off to find Pilar and Maine. But their search soon becomes ominous when the stench of blood reaches Ori and the others. The smell of gunpowder was also evident, but not as pronounced as it should be, meaning it was at least 10 hours old. The blood, though? That only stunk if it was rotting or fresh, which had the group speeding up their march. Soon enough, they find the cavern, a cave with a low ceiling and limited entrances, perfect for an ambush. Judging by the bodies strewn about the place, Maine stayed here to ward off the mole men. The Corps couldn't really enter the caves, so they'd started rumors that he and his crew had stolen a shitload of gold, along with hiring people to help the search. The hunters weren't really hard to deal with, it was just annoying with how many they were. Not that they could make use of their numbers in the caves. It was like a conveyor belt, people shuffling to their doom against a firing line. In the middle of the room, the trio spotted Maine just standing there, head up and staring blankly at the ceiling. Maine? Ori tentatively asks. Maine, where's my bro? Rebecca loudly asks after the man's lack of response. Maine looks down from the roof and at them, expression numb as something falls out of his hand. An empty bottle of immunosuppressants? What are you talking about? He's sitting right over there. Sleeping, or something. He waves his hand at the half-headless corpse near the wall. Rebecca gasps and runs over while Falco and Ori turn grave, both refusing to put their backs to the large Merc. "Bro," she shouts, pushing him to sit forward, which reveals his collapsed skull. "Bro, don't you fucking do this to me." She shakes him, causing his body to fall limply to the side. Maine, did you do this? Did you kill Pilar? Falco quietly asks. Kill? That gonk's not dead? Maine looks over at Pilar's limp body and his eyes flutter. Must have been these fucking mole men. Probably shot him. Ori slowly walks to one of the corpses and inspects it. Warm temperature, coagulated blood, body already decomposing. They'd been dead for a day. In contrast, Pilar's body hadn't gone into rigor mortis yet. His blood still fluid. You're lying, he growls. Ori glances at Falco when Maine goes silent, quickly sending a meaningful glare at him. He nods in understanding and quickly makes his way over to Rebecca. We need to go. Shit's about to go down. She shakes him off and turns to Ori, who was in a staring contest with Maine, the man unable to keep his eyes straight and centered. Did you do it? Do you kill my brother? Answer me, Maine. Maine's hand flexes instinctually. Why were you bothered? Bastard was always a pain in the ass. Weren't you always talking about flatlining him anyway? If I did kill him, I did you a favor. You crazy backstabbing sack of shit, she screams, pushing Falco aside and pointing her arm at Maine, her thermite launcher mobilizing. Thump. It fires, but Maine almost condescendingly leans to the side, almost stumbling as he steps out of the path of the molten projectile. You too, huh? I knew it was you guys who were losing it. He growls and extends his arm cannon at Rebecca, shuring, only for the entire limb to drop to the ground, severed from his shoulder down. He looks down, blinking, then up at Ori, who had his monowire active. I knew it. No point in talking to you. Ori sighs, getting flashbacks to 6. You're already gone. You're the one who's gone. You were gonna do this from the start. Maine roar, drawing his pistol with his remaining hand and pointing at Ori. His aim falters, however, as Falco and Rebecca light him up, bullets hitting him in the chest, arm, and face. Most bounce off, but the occasional sprays of blood give them all a sense of morbid progress. Maine fires off a single shot, but Ori blocks it with the back of his fist, slinging his monowire once again. Like a lasso, it flies up into the air with the intention of wrapping around Main's neck, but the madman's experience comes to the forefront as he leaps forwards, avoiding the deadly blow and trying to smash his forehead into Ori's face. Crack. Chapter 235. Listless. Crack. Main's head whips upwards as a fierce uppercut strikes him in the chin. He grits his teeth and forcefully looks down at Ori before slamming his pistol's barrel forwards, trying to jam the thing into Ori's throat to put an end to this. I'll end you. Ori receives it with the back of his hand, jabbing forwards and hitting the carpal tunnel, causing Main to lose grip on his weapon, which flings to the side and under a nearby body. He follows it up with a short punch to the solar plexus, which completely knocks the wind out of the large Merc. We could have avoided dash. Fuck you. Rebecca suddenly shouts, running out from behind Main and blasting the back of his knees, forcing him on all fours, or all threes given his missing arm. Ori sighs and kicks him onto his back before stomping on his arm, keeping it locked in place as Falco makes his way over. Main struggled to get free, screaming and shouting about traitors and such, but he wasn't able to do anything but squirm. Rebecca tries to shoot him in the face, but Ori moves her hand away, drawing a furious glare from her. He killed my brother. This is mine. It belongs to me. You think killing him is going to make you feel better? Ori quietly asks, Go, let me handle it. She scowls at him. No. Bang. A gunshot goes off from her other gun, nailing Main straight in the eye and putting him out of his misery, the man going limp after expelling his final breath. It ain't Main. It's just a sick dog that needed to be put down, she states before walking away, grabbing Pilar's body and returning to the hideout. Ori and Falco stand there for a couple minutes, staring down at Main's body in a mixture of grief, anguish, disappointment, disgust, and despondency. Both had tried to prevent this, yet they'd failed spectacularly, even losing Pilar in the process. The fact that it was somewhat Ori's fault wasn't forgotten either. He'd been the one to ask Pilar to collect him, which got him killed in the end. Falco audibly breathes and pats Ori on the shoulder. You gonna be all right? He shrugs. Yeah. Go make sure Rebecca's all right. I'll clean up here. You sure? This ain't only on you. You understand that? I know that, but my hands aren't clean either, he sighs. Just another name on the list. Go. We'll bury him with Dorio on our way back to NC. He'd like that. Falco throws one last glance at Main before departing, leaving Ori alone with Main and the pile of moleman bodies. Well, time to get to work. His Inamin injector shoot out from under his wrist. He'd absorb Main and burn what's left, bury the ashes with Dorio. No point leaving the other corpses too. His eyes catch the glint of Main's cybernetic arm. No point on Main renegading his deal with David either. It's been 5 days since Main and Pilar's death. Plans continued at a far more subdued pace, and the crew's morale had hit rock bottom. Ori had become the de facto leader of the crew in the meantime, before he and Main had divvied up responsibilities. But with him gone, it was up to Ori to keep everything together. Rebecca was obviously distraught. She and her brother were never that close, mostly due to Pilar's casual and dismissive attitude towards, well, everything. He'd all but left her to fend for herself when she was young, and only took her back in after she joined the Mox, leaving their relationship friendly but strained. That didn't mean they hated one another. And as the saying goes, you only know what you have when you lose it. For Rebecca, she'd lost the last of her family. She'd blamed him for a day, then sobbed into his chest for 2. He couldn't be upset with her. He wouldn't. He understood how she felt. David was similarly affected. The man had acted as a sort of father figure to him. To hear that he'd killed Pilar and gotten shot in the head by one of his close friends? Ori wasn't sure it was possible for him to look more confused when he'd handed the boy Main's arm. After that passed, all that was left was a look of determination. Even with how shitty everything felt, Ori wasn't going to let them sit around and mope. Lucy had awoken 3 days in, though she was still pretty groggy and disoriented. Christy had secured supplies and transportation, so all that was left was collecting the gold and getting out of Las Vegas unseen. Gugu. Ori rasps as the straps from the many bags on his back dig into his shoulders. With Main and Pilar gone, he'd had to almost quadruple his carrying weight, leaving him a sweating, swearing mess who could barely walk. Unfortunately, they couldn't bring the gold in 2 trips, since as soon as they left the underground they needed to Delta ASAP. Everyone who entered or exited the tunnels got scanned by the cameras and tracking equipment set up by Militech and other corps. No one wanted them to leave with 4 billion eddies worth of gold after all. Thankfully, Lucy was available to disable the machines, allowing them all to hop into Christie's new caravan and start making their way to the border. Ori carefully drops the bags on the floor of the caravan, causing the suspension systems to groan under the stress. After that, he drops into a seat and lets out a tired groan as the discs in his back recenter themselves. Ping. 21 messages received. 15 missed calls. HM. Finally got reception back. He checks the messages and finds that most of them were from Sasha and Kiwi. One was from Quentin, who wanted to know how things went with Aaliyah. They'd be having a talk about that. He had some from Bats and Cat. She'd given birth. Beep. Receiving call. Sasha? Chapter 236. NC Rerun. Receiving call. Sasha? Ori accepts it and opens the holocall, finding a tired-looking Sasha with her legs kicked up on a desk. Once she realizes the call went through, she almost falls out of her chair, however. Ori? Yo. Where are you right now, and is everyone alright? You're on the news everywhere. Ori quietly exhales through his nose. We're on our way out now. We gotta get out through the border crossing, and after that we'll be on our way to you. As for if everyone's safe, he shakes his head. We had trouble. Maine ran out of immunosuppressants and finally lost it. Went completely cyberpsycho and crushed Polar's head. Had to put him out of his misery. My god. Is Rebecca okay? Ori shrugs and glances over at the small room where the cots lay. Rebecca hadn't slept in a while, and she'd finally dropped now. Not the best timing given they might be under fire soon. But hey, anything is something. She'll be fine. Something actually came up. Someone you and Wakako know inside Arasaka wanted to set up a meeting. I'm not sure if you want to, but from what I heard it's important. They'd warned him about the Arasaka attack back in NC, but that hadn't meant shit since they were all shit-faced. Might as well do it. They'd helped enough to deserve a meeting. Jury's out after that. Don't tell him shit until we're back in the city. That's just asking for an ambush. Ori trails off as he spots something weird down the road. Halfway between the city and the Las Vegas border crossing was small blockade of heavily armed vehicles. I'll need to call you back. Beep. Maybe they should have gone the long way around? These bastards really want their gold back. Slow the car. Christy, take the wheel. Falco and David, get in the bathroom. Lucy, try keep up from getting obliterated. He hurriedly orders, making his way to the bedroom and stuffing the half-asleep Rebecca in a cabinet. To be honest, he wasn't entirely sure what to do with himself. Fuck it, he grumbles, fitting himself into the bathroom with the other two. Lucy should be able to scramble any scanners they have, but a manual search would reveal everything. The only comforting thing was the fact the guy who found them would undoubtedly die. The caravan stops before the blockade, and the Militech soldiers get to work scanning while the captain steps to Christie's window. Miss, this is an unlicensed vehicle. Really? Christy squeaks. I thought my daddy took care of it. The soldier shrugs. Sorry, but it don't look it. You might not need a license to drive the highway, but it's a requirement in and around the city. I'm gonna need to ask you for your full name, address your father's name too if he was supposed to be responsible for it. See chum, your knee is riding on my jock? David growls under his breath as the trio hear footsteps outside. Fucking deal with it. Lucy's eyes flash with data as she quickly sends Christy all the falsified data they'd had made in preparation for the main crossing, all while interfering with the four guys outside with scanners. Christy DeMarco. Daughter to a Gilberto DeMarco. Mexican? He questions while accessing the system. Spanish. We used to run a large local patisserie, but got pressured to sell off the property. We're living on savings now. She sighs, hence the simple living. She gestures at the caravan, doing a fantastic job at acting like a depressed, disgraced princess. Well, not that she needed that much of a push. The soldier slowly nods and sends a look over at his squad mates who shake their heads as they walk by. Well, everything looks up to date before you go. Christy and everyone else in the car tints. Is there any chance I could get your number? I wouldn't mind taking you around the casinos next time you're in town. Sorry, I have a boyfriend. That's where I'm going now actually. It's a long-distance thing, she casually plays off. The guy sighs, okay. Move on then. He slaps the truck, prompting Christy to drive past the blockade. Now get the hell off of me, David exclaims when they're out of sight, pushing Ori out of the bathroom and almost falling over. You need to chill, kid. I ever tell you about this one gig? We all got sprayed when some gonk opened a chip bag which sprayed us with nanite tracking shit. Had to drive out of there with my Johnny Hanjin out? Falco dryly remarks. David turns and squints at him. Too much information. The next crossing wasn't hard to get past either. Leaving a city is always easier than entering one. After that, it was the long journey through the interstate. Hopefully they wouldn't run into that many nomads on the way. Home sweet home, Falco utters as he and the rest of the crew spot the holographic ad space lights shooting up into the night sky. The road had been fairly clear, with only one rafting group that tried to catch them. The only real thing of note was the short funeral held for Maine, Pilar, and Dorio. Rebecca hadn't wanted Pilar to be buried near Maine, but they'd managed to convince her after a day or two of arguing. Honestly, if everyone else wasn't a giant shithole, I'd never come back. Ori adds, yeah, well, tough luck. This pile of garbage and vultures is home for us. Rebecca snarks. You lot think we can stop off somewhere? There's this burger joint I've been itching to get back to. Christy'll have to go in for us. Doing anything in public right now is impossible. We need to sort our shit out first. Ori sighs. Speaking of, I need to call Rogue. We've got some gold to pawn. Chapter 237. NC Reloaded. The crew's re-entry back into Night City was as rushed as it was perilous. They had no idea who could be an Arasaka agent, and even the casual pedestrian across the street could be keeping on them. Thus, they decided to take temporary refuge in Lizzie's bar. For the time at least. The crew parked out back and made their way through the hidden rear entrance. The few mocks guarding the place quickly recognized them and sent tentative nods their way. The group either already had permission to be there or the guards were too afraid to do anything about it. Regardless, the crew stepped down until they were inside Judy's lab, the woman herself boredly looking at her screen with a bag of half-eaten potato chips in her lap. Knock, knock. Ori greets, stepping into the room with the others following. Aye. Judy yelps and sits up, launching chips at her monitors and getting dust everywhere. She gets up and sends an indignant glare at him. Ori, I thought I was happy you're coming back, but now I'm thinking otherwise. You're just saying that to hurt me. He grins, stepping over and giving the woman a brief hug. Feels good to be back. She pushes him away and stomps over to Rebecca, pulling the reluctant squirming girl into a tight hug that literally lifts her off of the floor. Hey, get your paws off Amy. Don't struggle. Just accept it. She snickers, giving the girl one last squeeze for good measure. I'll have what she's having. Falco smirks, holding his arms out. Yeah, no thanks, even if I were into dudes that mustache is a big no. Judy walks back over and falls into her chair. Falco feels under his nose. Liar. Chicks dig this statch. She isn't lying. Lucy drawls, walking past and taking a seat for herself. So I shouldn't grow one? David jokes. Lucy shrugs. Do it and I'll dump your ass. Just stay as you are now, my baby face David. David sniffs. Baby face? Oh, we got it at your Merc name. Rebecca chortles. Try it, and I'll let everyone know the albino loli is back in town, he quickly retorts. You fucking bet? Ori gestures at the woman still at the door. Come on, Christy. Judy, don't bite. Maybe I will, considering what you did to Ori. Funny considering I'm the one who outed you to him. Christy sighs. That's all in the past now. Only because you've lost everything. If you'd stayed a superstar, you'd have forgotten about Ori the next day. Judy sneers. But whatever. It's not my place to say how he runs his crew. She turns and looks to Ori. By the way, the others are on their way now. He nods. Good. We'll be able to get everything out of the way soon as. Sasha and Kiwi soon arrived, and the group spent an hour or two getting reacquainted, also sympathizing at the loss of Dorio, Maine, and Pilar. It was a hard subject to broach. Sasha had been good friends with Dorio before that shit show, and Kiwi was even closer. Time had dulled the wound, but it still stung. Unfortunately, there were still to attend and preparations to make. First, Ori had Sasha arrange a meeting with Rogue as they were all especially worried about someone piggybacking off of their comms. All it'd take is one lucky guy to catch a message and the whole thing would be fucked. While she was doing that, Ori had a meeting arranged with Wakako and the mysterious benefactor from Arasaka. The Dragon Claws had all but dismantled the Tiger Claws and absorbed the men and territory, allowing them control of almost the entirety of Japantown. NCPD refused to go near it barring occasional, light patrols, and any gang that entered without declaring it would be hunted down like dogs. Additionally, the Mox was doing much better than previously too. With the aid of Wakako, Kabuki had steadily been built up again. While some streets were stilled with drug-addled addicts, it was looking far better than that the bad actors were moving to Northside or Santo Domingo. It was slightly surprising to hear that Kat's restaurant was now up and running in Kabuki Market. She'd apparently gotten a loan from Suzy Q and was doing pretty well for herself. He wouldn't be visiting anytime soon, however, as he was pretty sure the place was being monitored. His family's ties could only be hidden for so long after all. Regardless, Quentin also needed to be contacted, among other people, but Ori needed to get the basics out of the way first. The only real problem left for the crew to deal with was getting around the city itself. Their faces were now well known, and while their software blocked most attempts to scan their faces, it did nothing to stop actual people from finding them. Kiwi suggested getting some biosculpting done, but most of the crew was actually against it. Permanently getting their faces altered didn't sit right with them, especially considering the fact that it would only last until they made big waves. Rebecca's white skin and tattoos were also very recognizable at this point, and while some fans had gotten similar copycat mods, it wouldn't stop people from recognizing her. The fact that she hadn't grown at all and retained her short stature just made it more obvious. Judy thankfully had been on this topic before they left Las Vegas, presenting the group with some hollow masks that'd temporarily give them someone else's face when worn. Rebecca would actually have to wear clothing though. Long sleeves and trousers were in her future, whether she liked it or not. Chapter 238. Nobu LL Intent. I'm here to speak with Wakako-sama. Ori greets the two large men guarding the alleyway entrance. Wakako had moved shop from her quaint office to a hideout in the center of Japantown, somewhere far defensible if shit should ever the fan again. Gasudo? One guard looks at the other who shrugs. Not gonna hair. Go. She is expecting you. Ori steps through and eventually into Wakako's office, finding the woman in front of a large screen. Zombie, it's been a while. I hope matters haven't altered our relations too much. Unless you had something to do with Arasaka hunting me, it shouldn't, he bluntly says before looking around. I thought our contact was going to be here? BZZDCH. That, unfortunately, is not possible. A voice states from the nearby screen, which buzzes to life revealing a surprising face. Dressed in some sort of silk bathrobe, slicked-up hair, and holographic glasses, Yorinobu Arasaka sat calmly before them on the feed. Greetings. Ori takes a tentative step back and draws his revolver, pointing it at Wakako's head with a scowl. The F***K is this? You better have an army on speed dial or I'm gonna zero you and bury everyone in this fucking building, including this rich boy Arasaka asshole, he growls. The fixer just quirks a brow at him. Come, did you really think I would betray you now? Why? It would be simpler just to forget about you with all the trouble you have and will cause in future. Calm yourself, Ori Quadrano. I mean no harm. Yorinobu says, attempting to pacify the situation. His calm facade falls slightly as he leans forwards on the edge of his seat. There is no need to do something we would all regret. I regret coming here, but at least now I got a face to the guy I'm gonna kill. Even after I explain I am the one who has been assisting you, the man presses. What? Ori asks, baffled at the twist. Yorinobu leans back. I am the one who warned you of the attack. I am the one who delivered the prototype nanite injector. I am the one who aided in the destruction of the tiger claws. I am the one who helped you evade your Arasaka pursuers, the attempts to unveil your family and have them killed. Do you think Arasaka lacked the means that Biotechnica used to uncover them? You've confused him, dear. Wakako smiles mirthfully and sips at her tea. I don't understand. Why? You're in Arasaka. Why would you work against your family? Why help me at all? Yorinobu sighs. It's a complicated matter. To put it simply, I have fought my family my entire life. My younger rebellious years in Japan were wrought with violence and conflict. I started a gang called the Steel Dragons to disrupt the company, but as you can imagine, young fools with illusions of grandeur can only go so far. My father is mad. The goals he seeks, I fear for the world should he ever reach them. My siblings, while ignorant to his true plans, are still complicit. They would understand me even if I tried to tell them. I saw that my methods were failing. I was but a splinter in the wind against the spire that is Arasaka. Thus, I altered my plans, lowered my head and joined my family. What plans are you talking about? What did Saburo tell you that turned you against him? Ori questions. The guy was essentially the prince of an empire. It'd take a lot to turn a prince against his own. Yorinobu wets his lips and drops his glasses to the side. There are many, but the one I am currently working to disrupt is his attempts at immortality. The technology is complete. All that is left is to test it. Unfortunately for my father, I managed to steal the prototype before any use could be made of it. A chuckle unconsciously leaves Ori's throat. You stole from Saburo fucking Arasaka? Maybe you're not so bad, he jokes. Yorinobu doesn't laugh, merely nodding seriously. You asked why I chose to help you? I wish to destroy Arasaka, to bury its sickly carcass before it can spread more disease. I despise the sycophantic fools who discard any moral compunctions for mere comfort, power, authority. If my father gets what he wants, we will enter a dark age like no other, one of immortal tyrants and people servile enough to be graced with survival. Ori Quadrano, I helped you in your times of need. Now I must ask you do the same. Ori lets out a cool breath. The picture Yorinobu had painted wasn't a nice one. Even if he hadn't had a grudge against Arasaka in the first place, he'd have considered helping anyway. It was honestly a boon. They wouldn't have to bring Arasaka down alone, but with Saburo's own son. What do you want from me? He simply asks, wondering what he had that Yorinobu could want. The man had access to soldiers, wealth, power, whatever you could name he had. I would utilize your skills as a mercenary. Why, you may ask? The men I have access to are not my own. They are all loyal to my father. My personal bodyguard and head of security Atom Smasher secretly received orders from my father to execute me if I made any move that would harm Arasaka's interests. My difficult past has made him wary despite my efforts to ingratiate myself with him. He loved only one son. I doubt he would care if he lost another, he sighs. A mercenary? What did you have me doing? Assassinations. My plans are coming together, but there are obstacles, people inside Arasaka that directly or indirectly impede my efforts. Even talking to you now is dangerous. My guards think I am enjoying time with a prostitute. Acquiring this secure line is thanks only to Miss Wakako here. I'm still not sure. I want to help, but my responsibilities lie with my crew. Can you sweeten the deal at all? They'll move if I ask, but they'll do it gladly with some incentives. Yorinobu lets out a sigh of relief. I'm sure we can arrange something. You have no idea how relieving it is to hear that. As of now, I have no immediate wants, but I would have you get stronger, for the death of Atom Smasher is essential for Arasaka's downfall. Chapter 239, 2077. Time skip 2077. Thunk. A heavily muscled man with short, thick black hair, hard brown eyes, and an almost chiseled face steps out of the unassuming car, slamming the door behind him. He wore a basic blue polycarbonate high neck that had its sleeves rolled up to display his black cybernetic arms, black anti-puncture neotac pants with composite lining, and heat-resistant military boots. https://cyberpunk.fandom.com/wiki/anti-puncture_neotac_pants_with_composite_lining. https://cyberpunk.fandom.com/wiki/basic_polycarbonate_full top. At his waist were two large revolvers with two strangely shaped kunai behind those, and hanging from his back in a sling was a large quad-barrel shotgun. Of the new releases is the Colt Zombie Slayer series. What was different about it compared to other guns? The fact that it used big-ass depleted uranium slugs, which were denser than lead, and far more volatile gunpowder for maximum firepower. Come on, we're on a time limit. Ori grouses, prompting David to get out of the passenger side. The boy-no man now stood at 6 feet, just under Ori's 6.3. He'd also gained a shitload of mass due to his extensive cyberwear, still wearing Gloria's jacket. Basically David in canon after time skip. He shifts the sword sheath on his hip and he approaches the trunk of the vehicle. Chill out. Luce said we're in the clear. Sides, we gotta wait for the others anyway. Ori just idly nods. A lot had happened over the last couple of months. It was honestly surprising just how much could change if you had the capital for it. After his meeting with Yorinobu and Wakako, he'd gotten in touch with Rogue and managed to find some buyers for his gold. Did you know gold was worth far more in Night City than in most other places? Because he hadn't. The 3 or so billion eddies it should have been after Rogue's part turned into a clean 4. He wasn't made aware of just who had bought it, or even if it was multiple people. Rogue made it clear they'd stay anonymous. After that, you could say the crew went on a shopping spree. Everyone got upgrades, including himself. The new military spec Sandevistan replacing part of his spine was part of it, along with some other rarer implants. He'd also taken Yorinobu's suggestion to heart. While he himself couldn't get much stronger than he already was, that didn't mean he couldn't seek power in other ways. Hence, the creation of Sekai Haiwa? Yeah, he hadn't come up with the name. You could say it was the trade-off for having Wakako put her name on it. After all, a group of terrorists couldn't start a mercenary company. It was completely disconnected from all of them, and while he funded it, he mostly controlled it remotely with the help of Sasha, Kiwi, and Lucy. The chairman was none other than Judy, though. He'd had to make some concessions before she accepted it. Among them were discounts for the Mox and any other doll shop that required their protection, along with the creation of a small shelter in Kabuki for anyone who needed to escape overly forceful employers, friends, etc. Judy wasn't the only person brought aboard, however. There was only so much she could do as a single person, not to mention how vital it was for potential corruption to be rooted out immediately. For the role of Vice Chairman, Rogue had helped them to pick someone for it. One Dean Russell, a man Ori had annihilated in the street races a while back. The man didn't hold a grudge, even if his girlfriend slightly did. That didn't really matter though, since he hated corporations just as much as Ori and his crew, making a fine addition to the cause. With them at the helm, Ori and his crew would be able to utilize Sekai Haiwa's equipment without immediate reprisal. While it was annoying to go through the hoops, that was the essential component of bureaucracy. It wasn't like they could buy military equipment from official dealers without a valid name for it. Even if they purchased them illegally, the markup was so utterly ridiculous that it might have bankrupted them if they tried that route. Billionaires or not, that shit adds up. Ori lets out a sigh at that thought. They're late. Probably just got held up in traffic, can't get anywhere in Kabuki now. Place has been crowded ever since it got that renovation. David adds, better that than a ghost town. Even then I'd prefer that to the strip. No shot. We'll just have to keep Arasaka from shitting out giant murderbots then. He shrugs. We gone crack the lid on this or what? Might as well. Ori mutters, opening the trunk to reveal a tied-up Japanese man in a suit. Looks up, Sleeping Beauty's awake. David gives the man a prod on his leg, his nose wrinkling when the scent of urine fills the air. Fucker shit himself too. MMMPHH. The bound man screams through the fabric, gagging him, squirming against his restraints. What's that? You're sorry? Tell that to your corpo friends who sold you out. Ori sneers and grabs the man by the back of his neck, lifting and facing him towards the river a couple meters away. They'd parked under the bridge in Kabuki right next to the river. While it was dark this time of the afternoon, the ambient lights made the place oddly peaceful in its atmosphere. Appreciate the view. It's the last one you'll be seeing. MMPPHMMM. David frowns. Shove asshole back and dash. Hang on. He slides a chip out of the man's port. Go ahead. MMPH dash. Thunk. Surprised your bougie guy is finally letting us do serious biz. Something change? Must've. Ori shrugs. No idea, but I think something big's about to go down if he wants us to act now. Not like this shit was hard. Well, the guy did give us all we needed. Access keys and commands for their private channels, security schedules, veto orders, shit. I don't think we could have fucked this up if we tried. David states. That was true. All they needed to do was pull up, drag the suit from his car, and leave. Restricted as he is, Yorinobu how to get shit done. Chapter 240, New Specs. The sound of engines signals the others' arrival. Ori and David look over as a car more beat up than their own arrives, stopping next to them. Falco steps out of the driver's seat while Rebecca and Sasha get out the back. Their appearances hadn't changed all that much. Falco's mustache was slightly more magnificent than before, along with some finer-looking clothes he'd adopted after their trip to Vegas. Sasha and Rebecca had gotten more cyberware, which was visible from the skinline graphs, but other than that they were the same old. Rebecca especially hadn't really changed. One would have expected her to grow somewhat, but she'd remained at her demure 5 feet. Not that she hadn't wanted to get taller. Her prototype subdermal armor meant that she'd basically need to get skinned alive since her dermal layer was on the cusp of necrosis. Add the fact her other cyberware was sized specifically for her and would need to be replaced, and you had the unchanging Loli. She wasn't all that upset. She knew about her own body, of course. Plus, she liked it when Ori referred to her as cuddle size, at least in private. The one thing she had changed was her new external hand augments, basically large slip-on cyberhand gloves that allowed her to handle much larger weaponry without the drastic downsides. Though, he was sure they were partly in memory of Pilar. You guys have any trouble? Ori questions as they walk around. Nah, just some bums who thought robbing this piece of shit was a good idea. Rebecca gestures at the crappy car they decided to use for the operation. Falco opens the trunk to reveal another tied-up suit, though this one was unconscious with a large fist-shaped mark on his face. Becca here decided we'd carry him? What? You wanted to drag this asshole kicking and screaming to the car? She shakes her head. Can we get this over with? Starbucks Lovers is gonna be on soon. Starbucks? David mouths to himself. Rebecca catches it and shrugs. A bunch of guys and gals pick who they want to date in a lineup, then they fight in the boxing right to see who'll get the chance. Just the men? Or is this a catfight sort of thing? Falco asks, looking interested. She quirks a grin. Both. Last episode 2 bitches almost killed each other for some Latino hunk. Pretty sure the guy was gay though? Okay, let's finish up then. Lucy's alright called for transport. Ori states before beginning to push one of the vehicles, the rest of the group pushing the other. Banging can be heard coming from the trunk, as if the suit was aware of what was about to happen. This wouldn't surprise Ori given he'd shown him where they were earlier. Make sure to hold your breath, buddy, or not, maybe you'll grow gills in your next life. He says with one final shove, sending the thing careening down the ledge and into the river. Another splash later, and the corpos were dealt with. By the time their corpses are found, whatever Yorinobu's plan was would be complete. Apparently he just needed those 2 board members missing instead of dead. Ori claps his hands off. Alright, drinks? Hell yeah, finally we're doing something. Rebecca grins. Hey, didn't your mama ever tell you that Litaran was wrong? The crew look over and spots a group of men stepping out from behind the bridge's abutment, onto the path overlooking the river. Did you guys check if you were being followed? Ori questions. We did, but these goons must be new. Falco adds. Probably followed us when we entered the side street. Rebecca shrugs and hefts Guts 2.0, zombie style. You guys just stand there for a sec, she shouts over to them. I got it. Might as well test my new gear. Ori interjects as his monowire slips out of his wrists and ties itself around the ring of the kunai on his belt. Once connects, he tugs them to let them hang from the wire, electric sparking to life the next second. They work like Whiplash's weapons. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=FFBYE8 PFXHG &UP_channel =top movie clips. What? You think you're fucking slick with that chrome there, Dash? The leader of the posse starts, but doesn't get to finish as Ori whips his weapon forwards. The kunai's added weight allowed the monowire to function as a more conventional whip, less controlled but far more powerful and with extra range. The electrified whips slash through the air and cut the leader along with half of his group completely in two, sending the screaming men sprawling to the ground as the survivors look on with wide eyes. The next swipe kills all but one, causing the last man standing to try and flee. Ori vanishes from his position and reappears behind the gangster, however, wrapping the electrified monowire circled around his neck, ready to decapitate him. A thin rivulet of blood seeps from a single small cut, causing Ori to sigh. Sorry about that. This Sandy's stronger than I'd thought. Please let me go. I didn't do nothing. No can do. I'll send you to your pals though, Ori says, sweeping the guy's foot out from under him, causing him to fall on the monowire and decapitate himself. He retracts his cyberware and turns to the rest of the crew. How's that? Not too shabby. Anything's not shabby, if you're against goons like that. Rebecca walks over and kicks one of the dropped budget arms guns. Guys couldn't even afford a decent pistol. Too much showing off too. Sasha shrugs. Showing off? I killed them all in like 3 seconds. Ori playfully protests, as if he weren't standing amongst a dozen corpses. Which is long compared to usual, she retorts before looking up as a shadow descends towards them. Their Aerodyne limo was here. Before we go, can you guys dump the bodies in the river? I'd rather not have the pigs snooping around where we dump the suits. Ori says as he climbs into the limbo and cracks open the provided champagne. You do it. Rebecca exclaims, you're the one who cut them into itty-bitty bits. He holds out a fist. Play for it. Fine, you're on. Rock, paper, scissors. No. Rock is best. Ori sagely states, shooing Rebecca out the door. You'll regret this. Better hurry up, or you'll miss your show. God damn it. Chapter 241, Galanti. Ori kicks his feet up and rests his head on his arms while looking around at the walls of active monitors, constantly shifting information from the stock market, hacked communications, movement of important people, crime reports, and even international news updates. This is what is possible with multiple powerful netrunners. Despite people thinking otherwise, Sekai Hiwa had prided itself into the top 100 companies for aspiring netrunners to join. He'd hired 20 of them in the relatively short time the company had been running, and with Lucy, Kiwi, and Sasha's aid, most had or were close to being at the standard of even Netwatch. It also helped that they paid far more than more other companies, along with their good employee track record. The hideout itself was deep in the bowels of Japantown, hidden in an abandoned storage facility southeast of the district, far enough and concealed enough that the chances of anyone stumbling across it were 0 to nil. Even then, the defenses would wipe out an ardent max tac team. David, looks like your old friend Tanaka has been busy, Ori states, tapping the barrel 6 revolver on his temple. And? You got a plan to off him, or what? 'Cause we still got those errands for Wakako to run. David asks as he sharpens his blade in the corner of the room. We can do those later. Tanaka needs to be dealt with before he actually does something useful. Fortunately, I know just the person to act as bait. Gee, I wonder who you mean, he drawls. Whatever. Guy's probably still on my ass for flatlining his kid. Yeah, he's been on a warpath since Tanaka Jr. got dropped. Rogue's been talking about his probes into the afterlife. Apparently he wants to shut it down and crucify all the Mercs. Dunno if she was being literal or metaphorical about that though. Ping. HM? Oh, that's Christy. Ori says as the duo look over at the monitor on the far side wall. He opens the channel and a face appears, not Christy's, but the temporary one she'd installed for this mission in particular. Her role had evolved from a sometimes useful deadweight to a full-fledged spy. She'd taken her acting skills and gotten some new cyberware similar to what Kiwi had, except instead of replacing just her jaw, Christy could replace her entire face when needed. Her latest jobs have just been infiltrating corpo parties on the arm of some execs looking to strut their stuff with a young piece of meat. Once they take her to their bed, if she can, she injects them with a hallucinogenic and aphrodisiac mix, allowing her to extract the max amount of intel without getting her hands too dirty. Sup, Christy? Ori, David, just letting you know that I finished up with that Kong Tao asshole. Anything interesting? She shakes her head. Not really. Kong Tao are apparently upping their production on robotic combat units, but nothing concrete. Guy was too blazed out of his mind to count a 10 by the time we got to that point. Forget all that. Nothing we don't already know about. David waves her off. Got any gossip on Tanaka? Him? A bit. Some circles talk about his addiction to XBDs. Say he spends most of his free time chipped into one. She shrugs. Doubt that's any use though. Not unless you want to try and have him bite a bullet. XBDs. You into him? Ori snarks. Nah, I used to sling him for some quick cash. They aren't exactly legal. Any idea where he's getting them? He's got to have a dealer somewhere. No. Doubt any of the busy bitches know anything concrete anyway. You want me to look into it? I can maybe wrangle an Arasaka office worker. No one big, but the corp has been on edge for weeks now, probably shitting themselves because of Saburo. Ori shakes his head. Leave it. See if you can find that cunt Kosh. Alright, remember my fee by the way. BZZDCH. Ori looks to David. Looks like we're still on the bait plan. Go convince Lucy to let me hold your leash for a bit, and not tear my head off in the process. I'll try. It's not up to me how she takes it though, he says, standing and leaving. Time to start planning then. Probably need to call Rogue for this one. You can't be serious? You really expect us to just go along with this? Lucy angrily asks. The rest of the crew had similar reactions, thinking his plans were both suicidal and incredibly stupid. Ori holds his hands up placatingly. Trust me, it'll work. It isn't like that's the be-all end anyway. We can intervene at any point if we need to. You say that as if we're not handing the kid over to Arasaka. What if they ship him to their tower? We'll never get him back. Falco states. I've spoken with the guy in Arasaka about it. We'll toss David at the NCPD and have him locked up at their prison in Arroyo. Tanaka, being the sanctimonious D-bag he is, will head over there to some kicks in before scheming some way to flatline him before he can serve his sentence. We'll make sure when he enters the prison, he never leaves. Ori sums up. Yeah, that's a big if he doesn't have David zeroed before he gets imprisoned. Lucy grouses. Ori shakes his head. He won't. David's part of the zombie crew. We'll have the arrest publicly announced and make it a giant spectacle. They try anything, and there'll be the biggest fucking riot since the Holocaust. We'll even add the murder of Tanaka's kid to David's crimes to give him more padding. And we'll be even more famous once we spring him. I like it. Rebecca grins. Yeah? Well, I think it's a pile of shit. David, tell him you're not going along with this. Killing Tanaka is fine, but it's not worth risking your life for it. Lucy presses. Ah. He rubs the back of his head. Chapter 242, Case for Court. We're here today to report the trial of one David Martinez, an Arasaka Academy dropout and violent edgerunner with a storied past of offenses, and one of the infamous zombie crew, which are touted as the terrorists who previously attacked the Corpo Plaza and even Las Vegas in the past. The newswoman reports from the city center outside the Night City Justice Court. It wasn't just her and her news crew that was there, however. A huge group of protesters had also shown up, demanding the criminal's release, that and a fair trial. Such an ask wasn't too inappropriate given the fact that the Justice Court had been gifted to the city by Arasaka itself. Now, just what crimes is he being charged with? The newscaster from the network News 54 headquarters. A moment of delay later and the woman nods. From what we've been able to tell, Mr. Martinez was injured in a firefight that claimed the lives of a dozen or so Maelstrom gangsters. So it is possible he will be charged for them, self-defense or not, but it is ultimately up to the court to decide. He's also been implicated in a string of murders that occurred recently, from the late Alan Carding, the Petrochem business negotiator, to Severic Unistis, the lead engineer for IEC processing and development. The list goes on and on. Yet there hasn't been much evidence publicly revealed as of yet. For all we know, Mr. Martinez may be a free man soon. And what of the protesters? Surely people can't be supporting what I hear is accused of being a mass murderer, terrorist, and violent sociopath. I'm not sure, John. Most people present appear to be anti-establishment anarchists, but a great many appear just to be here for the spectacle. Mr. Martinez is perhaps one of the most famous criminals since Johnny Silverhand or Morgan Blackhand Dash, she states, but freezes as someone runs over and snatches the microphone from her hands. Free Martinez. Death to corporations. Freedom from tyranny and enslavement. Death to Arasaka Dash. The man tosses the mic and sprints away as a security team goes to apprehend him. Miss Carolina, are you all right? The caster asks as the woman retrieves her mic. Why yes, just a little startled. It seems among the crowd are also violent thugs. She shakes her head. Oh wait, this is them now. The transport for Mr. Martinez, she says, prompting the camera to pan over as a heavily armored truck drives past and approaches the underground entry of the Justice Court. Martinez, I love you. Don't let them win, Martinez. We support you. Fuck the corporations. They won't get away with this. Fuck Arasaka. Yeah, fuck Arasaka. The people begin chanting, forcing the news network to cancel the feed. They could only broadcast anti-Arasaka sentiment for so long before the corporation started asking them questions or raising their prices on goods. Stay tuned, folks. The public trial will begin soon. There we'll find up the severity of David Martinez's crimes. Here, at N54 News. Ori and the rest of the crew watched the broadcast of the trial, and surprise, David's public lawyer was a sniveling piece of shit. He may present himself as on David's side, but it was plain to see he was doing everything possible to implicate him without making it obvious. You better hope this goes well. Lucy scowls. It's too late to back out now, just trust in the plan. Mr. David Martinez, you are being charged with 72 counts of murder, 22 counts of grand theft auto, 10 counts of committing torture, 16 counts of manslaughter, 52 counts of aggravated assault, 3 counts of terrorism. The judge pauses and takes a much-needed breath. 100 counts of illegal possessing grade 5 firearm, 3 counts of possessing military-grade cyberware, 6 counts of dash. David jangles his cuffs around, causing the judge to shoot him a glare. Get to the point. I plead not guilty. He scowls. The judge adjusts his glasses and nods. Very well, prosecution, make your case. He says before sitting back and looking expectantly at the men sitting opposite him. We call to the stand, Mr. Tanaka. The prosecution says, calling up what must have been the 15th person in the 4 hours the trial had been going. A grim-looking man stands from the bench and walks up to the witness box. Mr. Tanaka, do you know Mr. Martinez? Do you have any prior experience with him? He nods, rubbing his face anxiously. I do. He used to be a student at Arasaka Academy where I used to work. He was a known troublemaker despite his excellent academic performance, always breaking simulations and causing strife in the classroom. Many a time did I have to speak to his mother about his behavior. That may have been where his grudge against my family first began. Objection. speculation, and not pertaining to the question. David's lawyer exclaims. Sustained. The judge reluctantly grants. The prosecution just shrugs and continues. It says here that in April of 2076 David Martinez was involved in an assault on your son. Could you elaborate? Yes, but I believe there is video evidence of it. Tanaka states. The prosecution nods, indeed, but I'd rather have your version of events before we display it, for context's sake. I suppose. I do not know much, but my son was committed to the infirmary with a shattered orbital bone and a sprained neck. I investigated and found that Mr. Martinez had randomly and seemingly without reason attacked my son in the middle of class with the use of a military-grade Sandevistan. The prosecution turns towards the jury box. I present Article 55A2B. He says as a hollow projector brings up the camera recording showing David kicking Katsuo Tanaka out of his seat and then using his Sandevistan to annihilate him with a punch. David chuckles lightly at it, never having seen the recording before. It honestly brought back good memories, ones in the academy when his mother was still alive. This is clear evidence of the offender's utter disregard for authority. Even now he laughs at the video of him assaulting his classmate. If this is not damning, I don't know what is, the prosecutor exclaims. Chapter 243, In Charged. Does the defense have any comments? The judge looks to David's side of the room after the prosecution sits. Not at this time, David's lawyer starts, but he interrupts him. Yeah, actually, he stands. Tanaka, where were you on the day your son hospitalized me? Objection, irrelevant to the current charges. The prosecution states. Overruled. Mr. Tanaka? Tanaka just quirk a brow. I'm not sure what you were referring to. Really? That's weird. I got treated when I was visiting my dying mother. Seems like something my lawyer would have gotten for my case. He shrugs. Whatever. It's not like Chicken Corpos were gonna let this go anyway. I hope you like your fucking theater, 'cause that's all this is. He spits. What are you suggesting, Mr. Martinez? Because at this rate, I will hold you in contempt of court. The judge leans over from his seat, glaring at him. I told you already. My lawyer's corrupt scum. Tanaka lie out of his ass, and this whole fucking thing is a goddamn kangaroo court. Yeah, I kicked the crap out of Katsuo, but that's revenge for almost flatlining me and stopping me from trying to pay off my mother's medical bills. Fucking pigs. You can bitch and moan about what I've done all you like, but I know who the real criminals are. Everyone does, just no one has the balls to come out and say it. He waves his arm at the judge. Wonder how much Tanaka and his cronies paid you to bend over and take it. Probably the most action a gonk piece of shit like you gets anyway. Are you finished? The judge rhetorically asks. David Martinez, I find you in contempt of court, nay, in contempt of the entire criminal justice system. You are hereby sentenced to 3 years imprisonment. Perhaps when you get out we can revisit your original charges. Take him away. He waves him off, prompting the guards to grab David and drag him out. Get your hands off Amy. I can walk on my own feet, he growls, shaking the men off and reluctantly walking away, but not before throwing a final challenging glance at Tanaka. That was something, Ori states as the feed cuts away from the courtroom. Any of you know he was going to rant like that? Lucy nods, said he wanted to get his side of things out there, even if no one cares about it. Oh ho ho, no one cares about it? You seen the net? People are going apeshit. Rebecca cackles. Ain't surprising, folks VE been waiting for someone to get behind. Usually those media core don't let anti-establishment shit on TV. Falco remarks. Those asshats are deleting people's posts. Rebecca shouts as the corporations finally seem to be taking active measures to prevent even more people from galvanizing against them. Of course, this would just only make those effect more ardent, even if they do lower the reach of the escalation. Well, it's to be expected. They did this shit before when Lizzie died. People linking the tiger claws to Arasaka got their shit locked or crashed. Kiwi states. Ori gets up from his seat and cracks his neck. All right, we should probably get moving. Kiwi, get the drones watching the van carrying David. The locator chip in his neck should be buzzing at random intervals every hour or so. Let's make sure they don't kidnap him or flatline him before he gets to his destination. Kid. David looks up at the small barred window showing the drivers of the truck. Don't tell anyone I said this, but I'm routine for ya. Finally someone said what we've all been thinking. Fucking suits with their velvet toilet paper and fancy fucking steaks. I want meat too, goddammit. Yeah, no problem. David quietly says, unsure of how to respond to this cop. Don't mind him, he's just a little jacked after watching the feed. He nods, makes ya want to go to town on a sandbag with Emperor Arasaka's face on it. You should probably keep that to yourself then. Chances are the Core VE got this thing tagged. No point getting hard-working Joes like you zeroed. David states. The officers laugh. Ahaha, don't you worry about that. Those jerk-offs can listen all they like. Something wrong? An officer asks after David goes quiet. No, I was just waiting for something to happen. Saying stuff like that is like daring them. Click. A heavily armed and armored robot aggressively snaps a collar onto David's neck, and he feels it puncture his flesh and insert a chip perilously close to his brainstem. The hell did you do to me? Nanosuppressant collar. The Humanitarian Imprisonment Act of 55 forbids us from directly removing any cyberware until your death. This will prevent you from using any during your stay. A voice explains through an intercom. David scowls. You assholes didn't notice my arms and legs are all cybernetic? My lungs? He shouts. Don't worry. It just severs the connection between them and your brain. They will work automatically, but you will be unable to use any active augments. That spine or arm cannon of yours are completely useless here, even if it had ammunition. Now move along. We have 20 others to process. The voice orders, prompting the robot to push David forwards. The prison was huge, a giant box of metal and guns, holding the most dangerous criminals that, while neutered, would still be incredibly dangerous for an average person to face. Guards didn't even dare to be on the same floor as the prisoners, instead sending robotic soldiers to escort, search, and convey orders. Was it weird that David felt more comfortable here than he ever did at Arasaka Academy? Probably not. At least here he didn't have to deal with corpo pieces of shit. Those guys never went prison. Either they sat safe in their glass towers or get dumped in the river with companion cubes tied to their feet. Chapter 244. Old Friends. Clank. The cell door shuts closed behind David, leaving him in the small prison room. In one corner was a dirty-looking toilet. Next to it was a somehow even dirtier sink, and on the other side of the room was a bunk bed. He itches his collar and opens a small wooden drawer, revealing 2 single pieces of toilet paper. This better not be all we get for the day. I know for a fact they limit the water you get, and I'm not living life with shitty fingers. He slams it closed and grumbles to himself. A couple seconds later his cell door opens and another prisoner steps in, dressed in the same gray jumpsuit David had been forced to wear. Hey, Selly, just gonna say we got some ground rules dash. He starts but trails off when he lays eyes on David's face. Lil Mohawk? Mohawk? David blinks. Wait, Leo? He asks, remembering the last person who called him that. They lived on the same block of the mega building in the past, but they'd lost contact when he joined the academy. Haha, I knew it was you. Davy Martinez, how've you been doing, chum? Leo steps forwards and hugs him with a laugh. Why the F*** Carrie you locked up here? I thought you were making it big in that fancy school of yours. David gives a low chuckle. Just some small shit, you know? Whatever they could pin on me, he says to the short mouse-like man. Yeah, I'll buy that with you looking like some fucking Terminator. I mean, Jesus, I know you didn't grow like that naturally, so either you're on some serious chems or, damn, some hot chrome. It's chrome, not like it matters now. What were you saying earlier? Ah, this your first time here, ain't it? My last celly decided to join the drapes hang around, so they lumped me here with you. Want me to catch you up? On what? Where to buy more fucking toilet paper? Heh, actually yeah, stingy fucks make us pay to be imprisoned. You work or you get bare minimum SCOP, bare minimum water. Shit, we need to pay to wash our clothes. But ignore all that, you need to know who's what here. You may know about the gangs out there, but in here you talk to the wrong guy and you're getting shanked in the shower. David sighs. Yeah? Well, it ain't like we're going anywhere. He says, hoping Tanaka would visit relatively soon. In the underground courtyard of the prison, David and Leo leant against a wall as the latter pointed out the various gangs around. Apparently, most were subgroups from larger gangs outside. Hell, the Tiger Claws even had some loyal members left in here, which were all easy to identify given their many glowing tattoos. The folks you gotta watch out for are them. He gestures at a group of small and skinny men sitting in the corner playing cards. Yeah, I know, they don't look like much, but you touch one of them, and you're getting torn apart that night. Look at their hands. David does so, and lets out a breath as he sees it. While the collars may block your cyberware from activating, it apparently hadn't stopped these people from filing down their fingers into bloody metallic claws, like rippers, but less elegant. How's that allowed? He leans in and whispers, they're the warden's boys. He gets annoyed at something and they see what they can do. They get free shit, quicker stints, and leeway with the guards. They call themselves the live-ins, you know, since most of them would rather live here than outside. Leo pulls down his shirt to reveal some deep scars near his ribs. Trust me, leave them alone and show enough respect. I ain't cleaning up the bits of you they cut up from our cell. I'll keep it in mind. Leo nods and folds his arms. So, what really have you been up to? I know it was something big because the fucking badges were talking, like they'd captured the Antichrist. I went against the Corps, what else? May have bombed Las Vegas and killed some suits, or at least that's what they're trying to pin on me, he shrugs. Ahaha, nice. That'll buy you a lot of props with the others guys here. No one likes the corpos, no one but the rats. What about you? Why were you in here? Leo grins. You remember that schizo family that lives a floor down from us? David nods. Yeah, played crazy loud music on Monday nights, got the whole row locked down because of cockroaches, the dad had a half-naked fist fight in the street. Well, their punk kid decided not to pay for some pills. I broke down their door and kicked the shit out of him, but when I turned I got jumped by badges. Curs set me up? I mean, what did you expect? I'm surprised those idiots didn't forget how to breathe. Leo shrugs. Well, that was my first time. The second is when I went back and cut their motherfucking heads off. And guess what? The boys in blue were waiting for me to do something as soon as I got out. Bam. Right back in the shitter. I got 52 years left on my sentence. David snorts. Not bad, but once I'm finished with my contempt of court charge, they'll probably lock me up for 1,000 or whatever the final number adds up to. They both laugh at that. Hey, what would you do if you managed to break out? David questions, wondering if he should take Leo out after they flatline Tanaka. The guy seems to be on the level and would be loyal enough given his long-ass sentence. Plus, they were old friends. What would I do? No idea. Don't even dream of it anymore. To be honest, nah, actually, I'd head straight to a doll shop, get my dick wet for the first time in years. Chapter 245, Blitzkrieg. Finally, Lucy exclaims as she receives intel from the tapped Arasaka systems that a certain Mr. Tanaka was scheduled to visit the prison. It had been 2 weeks of waiting, but finally the man was stepping out of whatever bunker he was hiding in. The temptations to get back at David for helping kill his son and humiliating him on live TV appeared too much. David's tracker had not moved, and while there seemed to be some disturbance with its connection, it wasn't anywhere near life-threatening from what the crew could tell. With that said, she didn't waste any time in contacting everyone to launch the assault on the prison. For it, they'd stolen some AVs from Sekai Hiwa, 3 aerial vehicles which were fully equipped with .50 caliber side guns, EMP grenade launchers, and enough armor to shield the Earth from the sun. Metaphorically speaking, Lucy, Kiwi, and Sasha had all been niggling away at the prison's ice wall since before David had been arrested. The prison's budget netrunners weren't all that useful against them, and so a back connections had been made for them to slip in when the time was right. They hadn't used it, aside from recovering the schedule for the inmates. Tanaka's visit should line up with when the prisoners were headed to the underground courtyard from their cells. A good explosion and power outage should force the prisoners into a quick riot. The robots manning the prison, once they were reset by an EMP, would be easy to recalibrate to the crew's preferences. Especially with Lucy working on it. Yeah, she'd be staying back at base to get all of this done. But Ori had persuaded her that she was better off in the net than running around shooting people. Same with Kiwi. Well, let's just hope Falco's recent flying lessons had gone well. Alright, you all know what we're doing. If I have to explain it a third fucking time, I'm gonna beat someone to death. Get it? Ori exclaims as he folds down a balaclava in the base's dressing room. We've got a 5-minute window to catch the prisoners where they need to be, and a 15-minute window before Tanaka shoves 50 cc's of liquid lead in David's ass, so keep your heads in the game. Yeah, and we've had to sit through you telling us 5 goddamn times. Rebecca says, we know how important this is, so stop being a douchebag and taking your nerves out on us. Listen, just trust us to do our jobs right, and we'll get the kid out in no time. Falco adds. Alright, now we can Falco if something goes wrong. Ori adds, prompting a cheer from Rebecca at the cowboy's confused expression. Alright, we're nearing. Ori reports over the comms as he flies the AV closer to the prison. He was second in the formation. The first was the empty AV that was flying via autopilot and Kiwi's control. It'd take all the damage from the prison's anti-air equipment and allow them to get close enough to deploy the EMP. Third in the formation was Falco, who had Rebecca and Sasha with him. Obviously, Ori was alone in case the first AV went down too quickly. He could survive a crash while they probably couldn't. Attention! You are entering unauthorized airspace. Leave now, or you will be fired upon. The message pops up on all the AV's feeds before the anti-air guns start unloading at them. Bullets fill the sky, and the first AV gets absolutely pummeled. One thruster gets destroyed almost immediately, causing the AV to spin in a slight circle as it descends towards the prison. Ori and Falco's vehicles take some damage too, but nothing more than some deep scratches in their armor. They were firing back. Both Ori's and the decoy's AVs had aiming AI which were sniping at the ground cannons, while Rebecca was leaning out of Falco's AV firing the side gun, to excellent effect. Goddamn, they ain't letting up, are they? Falco exclaims over the comms, inwardly wondering if this is what the Brits felt during WW2 Blitzkrieg bombings. Just hold on, we almost got a quarter of their cannons, they'll be defenseless soon. Ori responds. The decoy won't last much longer, I've lost a second thruster. Kamikaze it into the prison then. Rebecca shouts. Yeah, do that. Ori urges, aim at that fat group of AA trucks. Affirmative. Kiwi acknowledges, forcing the AV up and turning it downwards, allowing the last of the thrusters to move it directly at the target. They try and shoot it down, but even after taking a third thruster, it was too late to stop it. The multi-$100,000 vehicle slams directly into the enemy, exploding into a huge fireball that destroys anything near it. Sirens were now blaring. The prison's security systems all turned up as high as they can go. With half of the anti-air guns handled, or at least the ones that could actually penetrate their armor, it doesn't take long to clear up the rest. Gain distance and find a place to land. I'm gonna drop the bomb. Ori orders. Anything too close to the detonation site would have all its systems fried. Outside of that range, and they'd only be temporarily deactivated. Since they needed to leave somehow, the last AV was damn near required. Ah shit. Just realized how much this is gonna hurt. He mutters to himself as he flies above the center of the prison. The nanites certainly wouldn't appreciate it. Bombs away. He turns the AV slightly and opens the cabin door, allowing the large EMP bomb to roll out and falls to the ground below. Before it hits the earth, it detonates, sending out a huge shockwave and instantly shuts down both remaining AVs. Sheet. Ori roars as he feels his cyberware buzz and crackle against his brain stem. His vision goes white as if he'd been hit by a flashbang, but fortunately he'd already located a good place to land, allowing the AV to fall in a controlled manner. Crash. Chapter 246, Visits Undone. Earlier. Clank clank clank. Prisoner A-435. You have a visitor, the robotic guard states. A visitor? Lucky. No one gives enough of a shit about me to bother. Leo grouses as David stands. Who is it? He asks, hoping it was a certain Arasaka suit. The visitor's identity is private. Come willingly, or we will be forced to employ forceful means. It robotically orders. Present their hands. You will be handcuffed. David does so. Things were going according to plan. Hopefully at least. When you enter this room, be aware that any hostile action will be met with a swift and unmerciful death. The robot states as he pushes him in. In front of David was a glass window cutting through half of the room, disconnecting it. A table was in the center and Tanaka was sitting at it, behind the glass with his fingers steepled expectantly. Well, look who it is. Come to have a dick measuring contest? 'Cause I doubt you'd win if Katsuo was anything to indicate your talent, he taunts as he sits. Very mature, Mr. Martinez. I'm sure you're very popular at all those whore and drug-filled raves. But I'm not here to measure. I'm here to offer you some last chances, and I mean, they will be your last, he says with a firm look. Ah, so not measuring, you're just getting straight to swinging your dick around like you own the place. Well, newsflash, I didn't get charged for killing your kid. There's jack shit you can do to me, he says, well aware that was a bald-faced lie. Tanaka chuckles lightly. Did you really think the law meant anything to me? It's just a tool to control the sniveling masses. Name a law and Arasaka has broken it before. Whether or not such a thing was made public is irrelevant. After all, what is bail if not the rich man's parole? He stands and begins pacing. All the cameras in this room are currently under maintenance. The guards and robots stationed here are all on break. And officially, I was never here. Do you see your problem, Mr. Martinez? David forces a frown. I'm not getting it. Who's gonna gut me if you got rid of the guards? You aren't man enough to do it yourself? Tanaka nods. I am well past the age of doing it personally, but I will take great pleasure in watching the life leave your eyes, you pathetic gnat. As for whom is going to take up the duty? Well, there seems to have been a scheduling error. He gestures at the door which opens to reveal 3 members of the live-ins gang, all bearing their claw-like hands with eager grins on their faces. David scoffs. You think these 3 are enough to kill me? You must be out of touch, Tanaka. It remains to be seen, Mr. Martinez. Even if you win, you'll find an extra 3 murders on your mini list of charges. Don't worry, boss. He ain't leaving alive. The tallest live-in states. David cracks his neck and rolls his shoulders before taking up a boxing stance. Bring it, you scissor hand rejects. Grab him. The 3 men all charge at David, who does the same, seizing the initiative and throwing a powerful dropkick as the first man. It hits the guy in the chest and flings him to the other end of the room with broken ribs, but not without leaving a long scratch on David's leg. David immediately rolls to the side as one of them tries to jump on top of him, donkey kicking the other who was trying to stab his hand into his gut. Go to hell, he shouts, coming back and slamming his elbow into the second guy. Slick. He winces as a clawed hand grabs his leg. The live-in who he dropped kick had crawled back into the fight. I'll cut your fucking cock off. Hell no. I'm still USINIT. Go jerk it and mince your own. David growls, slamming his heel into the dude's face to get him away and hand springing back to his feet, only to then try to dodge a claw which scratches 4 lines into his cheek, almost taking his eye. David blocks the next swipe with his forearm and smashes his gorilla fist into the ugly F***K's collarbone, crushing it. With the guy stunned from the pain, he grabs his face and slams it into the other charging live-in, making them kiss, and by that he meant shattering their orbital bones on one another's. With those 2 down for the count, he turns to the last guy who'd cut up his leg earlier, stomping over and standing above him. What did you say earlier? You'll cut my cock off? Bro, it was a joke. David nods. Right, a joke? With that he raises his foot and stomps hard on the guy's groin, inwardly grimacing at the feeling of crushing something. Like popping a zit. Hergaff, you fucking bastard. Oh my god. You fucking crushed Theat. He looks over to the two other guys who were groaning on the ground and gives them the same treatment, stomping on their skulls and splattering gray matter across the floor. How's that, Tanaka-ag? David yelps as his collar activates, not just his but everyone's in the room. He falls to a knee and looks up as electricity crackles through him, spotting Tanaka holding a switch. It appears I underestimated you, Mr. Martinez. Fortunately, I don't rely on one plan. Your plans to escape will be fruitless, though. I will be waiting and watching to see if you can escape the hole I bury you in, he says, turning up the intensity. FFU. No, F***KU, Mr. Martinez. I have one. You should have stayed in the hovel you crawled out. Tanaka's voice halts as all the lights in the room suddenly turn off. The backup generator doesn't immediately activate either, meaning it is likely intentional sabotage. The EMP doesn't just take out the building's electricity though. David reaches up and tears the collar off of himself, the typical stun he'd receive from the attempt not activating. What did you say? Something about winning, he cockily smirks. Chapter 247, Sit down. What did you say? Something about winning? Tanaka gapes at the now free David and almost falls to the floor as he jostles out of his chair. Why you? You planned this. David chuckles and steps to the glass. No shot, you arrogant prick. You're fucked now, he states, punching the window but unfortunately only leaving some shallow cracks, nowhere near enough to breach the heavy glass. You won't leave here alive, Martinez. I won't let you. Me? It's you who's not leaving here in anything else but a goddamn body bag. You better start running, cuz when I catch you you'll be fucked. David shouts as Tanaka sprints out of the room, slamming the door behind him and shouting orders to the now panicking guards. With that, David rubs his wrists and takes one last glance at the three downed goons before deciding to exit. He knew the crew would come to extract him, but he wasn't leaving before Tanaka was dead. Was it risky? Sure, but he liked to think the reward was well worth it. He kicks the door open and steps outside, only to pause as one of the large security bots looms over him. Prisoner. BZZTCH. It sparks slightly. Warden, what are your orders? Prisoner David Martinez has escaped under the guise of Tanaka. Help me find him, he awkwardly orders. Affirmative. Control systems are down. Cameras are inoperable. Do you know of the intruder's location? David nods. Yeah. He points at a reinforced door that presumably leads to the guest lounge. He's taken slightly off guard when the large robot tears the door completely out of the wall, afterwards looking at David expectantly. Let's go then. He trails off and steps through, only to dive to the ground as two wide-eyed prison guards raise their pistols at him. Bang bang. Assault on the warden, defense engaged. The robot intones and raises its arms, gun barrels extending from its forearms as bullets bounce off of its chassis. Shit, it's gone rogue. Get down dash. Boom. The robot fires and blows a hole straight through one man in the wall behind him, splattering everything, even his body in blood and gore. Terminated. Bye Lil. You killed Bill, dash. Crack. The guy drops after David slams a table directly into his head, caving at it and leaving his skull in the shape of a donut. After that, he makes his way through the airlock-like room and pokes his head through the door, but quickly retreats when he comes face-to-face with almost the entire garrison, all pointing a variety of weapons at him. Daga-ga-gaga. All right, we're not going that way then. BZZDCH. The lights go out as the prisoners are being transferred to the courtyard, the robots leaning over as they shut down. Leo looks left to right at his fellow prisoners and backs away slightly as their voices pick up, a plan communally forming. Hey, this is our chance to delta this joint. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah. Take out that fucking bot first before it powers back on. As if a switch had been flipped, half of the prisons charge the disabled robot and push it down, then using their cybernetically enhanced strength to tear its arms off, disassembling it from there, and after a bit of jigging, they're left with two robot arm cannons. Let's fucking goo-goo. Leo swallows his saliva and tentatively follows the charging prisoners who are now tearing the place apart. Hell, if they were going to break out then he might as well follow. It wasn't like anywhere else in this place was going to be safe. As far as he knew, the guards might purge the prisoners to be sure. Shit. Ori groans, and he pulls himself out of the AV wreckage. He'd landed the powerless thing correctly, but he hadn't accounted for the guards carrying regular ballistic weapons. They'd unloaded several rocket launchers at him before he could regain his senses from the EMP, resulting in this. Get your fucking hands up or we'll shoot. A guard roars as he and his comrades point their weapons at Ori's face. He looks over and inwardly sighs in relief at the sound of gunshots behind the corner, spotting a watchtower get lit the F***K up. The others must have landed correctly if they were still fighting. Hey, buddy, my legs are stuck and the fire's beginning to spread. Think you can lend a hand? He slowly reaches out, as if asking for a handshake. Hell no. Burn in hell, you cock-sucking Goink idiot. What did you think was going to happen when you kamikazed your ass here? Oris jolts, raising one arm to catch the bullets now shooting at his face while the other slings his monowire in a wide arc, catching and slashing the 4 nearby guards. Bang bang bang. With them dead, he pulls his legs out of the wreckage and tosses the bullets he'd caught, turning to the blockade of guards now aiming at him from behind wire fencing at the entrance of the prison. He activates his Sandevistan, zipping forwards, but the effects from the EMP earlier were still affecting him, causing it to cut out mid-stride and sending his body bouncing directly at the blockade. The guards shoot at him, but he takes it as his heavy body goes straight through the wire fences, landing and squashing one man like a rotten watermelon. Shit. He's inside. I repeat, he's INSI-. The guard starts to shout through his broken radio, until, splatter. Ori extracts his fist from the guy's skull and shakes the blood and gray matter off. He then tosses the corpse at the next group of guards before wrapping the monowire around a modified kunai, flinging it straight at them and pulling it to the side as it reaches their location. Thwip. Like a weighted whip it snaps through the air and beheads 2 men, the others barely ducking under cover as it flies past, saving their lives for now. Why don't you guys tell me where Tanaka is? Then I might let you live. Eat my ass, zombie piece of shit. You know me? Too bad I guess. Never thought I'd kill a fan. Chapter 248. Break in and out. Earlier. We're down. We're down. Falco exclaims, watching through the cockpit window of the AV as a whole platoon of prison guards step out of prison. Not only that, the guys atop the nearby watchtowers were turning their guns. The watchtower. Rebecca. On it! She shouts, turning the side gun of the AV at them and unloading. Her initial shots go wide since the EMP had disabled her electronic scope, but she quickly corrects it and annihilates the 3 spotters. Bang bang. Sasha fires a couple shots at some men taking aim at Rebecca, twirling her pistol and reloading after wiping out 5 or 6 of them. Any of your feeds working? Falco asks. Nah, the EMPs fucked it all. Rebecca retorts. I got 2 minutes left on rebooting my systems. Sasha states, we can't leave the AV until the courtyard is secure. We have no idea if the backup is still in one piece. Go faster. These guys are respawning faster than I can kill them. Respawning? Falco confusedly asks. Ugh, they're coming out too quick. Understand that, old man? Sasha's eyes shine with data as she forces her systems to start up, ignoring the less vital software for the moment and putting it on the back line. I'm back. What's the sitch? Sasha. David's been stationary for a while now, probably held down without the use of his Sandy. Ori's not got his comms back, but he's on the east side of the prison last I saw. Kiwi. I rerouted the nearest security bot to David, reassigned him as warden so he should be safe enough. Still, we need to get him out and find where Tanaka's run. His personal AV is parked near your group, Sasha. You need to reach the terminal and sabotage it before they can leave. Lucy. We're pinned down here. We're not moving anywhere with how many bodies they're throwing at us. Sasha. The backup generators come up. Keep your heads down. I'm taking control of the turrets near your location. They'll protect the AV, and you can do your jobs. Lucy. Sasha looks over and holds her breath as the mini auto turrets regain power and turn to them, only to spark slightly and change to target the surprise prison guards. Now get moving. Arasaka and the NCPD'll be sending a whole fucking army soon. Kiwi. Come on. Rebecca, with me. We need to stop Tanaka escaping. Yeah? Alright. Time to catch a rat in a suit. She chirps and takes her newly upgraded guts off of her back before cocking it. Fucking Chip. David growls under his breath as the prison guards finally storm into the room, gun blazing. All of them target the big-ass robot, leaving David to throw chairs from behind it, but that wasn't doing much considering how most of them had some degree of cyberware. Unless he threw the chair at Mach 5, it wasn't going to do shit. CACKKRRR. The robot stumbles as a grenade explodes right to its face, its still firing gun swerving off to the side where it hits the wall uselessly. Yep, that's probably his signal to book it. He abandons his search for Tanaka and runs straight out of the back door and towards the prisoner blocks where he could hear gunfire. He rounds a corner and gapes at the sight. Prisoners were using each other as meat shields as they charged a fortified position. The prison guards blasting them apart, but the blood and gore did seemingly nothing to the criminals' morale. They were like mindless zombies. Or they would have been if the meat shields in question weren't begging for mercy. Shaking his head, he runs over and curb stomping one of the clueless guards onto the hastily erected barricade, literally cutting his head in half through the jaw. He grabs the corpse's gun and sprays it at the others, causing the surviving men to flee. All of you. This way, David shouts, pointing the men towards the room full of soldiers he'd run away from earlier. He'd use them to get back on Tanaka's trail. Davy, the F***K is going on? Leo exclaims as he sprints over, grabbing a standard-issue revolver from a corpse. He shrugs. We're breaking out. What else? That ain't what I mean and you know it. You think I'm completely retarded? You've been here not even a month and this happens. You're either in on it or the cause. What do you want me to say? My crew wants me out and I ain't planning on sticking around. You coming or not? Fuck yeah, I'm coming. Ain't like I got shit left around here anyway. Maybe they'll think I'm dead and write off my sentence. Ori dashes through yet another blockade, this one manned by robots. A few clean punches and slashes of his monowire permanently decommished them anyway though. Soon he finds himself slaughtering groups of men in a corridor which led to the large control room. The men trying to fix the camera and security systems freeze as Ori steps through the door. The 10 of them unable to even draw their weapons, they are so distraught with fear. Well, any of you know where I can find Tanaka? He asks and slowly walks towards them, kunai hanging and swaying from his sparking monowire. Are you a GHK? One man swallows his fear and draws his weapon, only to the ground in 2 spasming pieces. Seriously, did he actually think that shit'd fly? Ori mirthfully shakes his head. Already, first one to tell me where Tanaka is gets to leave. In the hangar, one female guard shouts, causing her comrades to glare at her. Kurs can be brave as you want. I got kids at home. Ori nods and gestures at the door. Go on then, piss off, I've got work to do. She hurriedly runs without sending a single look at the people she condemned to death. Once she's out, she hears a spark, a slash, and a yelp. She didn't feel any regret over her decision. Chapter 249, Rundown. Tanaka was having perhaps the worst day of his life since the day his son was murdered. After escaping the guest area, he was hurriedly escorted to the terminal where his AV transport had been docked, only to stop when an explosion rang out and gunfire started. He tried to persuade his protectors to continue, but they decided that even if they reached the AV, the EMP would have disabled it for the time being. That's not mentioning the likelihood of it turning into a firefight. No matter how many eddies Tanaka had, they were worthless if everyone was dead. Thus they started to go to the prison guard quarters and barracks, making their way past the blockades set up to prevent the now rioting prisoners and hostile forces from reaching the armory. Argurk. Ruin. Tanaka's eyes shoot down a wing and spot a group of 25 prison guards getting utterly torn apart by a blur. It looked as if strings of lightning were magnetically attracted to their bodies, splitting them in so many pieces that it was almost comical. Almost. This wasn't an XBD, and Tanaka felt his gut rise in his throat as he saw the trail of death making its way towards him. Get your dumbest moving, goddammit! The guard angrily shouts and pushes the stunned Tanaka forwards. They sprint past some security bots and through some armored doors. Just as they step through, however, they come face to face with a small crowd of prisoners. Hey, Tanaka, fancy seeing you here. David Martinez smirks, and Tanaka could only swallow his saliva at the line of prison guard corpses behind them. Shit. Run! One of Tanaka's guards shouts, raising his rifle at the group who all immediately aim their own. Tanaka sprints down the hallway towards the armory as bullets start flying, only a single guard accompanying him in his retreat. You can't run forever, Tanaka, David shouts while gunning down 2 men, pausing his pursuit when 2 security bots from another wing step onto the field as reinforcements. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Tanaka's protector rapidly mutters under his breath, clearly distraught over the situation. The corpo wasn't any different, inwardly wondering how he fell into this trap. His need to confront the murderer of his son had been a severe lapse in judgment. Get yourself together. We need to escape, or at least survive until reinforcements arrive to secure the prison. Tanaka exclaims, temporarily burying his own fears. Why ya? Come on, we're almost at the armory. The guys will have barricaded it up to the gills. Lucy, Kiwi, you in the system yet? Asks over the comms, the nanites having repaired and rerouted his software and interface. Almost. There's netrunners running interference. Lucy, give us 5-10 minutes, we'll have it done. Kiwi. Ori silently nods to himself as he splits yet another man in half before crashing through some security doors. Once the dust clears, he's greeted with a dozen or so rifles pointed at his face by orange-garbed prisoners. The F***K are you? Oi, that's your ticket out of here. David exclaims, stepping forwards and clasping arms. You're late. Didn't you say that was fashionable? Ori retorts. Only on drunken benders, otherwise it just makes you an asshole. Well, make that exception next time. Besides, the EMP put me out of commish for a bit, plus the crash landing. Ori shakes his head. Any sight on Tanaka? The others are dealing with his transport. David nods and throws his arm out down the large hallway. He's with the guards in the armory. We're on our way to take it. No way we're dash, his flitter to the nearby prisoners, an obvious ruse. Getting out alive with that firepower, the NCPD won't allow it. He nods, right. Well, we better get on it then. He is kunai-tipped monowire crackles with electricity. We need to figure out a way to remove this chip in my neck too. It's fucking with my home, and I'm pretty sure it's got a tracker on it too. David adds, I'll get the girls on it, they'll disable it, and we'll remove it later. Tanaka hides behind a large metal locker in the armory room. 50 or so guards plus 12 security bots had been positioned around the single entry, ready to unleash all the firepower they have at anyone stupid enough to enter. He'd had a rifle shoved into his grasp too, the men claiming that he better learn how to defend himself as no one present was willing to die for him today. They were average Joes, not beholden to Arasaka for his safety. An eerie silence reigns and everyone present shuffles uncomfortably, their knuckles turning white as they tightly grip their weapons. T think they left? No. Don't be stupid. B but why aren't they here yet? I don't dash. One guard starts but pauses when he notices small sparks occurring around the circuits of the security bots, their green eyes turning red as they slowly turn to the group. The bots are compromised. Take fucking Cov Hayek. The guy explodes into red mist as two robots fire at him simultaneously. During this distraction, the single entrance to the room slams open as a figure bursts through, lightning cutting swathes of men apart. Add the large group of men in orange jumpsuits as the guards were quickly overwhelmed and slaughtered. Tanaka shoots a few shots of his own before running dry and throwing the gun at an eager-looking prisoner. He smashes his gorilla fist into the man's face and tries to crawl away, but is forced to stop as a foot drops in his path. He looks up and gulps at the smirking face of David. Mercy. Pfft, Mercy? You're dumber than I thought. He laughs and brings his foot down, knocking the man unconscious. Chapter 250, Securizy. Target secure. We're on the way to the AV. Ori. Got it. Tanaka's AV is down, but Arasaka reinforcements are nearing. Hurry up. Sasha. Ori and David abandon the prisoners and run towards the prison's exit with Tanaka on the former's shoulder. They weren't completely alone, however. David, who's your friend? Ori points a thumb over his shoulder at the man. Leo, childhood friend. He's trustworthy enough. He'd make a good member too, I think. Ori shrugs. Good enough me, I guess. After fighting through some small groups of stragglers, the three kicked their way into the prison courtyard where Rebecca was firing the side gun to the point the barrel was actually starting to melt from the heat. Her targets? The three Arasaka AV trying to pick them off from the sky. One AV was already heavily smoking and looking as if it'd crash any minute, but the other two looked fine. Falco's AV, however, had scratches, scorch marks, and other damage all over it. Come on, let's get the F***K out of here. The cowboy shouts as the trio jumps into the rear cabin. AA guns are ours, let me handle them. Kiwi. At her words, the surviving couple of anti-air guns around the prisoners start up and aim at the Arasaka AVs, firing streams of bullets at them and forcing them to rapidly retreat after one goes down. That all the suits sent? Leo asks. I thought Arasaka wanted to nail their asses to a cross. The former prisoner asks. Don't worry about it. Ori states, unwilling to reveal Yorinobu's aid. While Tanaka was a somewhat important member of the corporation, some internal maneuvering had put the company's security teams on other tasks prior to the attack, leaving them with little ability to respond. The subsequent retreat could be called a number of things, but exciting certainly was not one of them. After the 1AV went down, the Arasaka forces essentially said, fuck it, and left. Whether or not they knew the crew had kidnapped Tanaka was up the air, but Ori suspected they didn't. After leaving the AV in the desert and swapping to a number of proxy vehicles, they headed back to their base and tied Tanaka up in the basement. While yes, Yorinobu wanted him dead, Ori wanted to see what information he had first before doing anything else. Their benefactor, while trustworthy, was not someone Ori would allow to be blind spot. Trust was one thing, carelessness was another. The damage has been utterly catastrophic, John. The head of the prison services claims that matters have been handled, but from what I've heard there are still 26 dangerous criminals unaccounted for, likely having escaped during the terrorist attack committed by the zombie crew in the wake of David Martinez's imprisonment. Can we expect any more retaliation from the terrorists? Perhaps a bombing on the North Carolina Court of Justice? Or maybe other locations such as Arasaka Tower? The new anchor asks, trying to link the Holocaust to the new rise of terroristic activity. As of now, we do not know. The prison has taken enough damage to be unusable for months, or perhaps even years. Had this not been an attempt to extract someone, I shudder to imagine the destruction that could have been caused, not only to the prison, but to surrounding civilian-owned property. The bounty on David Martinez has been reinstated, and increased from last he was free, from 5 million eddies to 10. The capture or death of any member of the terroristic zombie crew will be rewarded at minimum 1 million eddies. And what of the leader, this so-called zombie mercenary? The city has put 20 million down, and Arasaka has supplemented it by 30. 50 million eddies for the man named Ori, dead or alive. This is not including the numerous bounties offered by other companies, those in Las Vegas especially. Well, I trust you'll keep up praised on the situation. The anchor turns to the camera. Up next, why is my child addicted to virtual pornography? And why parents should allow it? At 10. BZZDCH. Leo tosses the remote to the side and reaches back for the plate of nachos, guacamole, quesadilla, and salsa. Sheet, any chance I can bug out now? You guys are asking to get fucked up by the Corps, he states. You know where our base is, so no? David shrugs. You just get thrown back in prison again too. I don't see you doing that well. Things have changed since you got locked up. David! Lucy suddenly exclaims and throws herself into his arms, uncaring of the bloody orange jumpsuit he was wearing. Babe, told you I'd be alright. Dude, how the F*** Katie you nail a girl like that? Do chicks dig terrorists or something? Shit, I picked the wrong crime to commit. Leo mutters as the couple kisses. Who's the dog? Lucy asks, laying her head on her boyfriend's chest. Leo, a friend before I joined Arasaka Academy. He'll be joining the crew. You told Ori about that? I mean, kinda? We could always use more hands. I mean, what else is he gonna say? Doubt he's gonna dome me. I ain't done shit to him. Leo says from his seat. Yeah. Lucy drawls, ain't like he's had to kill friendlies before. She shakes her head. But if you think it's okay. Where's Ori anyway? David asks. With Tanaka, he and Rebecca are having a chat with him. I'd stay away for a bit unless you like the sound of screaming. Personally not my zone. She admits. So, you got any friends that'd like some company? Leo asks Lucy. Yeah, but none for you. Shave, put some decent clothes on, and fix those teeth and maybe you'll have a chance. He chuckles. Next you'll be telling me to change my face too. She shrugs. It'd help? Davy, your gal is destroying me. What happened to bros before hoes? The hoes grew tits.